All right, everybody. It is a broadcast of the Ebony Star Network, sponsored by the E Nation. The Nation in the building. We are promoting positive relations between black men and black women, but first, we have to fix a few things before we can reach that goal. Kevin Samuels, again, there is more fallout, but we're looking for something specific today. Of course, we're going to open up the panel as usual. We want to know exactly what Kevin Samuels taught black men. I'm curious about that. They keep saying that they learned stuff, but when I hear what they've learned, they don't say anything. So hopefully we can get some men on a panel today that will tell us what they've learned from Kevin Samuels. And did Kevin Samuels do anything for the black community? Anything? Anything worth mentioning? Was he an asset to black people? Or was he just a pawn for the dominant society to be used against black people? We're going to talk about it. It's Gangsta Talk, Sunday edition. All right, Dame, let's roll.
Yo, check your mic. Let's test these levels.
Check.
Okay, word. We got the sound. Let me know when the break's coming in.
Nah, there's no break. I'm just gonna go straight through.
I kick that shit.
Heaven sent, I can prove this. Any crowd, turn me up loud. KR will move this. Long before Eazy-E, this MC, he was ruthless. Kicking rhyme, spitting rhyme, written rhyme, freestyle. I do's this. Who's this? You don't know me, homie. I'm the one and only. I turn your tool into a toll. Tell you you owe me. You ain't gotta go to the past to know me, homie. I'm KRS-One. My power is now. Eckhart These rappers are bony and lonely. I'll catch them coming out of Shoney's. I don't Oscar or admire, they baloney. No phony. I spit for the time from the mind. So when I spit off the head, of course I'm ahead of my time. Yes, I'm better with rhyme, and it's evident I'm the lyrically benevolent kind. This you never gonna find. I'm spitting plenty medleys. This is work, not a job. Rappers are crying like a boss in reverse. They solve. That's when they get robbed and disappointed. They not anointed, get them set up like an appointment. I spit the same heat you like to joint with. Fire, spit the truth, no liar. Heaven sent, this is higher. The mic cooks, I write books. The heavyweight champion. The song becomes a knockout with the right hook. I'm raw, meaning not cooked. These fake rappers heads are down, cause in the face of KRS, they do not look. 40 cal style, rap-a-pum like big drums. When I heat up the cup to 420, it's done. Light up the cheek with the chunk. I teach when I come. Knowledge reign is supreme. What these rappers speaking is dumb. It's a treat when I come. I'm not what you used to. I'm the return of Khufu all over these tracks like choo-choo. I'm the guru. So when my teaching premieres, it's Gangstar. Hitting you and your man in the same car. These whack rappers, fuck who they are. KRS is like a hooligan. Hitting them all with the same bars. Hooligans hitting them with the same bars. Your whack style just ain't ours. Venus to Mars. I'm teaching with bars. Spitting these bars. But youngins under 21 can't even get into these bars. So I don't blame them if they not seeing these bars. Cause when I hit them with my universe, all they seeing is stars. Speaking of bars, when I spit one, you can see it's all about impact over an income. The big one, multi-directional and exceptional. 10 of my first 20 albums are all collectibles. You feel the heat when I'm next to you, truly legendary. Underground, undetectable, and revolutionary. Most of what's going on today, you know we knew already. I tried to teach our people about poverty, it took too many. It shook too many. We can see what a curse is. So I re-emerge to show these youngins who the first is. The minister, frying rap chickens like churches. And the worst is seeing your temperature taken by nurses. IV bags, your family picking out hearses. It's like you at the Barclays Center, you won't survive these verses. Sprite means spirit, so I obey what my thirst is. The whole planet, so-called Earth, is what my turf is.
Hold up. Yo, I got this. Yo, this is about to be fire. Levels is on point. You sound good out here. Let's get this project started.
All right. What's going on, everybody? This is the Black Knight, joined by the Lady Knight as always. Matter of fact, come on in here, Dame Frankie, and let me know if my sound is good.
You sound good, loud and clear.
All right. What's going on, chat? I'm not for everyone. How you doing? Hassan Burton. What's up, my brother? Well, we had quite the fallout from Mr. Kevin Samuels' death, his untimely death. It's unfortunate, okay? It's unfortunate. You never want to see anybody pass away. But we have to be realistic about how they lived. And you can't say that people can't talk about how this man lived. That wouldn't be fair. That wouldn't be fair to him, as a matter of fact. I'm sure he wanted people to hold on. Dave, hold down for me. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So everybody keeps saying how Kevin Samuels teaching them this, Kevin Samuels teaching them that, Kevin Samuels teaching them uh, um, different things, but they never could quite pinpoint. It's either something they should have already known, or they kind of already knew. They just needed verification from him or something. But so we're gonna dig deep into this and see what did he actually teach them. How did he help them to um, make a better community or build a better community or even work on themselves? Yeah, you know. Yeah, did he teach them how to be better men? Did he teach them how to keep a relationship, a marriage? Um, how to take care of their kids? You know, uh, did he encourage them to to be accountable for what they do and to move on from there and not make the same mistakes? Um, what did he actually teach them? We keep hearing now that he's deceased all these so-called extra things that he's been teaching, and I'm like, he has. I never heard anything like that come from him. Yeah, but I always put it down to like when anybody died, they want to concentrate on the positive, or the good points, or they want to see them through. Okay, he's deceased now, so to try to move on from there. Um, kind of like to forgive and let go. Since he's gone, they can't do anything about it now. It's not going to change it. Yeah, yeah, and that's calling a fallout between the people that okay, they either don't care or they're glad he's gone, or they think it's retribution or reckoning um on what he has put out there. Karma had came back to get him and stuff like that, and they jumping on people's like who feel that way. They be like, he's dead. And I'm like, have you never been to a funeral? I've seen both sides of these at a funeral. This is just YouTube funeral. It's just that there's multiple channels, so there's multiple funerals. Mm-hmm.
I'm back.
Yeah.
All right. First of all, I'm sorry. Happy Mother's Day to all of the mothers, black mothers out there. We definitely want to pay homage to that, because where would we be without our beautiful black mothers? I'm not one of these animals who hate single black mothers. I love my black mother. Even though my mother wasn't a single black mother, I did have my father until I was 17 before he passed away. But I'm not one of these animals that hate single black mothers. Okay, I love black women. I love single black mothers. I love it all. Okay. Personally, I'm taken aback and very embarrassed that we have black men that behave the way they do and say the things that they say. about black women and single black mothers. So happy Mother's Day to all of the hardworking single black mothers out there. And I do mean hardworking. I do mean hardworking. I always like to tell this story. That woman that won 88 million in a lottery, right? I think she won 88 million. People like to talk about how she spent that money on some food. She since then got most of that money back. Okay, so she's not broke. She's still rich. She's still a multi-millionaire. She's still like in the 60s or 70 millions or something like that. She's still like, so people would like to say how she squandered money and did all those things or whatever. Yes, they can say that, right? But what they won't tell you, it's a story I like to tell about her. And Dame, if you can get her name, you know what I'm talking about. I think she lived in Atlanta, the one that won that $88 million with the 5 kids and had 5 jobs.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you can get it. What I like to tell about her is that, before she hit that lottery, she had 5 jobs. And one of those jobs, she worked as a cashier at Walmart. 5 children she had. This was a single baby mother taking care of 5 children. She had 5 jobs. That's a job for each child. Okay? I have the utmost respect and admiration for her. Okay? But all people want to talk about is how she got beguiled by a scoundrel who tried to trick her out of the money, And he took her kindness, he took her love, and he used it against her, just like a lot of black dudes do to black women. You lie to them and you use their kindness and their trust, you turn it against them for your own selfish reasons. But she was able to come out of that. She was able to stop herself from free falling and recuperated mostly all of the money that she spent on him. She recuperated that money. She didn't get it all, but she recuperated damn near I think 80% of it. So she's still very, very, very rich, y'all. She's not broke. I think she's around somewhere. She's still like in the $65 million range. Okay. So she's still a multi-millionaire. And her kids are all blessed. The 5 kids, imagine that, y'all. You got guys complaining about child support. You got sorry ass weak niggas running around talking about they want to be divorced from their children, right? Here, this woman had 5 children. Now, I don't know how many baby daddies she had, but 5 children. Now, one of those fathers was taking care of any one of those children. Because if it was, probably this woman wouldn't have had to have 5 jobs. I want y'all to think about that for a second. Even you men, I want you to think about that for a second. Do you even have do you have what it takes to maintain 5 jobs and take care of 5 kids? How the hell somebody does that? How does somebody do that? Yeah, we'll get to Kevin Samuels in a minute. I'm talking about this black mother. Okay. We happen to find more interesting than Kevin Samuels, by the way. How do you have 5 jobs and take care of 5 children? When does she get time for sleep? How does she even keep from going crazy? 5 children, 5 jobs. No wonder she got blessed. No wonder the Creator blessed her with all that money. You know what kind of selflessness it takes? You know what level of selflessness it takes to take care of 5 children and pretty much sacrifice 100% of your time with 5 jobs and 5 children? Her life was her work and her children. That's what her life was about. That's why she got blessed like that. Who among us have that kind of level of selflessness? Can you honestly look in the mirror and say, you know what? My selflessness is on the same level. Hey, Dave, you found her name yet? Dang.
Yes, her name is Marie Holmes.
Marie Holmes.
Oh, and there's been an update. You know that Negro is trying to sue her from prison.
Oh, well, that ain't gonna work. Can you find the part where she had 5 jobs?
Yeah.
Marie Holmes, y'all. What's her net worth? To look up her net worth too. Marie Holmes.
Okay.
That's a hero of mine. She's one of my heroes. That's a hero, people. You see, heroes don't look like Captain America. They don't look like Wonder Woman. That's all fiction. That's a European version of a hero. But that's not what they look like. They look like Marie Holmes. They're like Marie Holmes. 5 jobs, 5 children. That's a hero. She's one of my heroes now. And I'm in awe at her selflessness. I've never even knew black people or a person can have that level of selflessness, because it's going to take a large amount of selflessness to pull that off. 5 jobs, 5 kids. You don't have no time for yourself. Your life, first of all, your life is those jobs and kids. That's your life. Five jobs.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Her net worth is around 80 million. She had won a bigger lottery than that. So now she's around 80 million. So she had
Okay,
more
so
than
yeah, because she had got her money back from that dude. So okay, so I was wrong. She's actually got more money than I thought, and she deserves that money, because before she got that money blessed to her, this woman was holding down 5 jobs, taking care of 5 kids on her own. No baby daddy in sight. And you know something? She never complained about her baby daddies. Never complained. But she was caught up with that fool who's now in jail, and I'm glad she got up out of that situation. But she never complained. Never once put her baby daddies out there. 5 jobs. That's a hero, people. So shout out to Marie Holmes. And big happy Mother's Day to Marie Holmes and all the other black baby mamas out there, all the other black mothers out there. Big shout out to y'all on Mother's Day. You know, when they talk about heroes, I don't understand why they don't include black mothers. You know what I'm saying? What? They won't have any room for all of them? Probably not. All right, so let's get on with the show. What's going on, Melon? How you doing? hmm Anyway, hold on. Okay. All right. The title of the show is What Did Kevin Samuels Teach Black Men? And what did Kevin do? What did Mr. Kevin Samuels do for the community, if anything at all? And we're going to drop the link here soon because I want to know what he's done for the community. I've never even heard him say anything about the black community. You know, we had a man up here yesterday, Derek, 1981. He was saying, and shout out to Derek, 1981. I was hoping Dame gave him a shout out when she was thanking everybody that was on the panel. We definitely want to thank him because he was the first one that called in and got the ball rolling. So we definitely want to thank Derek, 1981, for coming up, get the discussion started yesterday. See, we don't mind disagreeing with you. You know, we're not going to be disrespectful to people because we have differences of an opinion. That's what I say. Bring your talking points. We're not afraid of anybody's talking points. Come up with all your talking points. Okay, so Derek said yesterday that we didn't watch Kevin Samuels' shows all the way through, which I thought was kind of funny because you only get this from Kevin Samuels followers. For some reason, they think this guy is deep. You know, they think he's some real, like, riddle of the Sphinx. You know what I mean? Some kind of cipher that hasn't been decoded yet. Some kind of black what's the cartoon dude that always say elementary, my dear Watson? Damn, who was that? The one that always says elementary.
Holmes.
Yeah, they think he's some black Sherlock Holmes, some super, you know, on some high evolutionary brain power that we've never experienced before. I'm serious. They really think he's this dude, like some multi-dimensional being that we can't grasp. You know, that how dare we even speak his name? Just his name is complication. I mean, the very name Kevin Samuels is the personification of complication. Did I say that right, Dame? Personification of complication. Look up the word personification. I want to make sure I'm not sounding dumb. Look up personification or personification. I forgot. We slow over here, so we have to make sure we use the dictionary to define terms, so we don't sound like fools over here. You know what I mean? The personification of complications. Hey, that rhymes, right? Maybe I'm an MC. Who knows?
All right,
but I do know. Yeah.
Okay, personification. The attribution of a personal nature or human characteristic to something non-human, or the representation of an abstract quality in human form.
Okay, we good. The personification of complication. I like it. So, hashtag it, people. Kevin Samuels' name is the personification of complication, according to his followers. We couldn't even begin to understand how complicated Kevin Samuels is. According to them, no one understands him but his woman. Well, maybe we don't want to say woman, okay? Maybe we'll say no one understands him but his significant other, whoever or whatever that may be. We don't know. It could be a person, it could be a woman, it could be a rock'em sock'em robot. We don't know what it is. All right. It could be Bluto for all we know. But anyway, check this out. No one understands him but his significant other. He's a complicated man, according to the people who follow him. And listen, I didn't start this. So don't get mad at me because I'm saying something about it. You guys started all of this secret squirrel stuff about Kevin Samuels and how he's so far out there that no one understands anything he's even saying. Kind of makes you wonder, why does he even bother talking to anyone? Since we peons don't get it, why talk to us at all? I mean, I didn't think the guy was deep at all. As a matter of fact, there's really nothing to the guy. He's very simple. He's a simple-minded dude. And the nonsense he was spewing was really on a high school juvenile level. I mean, seriously, a woman's dress size, average at best. That's high school shit. That's stuff we did in high school to get the cheerleaders to talk to us. We discovered something about girls in high school, right? That they were very vain, especially younger. Young girls are very vain. Okay? They're very vain. They really into themselves. They think they're cute, right? So if you tell them that there's a girl that's cuter, right? They'll behave differently. They'll talk to you. You know, and we used to trick the cheerleaders because the cheerleaders were bad. Let's just face it. Some of the cheerleaders were like off the hook. We used to always get over and talk to them and say, hey, well, I think she's a 7 and you're a 5. Why am I a 5? And boom, you done broke the ice. Now you can talk to her. Well, nah, baby, I think you can be a 6. You know what I'm saying? If you shook your hip this way and shook a pom-pom that way. And, this is how this is the tricks we used to pull to get the cheerleaders to talk to us. We go over there, they be over there cheerleading and whatnot. We go over there, hang out with them, man, look at her, man. She a 7. Who you talking to? Nah, baby, we was just saying you a 7. What's a 7? Nah, we were just rating the girls, And you tell them we rate the girls from 1 to 10, right? And they get interested. They get interested because they really into themselves. They vain at that age. Many of them are vain. So matter of fact, hey, Dane, look that up. Vanity. Dane.
Yes, I'm looking it up. I'm looking it up.
Vanity. Vain is short for vanity, not vain in your legs, whatever. I'm talking about vanity. Yeah, okay. Many of them are full of vanity at that age. So it's easy to trick them, You say, hey, we got a system. You, Marine, you're a 6, but Felicia is a 7.5. But why Felicia a 7.5? Well, she this, she that. Well, why can't I do that? Well, I don't know. I mean, it worked like a charm. The girls who wouldn't otherwise have any time for us, right? All of a sudden got all of the smoke for us, and we loved it. Go ahead, Dan.
Okay. All right. So, vanity. Excessive pride in or admiration of one's own appearance or achievement.
Absolutely. So when they're young like that, we discovered that they were really vain. And it was easy to trick them. Eventually, most women grow out of that, but you know what I'm saying? But when they're young, they're very vain. They're really into that vanity when they're young. And so we discovered this at a young age. And so, we would trick them. And then you have Fifi, who's a knockout, gorgeous. She's a 10, right? And so you tell the other girl, "Hey, oh man, Fifi's a 10. What makes her a 10? Well, she's got this and that. I got that too. I can't be a 10. Well, ain't nobody said you could be a 10, sweetheart. And then boom, we get all of the conversation we want. Next thing you know, well, baby, you want to be a 10. You got to at least, go out with a man. You got to have a boyfriend for about a month or something like that. I mean, I'm kind of free. You know what I'm saying? How about you and me go out? Let me get that number and we'll talk about getting you up to a 10. I mean, this is what we did. This is what he's doing to grown. I'm shocked that grown women are even paying him any money. Like, why even entertaining that high school crap? I mean, he modified it a little bit to make it sound grown up, but it's the same high school shit that we did in high school. It's high school shit, man. I don't even know why. I'm shocked that women are falling for it at all. That's some shit high school girls go, deal with. Not grown ass women. And so I'm trying to figure out, what did he teach black men? I hear you guys saying that. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me finish what Derek was saying, right? I'm sorry, I got off on a tangent. He said that we didn't watch his shows entirely. But what was there to watch? I mean, dude, there wasn't no serious Easter eggs in his show. They were very straightforward and very blunt and very simple. He was an asshole, as usual, to the guest. He was a bully. He said very bad things to women constantly. And he pretty much gave terrible advice. And the advice was always negative towards the woman. And the advice always put the woman in a bad position, or a negative position, or a lower position than the man. None of his information was designed to uplift the woman in any way, unless she was kissing the man's ass. Now, you can come up here and we can talk about that. We can debate about that, but I'm warning you now, you're going to lose. Because we can grab any one of his tapes and prove our point. We haven't heard a tape yet the way he uplifted a woman in a positive position if she wasn't kissing a man's ass. Not one tape. They got all this high value crap talking about high value men could cheat. And you got the nerve to talk about he's got advice for married couples. Man, are you crazy? So I want to know what you guys learned from Kevin Samuels. I'm curious. I'm curious because watching Kevin Samuels and listening to his podcast and watching him lie on Vlad TV, okay, and watch him talk about he had absolutely no reason to hate black women because he come from a single baby mama. He said himself that Papa was a Rolling Stone, so he don't know where the hell his Papa was. But his mama took care of business. He said that he did. He said they wasn't poor. He was able to go to college, so he say. So his mother couldn't have been all that bad. So what's his reason for all of this garbage about black women? Well, he's just a lousy opportunist. And he don't give a F like the rest of these dudes. You know? Black men have been reduced to childish juveniles. Even in their 40s. You got 40-year-old black men walking around here with the mentality of a childish juvenile. Throwing temper tantrums and shit. Jealous at women, jealous because women have toys and they don't. Boys who get mad because they bring the marbles to the game and people won't let them win, so they get mad and take their marbles home. So nobody else can play. You got grown men with this kind of mentality. So not to be redundant, I really would like to know. I'm going to drop the link here. I don't want to rant for a long period of time. So I will be dropping a link. I'm hoping somebody come up here and tell me what Kevin Samuels had taught. Now, all of this, he taught me to improve myself. You're going to have to come better than that. Because if you need somebody to tell you to improve yourself, something you should be naturally doing on your own without anybody telling you, then there's something wrong with you. I mean, if you exist in this world, understanding right from wrong, and don't believe that you should be striving better for yourself or trying to get better, or at least looking for the information to get better, then there's something wrong with you. Kevin Samuels isn't your savior. He's not telling you anything that's remarkable or unremarkable. He's telling you something that's common sense. So let's get this straight. He wanted to charge you guys $2,500 for some kind of personal makeover to where he expounds common sense, and you pay him a couple of $1,000 to listen to him tell you common sense shit. I remember I had a guy on the show, Golden Arsenal. I called him Golden Showers. He was from the UK. He said he would have paid the $2,000 so Kevin Samuels can fix his personal life. Kevin Samuels can't fix your personal life. What is he going to do? He's going to come to your personal life with a tool belt, with a wrench and shit, screwdrivers, power tools, and just go to work on your personal life. What the fuck do you think this is? You're going to come in and have you stand in one spot. You're going to put up a men at work sign and then go to work on your personal life. Get the fuck out of here. How can y'all be so damn naive and feeble-minded? And you wonder why you're in last position here in society. You don't even care nothing about your position. You care more about arguing with black women than being last in society. Dude. As a black man, you are in last place in society. Everybody is ahead of you. You sitting over here talking about the black woman is this and the black woman is that, and Kevin Samuels taught you something. A guy that ain't never said shit about the black community, ain't never said anything about helping. Listen, this dude never once said anything about helping anyone in the black community. So how the hell is he going to change your life? You black. You over here catering to white people. So how is he helping you out? I mean, are you selling out? Now, I did hear him say that people called him a sellout. And he said, well, he don't call it selling out. He called it buying in. Now, that's what you going to come up here and say? Well, Kevin taught me how to stop selling out and buy in. So what did you buy into? Well, I bought into white supremacy. I bought into the dominant society. I stopped selling. Can't you see? I'm no longer a sellout. I am a client of white supremacy. A consumer of white supremacy. A purchaser of white supremacy. I purchase white supremacist paraphernalia. I consume white supremacist nourishment. I exercise daily white supremacist talking points. I'm sorry. I exercise and espouse daily white supremacist talking points. I am no longer a sellout. I am an authentic white supremacist now. And all it cost me, actually, it came cheap. All it cost me was my blackness, something I never gave a shit about anyway. So as far as I was concerned, it was a great deal. And that's what Kevin did for me. So if Kevin taught you how to be a brought-in sellout, we want to know about that. Because I want to know what you benefit from buying in. I want to hear about that too. What have you benefited from buying in? And I want to hear all of this stuff about what he taught you, because I'm very curious. I ain't never heard him say anything about teaching you guys nothing. Like I said, telling you to improve your image, that's common sense. You're looking at that as something, a teachable moment. Somebody, hey man, improve your image, improve yourself. Somebody got to tell you that. Something that's common sense. You're going to pay him 2 G's for that. And then on top of that, you may want to scrutinize what he called fashion anyway, an image anyway. You've seen some of the pictures he took with the pink man purses and the pink bunny buckle boots and the Michael Jackson tight high water pants with 287 zippers on it, and some kind of shrunk jacket that was so tight it looked like it was on backwards. That's what y'all want to walk around here look like? And then he looked crazy as hell. I mean, he looked like he was too damn tall for the damn clothes he was wearing. Like, what the fuck is this? What kind of crazy shit is that? And you got people coming on live streams and shit talking about, well, Kevin said he wear high heel shoes. Prince wore high heel shoes. Don't bring Prince into this. Prince wasn't gay. Okay. You see the females Prince had. And everybody that was with Prince, even Morris Day, said that dude was not gay. He was just weird. He didn't like society, so he was with people who were weird like that, and they don't like society. They do weird shit. Prince ain't the only weird dude, like that. Michael Jackson was kind of weird like that too. But there are people out there that are rebels against society. They don't like the government. They don't like nothing in society, so they rebel. Okay. All right, but they not gay or nothing. They just do shit, provocative shit that'll get people talking. Like, ooh, man, that nigga look, that motherfucker. There are people out there like that, men and women. They just do provocative shit because they don't like the way society is. It's not that they gay. They just do crazy, provocative shit. Like walk around in high heel boots, and he's a dude, but he ain't gay at all. But he'll walk around in high heel boots because I don't know. It's just people like that are just weird. I've met a few people like that in my life. They're just weird. I call them rebels of society. They just rebel against society. They don't like shit in society the way shit is. So they're always challenging shit in society, pushing the envelopes. Just weird folks. Okay? And so they on a live stream talking about this nigga with the bunny buckle boots and shit, right? With the stilettos and shit. And you got some, these fake, all of a sudden high value men come out of nowhere, didn't know. How the hell you all of a sudden know you're a high value man now and didn't know you was a high value man before? All these fake ass. Yo. The remember the Hotep the scam? You had all these fake Hoteps kept come out of nowhere wearing unks and shit. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like the Hotep scam. You never heard nobody, no black dudes talking about they were high value, right? Sanders come along with this high value bullshit that he got from white men. All of a sudden, niggas, hey, I'm a high value man. Oh, so you didn't know you was a high value man before? You won now because Kevin Samuels said you won? Come on, man. This high value bullshit out of here. All right? You got dudes talking about, well, I'm high value. I wear high heels. I ain't gay. Fuck you mean you ain't gay if you wear high heel boots, nigga. If you wear high heel shoes. You gay. I'm tired of these dudes doing things that heterosexual men would never do, right? And then say that they're not gay. You don't get to do that. You don't get to say, well, I'm going to do something heterosexual straight men would never do. I'm going to wear panties from Victoria's Secret. I ain't gay. I'm going to wear a bra that I got from my little sister, but I'm not gay. I'm going to ask my mother, can I borrow her girdle? But I'm not gay. I'm going to ask my cousin Rita, can we both wear dresses together? But I ain't gay. The hell if you ain't. How the hell you gonna do? How the hell you gonna not do? How the hell you gonna do what straight heterosexual men would never do, and then turn around and say you ain't gay? Fuck out of here. Guy asked me one time in a comment, Max, if we just like painting our fingernails, are we gay? Yeah. See, hey man, y'all know better than to ask me anything. I'm not playing with you. Okay? I'm not playing with you. You painting your fingernails, yeah, you gay. I don't want to hear shit about no metrosexual. What was that? The metrosexual, which is another effeminate alpha feminine male. Women were struck by that. Oh, he goes to the salon, he gets pedicures and manicures. Heterosexual men do not go to salons to get pedicures. That's some gay shit. Now, most of us can't stop our wives because our wives be attacking us. Okay. Our wives love doing, cutting our nails and, because I'm a truck driver. And, when I come home, my hands are rough. I got calluses on them from the wheel all the time, and I don't get to cut my fingernail or whatever. Man, my wife be attacking my hands. That's like her little project and shit. Okay, let your wife do them, but I'm not going to no damn salon. I look like sitting there, my big ass look like sitting up in some damn salon with some women. And so here comes the metrosexual Kevin Samuels with these tight ass suits. How the hell are you gonna wear a tight? Check this out. How are you gonna wear a suit that's so tight? The sleeves are short and the pants legs are short. So you got the sleeves short, showing the shirt cuffs underneath, and you got the pants that are short, showing the socks coming halfway up to the knee. So you got short sleeves and short pants legs. kind of Pee Wee Herman shit is that? But that's you heterosexuals. Y'all get away with that shit. Wearing them tight ass suits that are high watered and short sleeved. Looking like some big ass fucking eclair, some goddamn cream puff. And then the color of the suits, you know, looking like dandelions and shit. But anyway, I've veered out a little bit too far. Let's bring it back to the topic of the day before I drop the link. What has Kevin Samuels taught black men? And what has Kevin Samuels done for the community? Damn, am I coming in clear still?
Yes, you're coming in clear.
All right, drop the link. I'm at the end of my rant. Drop that link.
All right, the link is in. And Mela is the first one in.
What's going on, Mela?
No, I'm grateful. I'm grateful. How's everybody?
Doing fine.
Good.
We're good. I'm good.
It's great.
Happy Mother's Day, Mother.
Happy Mother's Day, ladies. Yes.
Yeah, happy Mother's Day, lady.
Happy Mother's Day.
And happy Mother's Day to the men who have mothers. You know, like, God bless your families. God bless your families. You know, I always consider Mother's Day and Father's Day family days. You know, I that's the way I look at it. They're family days. I can make a distinction, but I choose to think of both as family days. You know, that's what I do. Anyway, about the topic at hand, I would like to hear from some brothers. You know, I don't know if it's out of pocket for me to announce what my opinion is, but I'm more than happy to give it. I think that if I was in a man's shoes, objectively observing, I would say that he would have influenced whoremongering and how can I put this? Resentment, whoremongering and resentment. And it was all packaged in a fashionable suit. So I mean, because we're not gonna act like he wasn't emphasizing the statement, women should let men use them. We're not gonna forget. And as far as his sexuality is concerned, let's keep in mind that Prince nor Rick James has ever asked a man what his dick size was that we know of. You know, like, this man is on record for asking a man how big is his penis. That in and of itself is something that many men across the world would not ask another man unless they are interested in those types of proclivities.
This
and
is
I
true.
mean that, okay?
Hold on one second. Let me co-sign on that as a man, as a 100% straight heterosexual male. That's 100% correct. That's something we would never ask another man. We would never ask another man. Exactly. Only gay guys do that.
At least bisexual guys. Yeah, bisexual, gay, take your pick. It's just queer.
Yeah, straight. Yeah, I know a straight male would never do that.
Right, and emphasis on queer. That's a queer question. And the reason why I emphasize the word queer, because even his buddy, Obsidian, said it's time for the manosphere to have a queer perspective or a queer eye. You know what I'm saying? Like, there were all these hints being dropped as to whether or not that man goes both ways. He's living in Oklahoma All of a sudden, he wants to go to the homosexual black capital of the goddamn United States of America, which is Atlanta, and we're supposed to believe it was for business opportunities. No, because you could do your live streams from Oklahoma. You wanted to be around, and God rest your soul. I hope you laughing because you left a funny trail behind, brother. Like to make the move to what's known. And I'm not saying that all black men in Atlanta are that way. What I'm saying is that when a guy is asking a man how big is his penis and he wants to move to Atlanta, like, come on. Like, at some point, the writing is on the wall. Okay? I'm not even talking about things that people have constructed to make fun of him and imply things. I'm talking about what came out of the horse's mouth. How big is your penis? Nobody asked that unless they want to be familiar with the ideation of a penis size. Okay? And that's just simple psychology. So, yeah, he's been married twice. Have you not heard of down low, guys? I mean, let's call it for what it is. Now, there have been so many guys that have tried to distract from his. They call it he misspoke. He didn't mean it like he said it. There are so many men that are desperate enough for guidance, right? Guidance as to what an image of their fathers would have been preferable. They placed it on him, and that's what I said this on another panel yesterday. I said, if I didn't know any better, I think they fell in love with him because he represents an image of what they wish. Well, never mind. I said too much. KRG, it's good to see you.
KRG, hey, sweetie.
Happy Mother's Day to everybody, all the mommies in the chat. Happy Mother's Day.
Happy Mommy's Day, mommy.
Happy Mother's Day.
I came over to say hey and and thank you for hosting a channel like that, Max, because I really am so sick and tired of people putting out this negative damn energy, and then when the shit comes back to bite them in the nuts, they get upset and they want to cry, and then these other guys, they want to fall all over the floor. Oh, you women are so mean, just celebrating his death. He put that out there for himself to reach. He did it. He did it. Getting with all these damn thoughts. Ain't that what he said? He's a high value man. Why he with this damn thought? Why you ain't married?
Mm-hmm.
No, woke up dead.
He was a horror.
Wait a minute, but though, was she a real woman? Because some people are saying that she wasn't a real woman.
Oh, well, maybe she was I don't know what she was.
Some people say she was a transformer.
Oh gosh. Well, either which way, we did see that dude in his bed on one of his streams. So like whatever. Maybe he went that way. He was Hollywood. He was trying to go Hollywood, but you know how they do in Hollywood.
KRG, he asked how big a man's penis was. That would seal the deal for me.
Wait a minute, what?
Yeah, he did. The guy was like, I beg your pardon?
What?
Yeah, he did.
Hell, why would he need to? Shit, I don't ask that. Goddamn. We find that out when we find it out. What? Why would you ask? So you're telling me Kevin Samuels, he's sitting at his desk and he actually asked a man what, like.
He said it just like this.
Does he have a big dick?
Yeah, he said it just like that. He was like, how big is your dick? And the guy was taken aback. He was like, what?
That's weird.
And he was like, how big is your dick? It was like, it's all right. And he's like, no. How big is? I mean, he was just being forceful. I was like, wow.
You want your cornbread?
I thought that
You
would have
gonna eat your cornbread?
that would have homed in to his followers. No,
No, they,
exclusive one.
them guy. I don't know what the hell is going on. No, I'm not happy he did. No, I don't think but you gotta realize, like everybody gotta realize, you put this damn negative, mean ass energy out, it's coming back to you in some way, shape, or form. You got a negative, mean heart, right? What happened? His heart started acting up. You can't be like that. That's why I'm always saying people need therapy. You can not engage in the foolishness. So you see me over on RBR's panel a lot of times. I refuse to be mean to people. I
Now,
say, well, you know,
now I
you
posed
know.
this. I posed this to some relatives out here in the real world,
Uh-huh.
and they said, "Well, the good die young." I said, "Wait a minute, wait a minute." Don't you use that old Negro spiritual talk with me. Like, but I didn't have the heart to show them, his clippings, because, they're a little elderly. So,
that's,
but
that's,
but I
he's
was
not
saying,
good.
they asked me, they said, "You still talking to those YouTube people?" And I said, "Yeah, as a matter of fact, one of the most prominent ones had passed away in a questionable manner because
Hmm.
he was he did a live stream the day prior, and then the next day he just passed on, and they said, well, the good die young. And I
No,
was like, wait a minute, you don't know the backstory. And I just didn't have the heart to tell these people, because they're elderly, like, what he was about.
can you imagine what Tommy was thinking the other day? Like, oh, I better change up my damn behavior. Somebody might get me, and I halfway feel like somebody done got him. Somebody done got him. He done got. But
Wait a minute, what you mean by that? Because I don't believe in that superstitious stuff.
if they said, didn't they say fentanyl might be involved?
Oh, he was a drug user. Okay, that's
I don't know
possible.
what
Well,
he
I
was,
heard
but
it was I
you
heard it
know,
was
uh huh.
I heard it was the little blue pill and a certain caffeinated drink that was in.
Oh, yeah, that would do it too. If you had a weak, not, well, I ain't gonna say weak heart, but if you had a heart that did a lot of fibrillarization, um, yeah, that would probably do it. Hmm.
Yeah, he just didn't know any better.
Just gotta not be nasty, pretty much.
Yeah. When I guess after his cancer, because he did announce this. This is not a rumor. He announced that he was in remission from cancer. He didn't say what type of cancer, but apparently he was in remission, and that was when he was in Oklahoma.
Uh
And
huh.
then he just decided that he's going to live his best life and embark upon Atlanta. And his next phase was to go live in New York. And New York is prime real estate. It costs a lot of money to live there. And if I didn't know any better, I think he was just, doing what he could to make sure he could afford to live fabulously in New York. And that's why he revved up the
Mm-hmm.
popular
Makes
opinion
it.
that, yeah, whatever was selling, that's what he was slanging. And his goal was to eventually live in New York.
Mm-hmm. Well, hoping the money earned go to his family. He has a daughter and
Whatever
stuff.
little bit of money he got.
Hmm. Yeah. But yeah. So we got people got on top of us. How dare y'all lie on this man and say these things? I said, what are you talking about? We talking about the things that came out of his mouth.
Kevin
How lying
Samuels
on him came
himself
out of
was
his mouth.
was lying. Kevin, I don't for half a minute believe that he believed all the damn shit he was saying.
And brother Max made a good point. Can we recall one positive thing he ever said about Black women? Just one positive thing he's ever said. And I dealt when he said that. I was thinking, I was like, wait a minute. And I can honestly say that he complimented a woman once, like looking good. You know, he told her she was looking good, and it was an avatar. You know, and that's pretty much it. Other than that,
Well, you forget
you
about
know,
that when he was fawning over Nicki Minaj.
but you see that he was pretty nice to Tasha K as well, but you know Tasha will dog walk you across this damn internet if you get froggy with her, and she don't even care anyway if you try. So, and Nikki, he thought, I don't even know how he thought that if he got with Nicki Minaj, his popularity would grow because she co-signed him. She would never, because she at one time or another was all these women that he be talking about, and me too. You know, at one time or another, I was one of those women he be talking about. But you know, people got to grow. People got to get older. People got to actualize themselves. People got to get some responsibility in their life. People got to grow, and that's why I don't like the damn people and be so mean to people, because you never know what point state these people are in, or what kind of traumas are holding them back. You know, I just that's just
I don't like that. I don't like how the campaign is going around that we should be ashamed that we're not mourning him. And it's like we're not obligated to mourn. You know, like some of us actually have an indifferent perspective. It's like, okay, this is what I observed, and that's all there is to it. You know, it's like for guys that are placing him on a pedestal, that's their own issue to, you know, to deal with. You know, it's like just because you placed him on a pedestal, don't obligate us or me or anybody else to think the way that you do. That's that crazy ass thinking that he was about. It's like, you know, he was known for just insisting that people should think the way he does. You know, it's that my way or the highway type of mentality that you know, makes a lot of people apprehensive. It's like, you know, that doesn't make sense. That my way or the highway, that doesn't make sense when it comes to positive family building relationships. And you know, they want to say that he promoted Black family because these are the guys that have placed him on pedestals. He believed in Black families. He wanted Black families to be together under certain conditions and all this. It's like, no. What he was promoting was my way or the highway. That's what he was promoting. And he was very discriminating in his production for the, you know, and it's, you know, it I don't know. It's like I try to put myself in the realm of understanding what is it that men really looked up to him about. And the only thing I can come up with is that he portrayed the image of a guy that survived a frustrated single mother. Since it's Mother's Day, I mean, I'm going to get it out there. You know, there are men that have experienced a lot of turmoil from single mothers that just were unreasonable, for lack of a better word. And I've even had a conversation with a man the other day where I apologized and told him I was wrong for talking to him as if I knew him. And because what he introduced to me was my tone of voice and how I conveyed, something in this Mela persona that I have on Black YouTube. It reminded him of the aggressions that he experienced with his mother, right? And of course I apologized, told him I was wrong for forgetting that I didn't know him, and I should have been more, how could I put this? I should have been more
Cute.
I should have had more of I should have had a better sense of hospitality to a stranger. That's because he was a stranger. He's not like how you all have come to know that I have my ups and downs, ins and outs, and you never know if I'm going to tell a joke or be serious or philosophical or whatever. He wasn't familiar with me. So when he experienced one aspect of my personality that was triggering for him, fortunately, he was able to articulate why it was triggering. And that humbled me so much that I explained where the origin of this, where I got that aggressive aspect from. I got it from the women in a group that were sexually violated. I couldn't relate to them, so I left the group. But, for a couple of months, I had to sit in a women's group of Persian gore, like gory stories is what I'm trying to say. But there were gory stories with these women that were war veterans, such as myself, about how they were sexually violated. And they were talking in a way that was beyond aggressive. It was hateful. They were talking in ways that are utilized as tactics by some women online today. And that's where I learned that from. That's where I learned to talk. When they say, end this and end that, and they put that hard emphasis on it that you'll never forget that they said, all those types of ways that makes a man step back and just consider you something else, right? I learned that in those groups, right? Because they were sexually violated, and they were angry. They were very angry women. So because I wasn't an angry woman, I could no longer participate in that group. Nonetheless, I learned how to defend myself against a man that would talk under my clothes, that would invite himself into my space of peace uninvitedly, just think that he's entitled in some type of way, as if I'm not a mother, a wife, a daughter, a aunt. It's like, they taught me how to stand my ground and defend myself. So when I came into the panel and he said, he was advocating how much he, quote unquote, idolizes Kevin Samuels, I immediately went to chastise him in an aggressive way. And the way I did it was very ferocious. And fortunately, he was able to articulate that it was triggering, what about it was triggering to him. And we came to a resolution. And, so I think I said all that to say this. Despite what Kevin Samuels represents, it doesn't have to be divisionary. Because a lot of people have asked, what happens now? Now that, who's going to take his place? And whatever happens from this point on, I have faith that at some point we're going to get it right. We just have to continue to communicate with a sense of understanding that we're not one another's enemy. We just don't understand where we're coming from. As far as Kevin goes, when you ask a man what his penis size is, we know where you're coming from. You know, it's like, you know, so I don't know how anybody can defend that. Like, he wasn't gay. He wasn't gay. He was found with a woman. It was like, no, like maybe he was bisexual, because you don't go around asking how large a man's penis is. You know, like a heterosexual man is not walking around doing, look, a heterosexual man is not going to be curious about another man's penis size just to consult relationship advice to them. And so, you know, that's the part that I don't understand, why these men are, you know, putting him on a pedestal and idolizing him and calling him a champion. It's almost as if they're in denial about the possibility, the great part of possibility, that he was bisexual. And are they cool with that? It's like, if you accept him, are you saying that it's cool to accept that your champion is bisexual? Is that cool? You know, and I mean that sincerely. I'm not trying to be funny. I would hope. I'm just asking. It's like, if you calling this man a champion and he's bisexual, is that what we have to look forward to? Discovering that there's some other bisexuals out there. You know? Like, you know, what's up with that? It's just disappointing how men pander to other men when they know that they're attracted to men. I find that very predatory. And that's my point. Fuck everything else I just said. I find it very predatory when a man who is attracted to men advises information as if he's a heterosexual man, solely heterosexual. Like, I find that predatory. It's like, don't be deceiving people. Say who you are, and then we'll work from there. You know, I think he was deceptive. It was his show was a production in order to finance his goal to move into New York. And by any means necessary, if it takes deceiving people, that's what he was going to do. And I never wished anything harmful for him. Never. I find that his family needs to be consoled because and I hope that you know, I just hope everything, you know, wherever he went, you know, in the afterlife, I hope that he's chilling and peaceful and cool. You know, I never wished harm on him. I've never wished harm on him. You know, not ever. He wore a good suit. He introduced people to colognes and all that good stuff. It was a good production for people that were into it. But for the most part, he was, you know, he was riding a wave of emotionally abusing Black women, and that's selling your soul. You know, it's selling your soul when you when you intentionally abuse your own people, be it emotionally or otherwise. And I'm not just saying for profit. I'm just saying period. You know, and we all have to account for that in some fashion. I know I haven't held my tongue when I was supposed to. You know, I've emotionally abused a couple of people, you know, because I thought they were as tough as I am, and that's not the case. And so there is irreversible harm that comes from what you hear, unless you're already, you know, gated for that. And a lot of people I have found are not gated for that type of those types of words, and yet it draws them in and draws them in and draws them. You know, it's like You tell people, don't listen to that crap. But for whatever reason, they keep going back and going back and going back, you know, and they don't realize that they're poisoning themselves, you know, and you know, they don't realize it. So what I don't know what I don't know what else to say other than that, you know, because I don't have long to stay on the panel with you all, and I just wanted to get that out, you know.
Okay. Well, that's good. Um,
Did I put y'all to sleep like I usually do?
no, no, I think that's my time. That's my job to tell the bedtime stories. Yeah, tell a bedtime story. But as I said, these people act like they've never been to a funeral. Yes, you have people big up in a person, whether they were good or bad, at a funeral, but you also hear them being dogged out, and you hear all the dirt come out and all the secrets come out. Shoots. That's part of the reason. That's why you find nosy people at the funeral. All the dirt comes out. I knew this since I was 2 years old. Although they try not to talk it in front of, a child and stuff like that. But hey, people sometimes forget children are there and you hear stuff. Yeah.
I just want to call somebody out in the chat. The hood conservative culture and politics. Like I'm here, I'm on the panel, click the link. What's good? You got all that shit to say in the chat. Like, what's up?
Yeah, and SJ, since you also have some strong opinions, feel free. The link is there, it's pinned to the top. Can't miss it because no matter how often you scroll down, it's still gonna be pinned there. So you feel free to disagree with the people you disagree with, or call them out like you think. Yeah, go ahead, hit the link, knock yourself out. Dun 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 dun.
I just peeked at the chat. They tripping. Oh my God. I rarely look at, I don't look, looking at the chat throws me off. I don't know how you all do it. I don't.
Okay, wait. Yeah, I agree with Sugar Bomb about the STDs. Not to mention, we are more vulnerable to it than men are. Hello.
Hey, hold on. Conservatives, you're not gonna make us cry on Mother's Day. Hit the link, hop on the chat, say what you gotta say, right? And let us debunk what you're saying. But hey, King City, you got the floor. King City.
Well, if you're not gonna say anything, mute up, drop down, cause I'm hearing all that watery background. It's like you
Yeah,
underwater, man.
probably. Yeah, mute him.
All right, go in and out, King City, and try again. In the meantime, we're gonna mute you. Oh yeah, STDs. Oh yeah, not to mention there's stupid men out there that think that once they got cleared up from an STD, that it's gone for good. They can never catch it again. Like they've been vaccinated against STDs.
You can't catch an STD twice, FYI.
I heard of something called H. pylori, right?
What is that?
It affects your digestive system, right? It's like little crazy things that affect people's digestive system. And what I have found is that they do a breath test to find out whether or not a person has it. And I said all that to say that, like, it's all types of, like, fluid exchange is, look, that's why I don't mess around. Like I don't mess around without anybody that has medical clearance, because there's all types of little pathogens from foods that people eat. Like people that eat the wrong foods, like men that are eating pork, and they just running around eating food off a truck, or they eating in the street is what I'm saying. Men that are eating in the street, women that are eating in the street, and it's like, oh, my stomach hurt. My stomach. It's like, okay, those are pathogens. You're not supposed to be in pain or gassy or bloating after you eat. Those are the result of pathogens, because your stomach acids couldn't probably, properly digest that stuff. And it's just like, so a man thinks he's getting an innocent, well, not innocent, but a man thinks he's getting some oral pleasure, right? And so I didn't mean innocent, but a man thinks he's getting some oral pleasure, or a woman thinks she's getting some oral pleasure. What's not being considered is that there are pathogens, in the mouth that can transmit to those private areas. And so like a man that thinks that, oh, it's not a big deal that I'm cheating, or a woman thinks, oh, it's not a big deal that I'm cheating. Yeah, it's a pretty big deal when you're exchanging fluids with a stranger. That's a big deal. And I want people to take, being faithful serious. It's not just a matter of, let me see what I can get away with. You could be playing Russian roulette with your health.
I agree. And women are more susceptible to getting UTIs, getting infections, getting all of that. You sleep with somebody, your whole pH balance be thrown off. A lot of that, play effect. That's why when I said yesterday, I was like,
and think of
I don't let a lot of people go down on me. Sometimes I'd rather you not, because you just never know. Like,
Yeah. Look what happened to that Instagram model. The guy she went down on her, and he had been eating peanuts, and she's allergic to peanuts, and she had the pain.
That's deep. That's deep.
Oh God, that sounds horrible. Did it swell up?
And she was allergic. I guess it did. I guess.
Yeah.
And she was in pain, and she had the chills and all kind of other stuff. I was like, okay, so hood conservatives up.
So yes, hood conservative. What did you want to say
about the
You
topic?
For one, I came up because Miss Charlene been flirting with me on like 2 different panels now, so I had to come. And 2, you keep calling me out my name. It's one word, hood conservative. It's just one word. I'm just one guy.
I seen that. I messed up on that. But go ahead.
Yeah, y'all sound so evil though. Like this is what people don't not really seeing here. Like, could you imagine if men was really dunking all women every time something went left? Y'all would hate us. And so just imagine how we looking at y'all right now. Because
Dude,
this man never did nothing to anybody. He never did nothing to hurt any woman. He has never had like outside of his ex-wives, you really can't say that he is out there like damaging any woman. What he's doing, it might not like the sound of it, but he's got way more female testimonials than anybody I know.
So you're saying that his words shouldn't be taken seriously?
No, I'm saying your feelings shouldn't be taken seriously. His words are legit. Your feelings are what's fucked up.
All right. So the interpretation of his words is the problem?
No. Your feelings are what's the problem. If you were honestly interpreting his words, you wouldn't be feeling this way. So you feel this way because you've been lying to yourselves.
All right, check this out, right? I'm not sure if I've ever met you before. What I will tell you is that I know better than to feel, I think. And I think that he was emotionally abusive. That's what I think. I don't feel. I feel with my fingers.
Based on what evidence though? Based on what evidence? Like point out, like see to make an argument like that, he's got tons of video footage. You could easily pull up a clip and look at him emotionally abusing this woman. Let's do that.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? What had he said? Let's ponder. He said that women are only good for birthing children. And any
I know
animal,
for a fact he never said that.
And any animal can shit out a baby.
You are misquoting and emotionally misphrasing a biological reality. You are not special because you're a mother. And I refuse to act like you're special because you shitted out a baby. You don't act like I'm special because I can skeet in a woman. If I get a woman pregnant, does that make me special?
And there it is.
Hold on. Does it make me special because I can get a woman pregnant? Does that make me inherently special? Do I have inherent value because my skeet can get you pregnant?
Check this out, right?
Do I or not? Yes or no? Yes or no? Do I have? Does it make me special because I can get you pregnant? Yes or no?
Check this out.
Head conservative. This.
Whoa! What's going on?
All right. I got rid of him. Okay. Let me tell you guys something, right?
I was gonna explain something. Go ahead.
Hold on one second. Let me make sure he doesn't come back up here. Okay. Give me 1 second.
You got no, Max. I asked him to come.
Hold on 1 second. Let me finish. Hold on 1 second, Charlene. Let me tell you guys something, right? Hold on, Charlene, please. Let me tell you guys something, right? I'm up here. You're not gonna come up here and talk crazy about black women because you got a problem with Kevin Samuels. Not on this show. You're not going to come up here and say disgusting and disparaging things about black women because you have a fragile ego, a fragile persona, a fragile personality. That's not black women's fault. That's you and your daddy's fault. Okay? Now you got something to say? Did Kevin Samuels teach you something? We want to hear that. But you're not gonna come up here and tee off on black women with your little gay arguments. All you filibustering dudes, I'm not dealing with it today. All you overly emotional dudes, I'm not dealing with it today. All you little girl fight dudes who want to scratch a woman's eyes out, I'm not dealing with that today. It's not happening over here today. Now, you can leave if you don't like it, but it's not happening today, all right? You got to be a man to be on this panel. Don't come up here with no emotional shit. Don't come up here crying. Don't come up here wanting to attack women and want to have a sissy girl fight. It ain't going down up here. Now, you want to come up here and tell us what Kevin Samuels taught you? That's what we would like to have a conversation with you about. But if you're too emotional to have that conversation, then don't bother coming up here.
Yeah.
All right, ladies.
What Kevin Samuels taught him was that women aren't special just because they crap a baby out. That's what Samuels taught him.
And I just want to say that he goes against everything he says because he says that he doesn't care about your
job. As a matter of fact, Dame, I'm sorry, Dame. Get him out of here. Get her conservative at. Block him from this chat. I don't want him in here no more.
Okay.
Somebody with a wrench, get him out of here.
Oh yeah, NT got him. Him and
yeah.
Okay, so I feel like Kevin Samuels, he goes against what he be saying. So when he said that any woman can have babies, right? It's like you already told us that you don't care about a woman of how she has a job or basically, how old she is or if she's healthy. You just care about her age and if she's fertile. So obviously you do care if she can have babies because that's what you deem as number one. That's what you tell these men. She has to be young and fertile and be able
Exactly.
to have kids. And then you go and switch the narrative and say any woman can shit out some puppies. Like what? So I felt like that was
Did
problematic.
you hear that clown said? That clown said we
Yeah,
took it out of context.
I thought that was one of the most disrespectful. I said that yesterday, and when I heard it, that was one of the most disrespectful and nasty things
Mm-hmm.
a man can even say to a woman. I've never heard a man say some shit like that to a woman. Not no straight man. Hell, I can understand a gay guy, but I never heard a straight. If I was mad at a woman for years, I would never say nothing like that. That wouldn't even cross my mind. I
Yeah,
mean, that's one of the most nasty, ugly things I ever heard a man say to a woman.
Mm-hmm.
that's sad. And what if a woman can't have kids? Like,
Yeah. Not only that, like I said, it's all this rap music that these creatures are listening to. I remember Jodeci said "Forever My Lady," right?
Uh-huh.
So you're having my baby. It means so much to me. There's nothing more precious than to raise a family. And, it's like those types of inferences are lost because they've been replaced with all this hate each other rap music, you know, violent, violent lyrics too. I didn't realize that the lyrics have become increasingly violent because I don't usually listen to that stuff. But I've been introduced to the fact that I think they call it mumble rap or something. And if you can decipher their mumbling, they're saying very hateful, violent things that should be done against one
Okay,
another.
all right, ladies, I got to drop down for a minute. Okay, so before I go,
Okay,
I'll be
thank you,
back though.
Max, for
But
handling that
before I go though,
business.
right before I go, I will be watching in the chat, y'all. Just because I got to do something don't mean I'm leaving. And fellas, please come up here, stay with the topic if you're gonna come up here. We want to hear what Kevin Samuels has taught you. That's the topic. Don't come up here picking no fight with no black women. Okay? That's not what the topic is about. Come up here and tell us. We want to have a conversation, a sincere conversation about what you learned from Kevin Samuels. What did he teach you? We're curious. We just want to have a conversation. All right? All right, I'll be back in a little bit, ladies. All right.
Okay.
All right, be safe. Yeah, did he teach you how to tie a tie? Did he? I mean, really? Like, did he teach you stock options? Did he teach you property value assessments? Did he teach you how to spot a leak in your ceiling? Like, I mean, what? I remember he taught. He instructed somebody back in his show your work days about cleaning your bathroom, but that's pretty much it. As far as, like, he didn't really instruct men how to take care of themselves while they're looking to find their queen, right? He just didn't do that. He was basically emphasizing what is opportunistic to focus on. And I was just wondering if men found that attractive. Apparently they did, because they consider him their champion. He's my champ. I heard someone say that. He's my champion. I was like, whoa. And then I asked him about the Barack Obama. I was like, okay, if he's your champion, who is Barack Obama to you? Oh, Barack ain't nothing. I was like, I was like, Barack, as the president of the United States of America, was the leader of the free world. And he could be somebody you could pass by at a gas station. That's how black he looked. Because his defense was, well, Barack was an ADOS. Okay, I kind of get that. It doesn't negate the fact that he married Michelle. Okay, he married a black woman. Okay, so there's a value in black women that even a leader of the world can spot. Okay, and you know, that's something that should be championed. That a man that put so much effort into being in charge of the world by being president of the United States of America chose a black woman as his wife and have children with and make it look good and easy, make it look like anybody could do it. That's a champion. Now, you know, everybody wants to say he's not ADOS. I get that. He still married a black woman. So what that tells me is that black women are actually exceptional. And y'all just gaslighting us into thinking that we are least desired. That's not true. Because a man who is the leader of the free world, dare I say the entire globe, adored by everybody on the planet, and respected by everybody on the planet. He chose a black woman. So you can't tell me that we aren't desired. You're gaslighting us. Try again. You know, it's just sickening how they just try to make it seem like we're least desired. And no, we're actually most desired. That's why everybody gives us a hard time.
Yep, the most desired by both sex, because black women wouldn't be trying so hard to be like us. But yeah.
That's
But
right.
like I
That's
said,
right.
that comes under that he's gone now, because I remember after the Nicki Minaj thing, some of them same guys that's big up and ready to fight and beat somebody down for saying something bad about him were the ones that were dragging him.
Yeah, they said he was soft on her. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
y'all
he
need
was
to make up
he was looking for a money maker. You know, it was all a production. You know, it was all a production. He wore his uniform every day to conduct his broadcast production. That's what he did. And he did it in the effort to achieve the goal of eventually living fabulous in New York. It was a production, you know? And guys have gone so far as to be mesmerized enough to consider him their champion.
Well, all little boys look up to their father. They don't see the wrong until they well, even then, even when they hate them, they love them. You know.
Did you all ever notice that he never said anything about, if I had a son, this is how I would raise my son? He never. If I didn't know any better, it would appear that he didn't like children, right?
No, and I think that's what he's promoting to other men, not to like children, not to like children, not to want children, to see children as burdens, to see children as, you know, these long list of responsibilities that you don't get nothing in return for. That's what they like deem children as. I don't know why, when children are truly blessings in this world.
Mm-hmm. And in a weird way, they also insulting themselves. Because okay, you were at one point children, y'all blaming y'all moms for being single mom and raising y'all, and yet y'all hating and y'all creating the very situation that y'all went through.
Yeah, because then you're condemning single moms. You talk down about them. And you talk down about dating women with children. Nobody is saying that you have to. But my thing is like, don't talk down about them. Like, if that's not your preference, then that's not your preference.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's forcing and begging you to go date them. But my thing is, don't.
That's right.
Yeah, don't do that. Like it doesn't sound right. Don't call children burdens. Don't make it seem like it's a whole problem dealing with a child. Some men don't mind that. Some men think of children as, a great responsibility, somebody, who I could teach, someone who can rely on me. Some guys out there and some men out there, they okay with kids. Some of them are
Hmm.
even better. They're more happy that you have kids.
Hmm.
So I
And
mean,
listen, right? Let me say this real quick. Hey, Trader Nerd, God amongst men, and the rest of you dudes, stop penalizing me for not being like y'all. Okay, I didn't grow up in an environment where the men didn't give a shit about the women. That's not the kind of environment I was raised in. Now, maybe you guys have been raised in that kind of environment where you don't give a shit about women, you don't care about girls, you don't like your own sister, you hate your own skin, you hate your own mama. That's the environment you grew up in. I did not grow up in such an environment. The environment I grew up in, I loved my mother, I loved my sisters. Okay, I love black women. I didn't have a problem with black women. We grew up in black love. Just then, we loved our women and still do. So don't jump on me for not being like you. I didn't grow up in your environment. I'm not responsible for you hating black women. And don't get mad at me and don't be jealous of me and hate me because I love them and for some reason your broken ass can't. That's not my fault. I'm sick of you guys calling guys simps simply because they have respect. Y'all don't even respect your own mothers. We simps, we some kind of derogatory name simply because we have respect. And gentlemen do have respect. Grown men do have respect. The problem with a lot of you guys is that you're immature, you never grew up. You're in here right now acting like a juvenile, name calling and shit like that, like you in a what? The seventh grade, eighth grade. That's what's wrong with many of you right now, is that you're very, very immature. Y'all need to grow up. Start treating women with some respect like grown men do. And stop trying to penalize men for being men. And stop focusing on being a woman. Focus on being a man for once in your life.
okay, I want to say something to Random Black, right? And he says that they are burdened. That's why moms need money to take care of them. So I don't understand. Like, take yourself and put yourself in the shoes of a 5 and a 6-year-old, right? A 5 and a 6-year-old wants to play. They want to have love from their moms. They want to go outside and do things because they're in the kids' vibration. They're happy. They have smiles on their face. Like, these kids are, we sometimes we wish we could be like those kids. These kids are so happy, and all they're asking for is for somebody to love and take care of them.
And
And
did you know?
we as adults argue and say that they are burdens. I'm not saying us, but like men, adults call these kids burdens.
Well, a man wouldn't do that.
Right,
A man wouldn't call a child a burden.
right. And it's
I
not
think
just about them being cute. What's really impactful to recognize is that they have a consciousness at the 5 to 7 year old age to where they know that you're all they have. They are aware of that. And when you disappoint them, it becomes transactionally well, it becomes impactful when you disappoint them because you're distracted by the pressures of life. Cherish your children. They are not a burden. And men, when you not run across, but when you encounter a woman that you're smitten by, she's just too fine to resist. Don't judge her because she has children. Don't consider that a burden and all those negative connotations. Those children actually have consciousness. And when you're kind and when you're kind with your instruction and your attentiveness in a decent and healthy way, they will never forget that. And they will consider you someone to look after when you can't look after yourself. And
the thing about it is, I want to know why they think that this approach is good between black men and black women. This approach of you attacking black women, you're trying to put black women on some kind of low level in life. As a black man, why would you want your woman to be in that state of mind? Why would you want to put her down like that? I could never do that to my wife. I could never do that to any of my sisters.
Well, they're cowards. I mean, let's keep it real. They're cowards. They're too afraid to be men.
Yeah, but as a man, though, I want my wife and my children and my daughters and my children to be on the highest level. Why would you try to put them beneath you, man? Why would you do that?
They're afraid to be men.
I don't know any real G's who are like that. I only see these gay dudes behave like that. Every real G I know want the best for his wife, his children, the very best. At the highest level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I found,
dudes, man.
Yeah, I found that whenever a man compares his plight to a woman's,
you guys are whack, man. Yeah, hold on one second. You guys are whack, man. Your generation is filled with trolls and weird dudes and dweebs and dudes that's confused with their sexuality. You don't know how to dress. Y'all sartorial expression is stupid at best. 40-year-olds walking around here dressing like teenage gangbangers. You aren't serious about nothing. You online picking fights with girls, having little gay arguments back and forth with girls, like you're gonna scratch their eyes out. Your image is weak. You niggas ain't strong no more. Y'all weak as fuck. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Yeah, good speech.
We have God Among Men. He's on the panel. Did you want to say something?
Oh yeah. Happy Mother's Day to y'all ladies, everybody in the chat. Happy holiday. Y'all doing all right today?
Thank you. You're kind of low.
Thank you.
A little bit.
I'm sorry. It might be my microphone. But yeah, I just wanted to
Are you on Bluetooth? Are you on Bluetooth?
Yeah, it might be on.
Yeah, Bluetooth usually has a low audio on a panel.
Can you guys hear me now?
No, you're still low.
Okay, I should be.
There it is. You're sharp and clear.
Now we can hear you.
Okay, I appreciate you guys. I kind of ran it yesterday when I came in listening to you guys, but I really appreciate you guys' platform starting from where you at. But with the Kevin Samuel stuff, and just to stay on topic, the question was, what did we learn from Kevin? What I learned specifically from Kevin was how divided the black community is, because nobody can tell us anything. The women can't tell other women anything. The men can't tell other men anything without the criticism. We tear each other down at the first opportunity. They did it with the Fix My Life lady when she was telling the women and telling the women how they needed to act as mothers and as women and as daughters, and they tore her down based on her appearance, just on her appearance alone, just what she was wearing and what color nail polish she had on. And can't nobody tell us nothing. And because we turn them down with how they dress and how they wear. Some of the stuff that Kevin Samuels was saying, I don't agree with everything, but you got radicalism everywhere. There's always going to be radicalism. There's always going to be somebody that takes your message and contorts it in a way that it's not supposed to go, that you didn't intend it. But some of the stuff that Kevin said, I heard from Black women specifically. I heard it with my own ears because I was raised by Black women. I was raised by strong Black women, but they also had their own issues, and the men were absent. So in some situations, not all, but a lot of our situations in the Black community, Black men failed and Black women failed. We failed teaching the kids coming up behind us. Some of us didn't get strong work ethic. I got strong work ethic, but I didn't learn to sympathize because my mama had no sympathy for us. She was not an affectionate mom. So you women who are affectionate mothers may give a ton of affection, but may lack giving them discipline. And there's a fine balance, there's a fine line, but there's also no textbook to being a parent. But when you talk about Kevin in the way where, yeah, some of the stuff was abrasive, and yeah, some of the stuff, like I said, I don't agree with everything. But what I ultimately learned was that we're divided. And but these platforms are a way for for you guys to network, and for Black people across social media, across YouTube, for you guys to network with other people who are like-minded, and then you can grow outside of YouTube and you could do other things. But I learned that from Kevin. And so it's not just talking down on Black women and beating down on Black mothers. And as a son of a Black mother, she had no daughters, she only had sons, and she told us not to be with women that had kids. My grandmother told us, why is you messing with that girl and she got 2 kids for? You don't. Or when I had my son, but I wanted to bring my stepsons, we weren't married, but it was my girlfriend's sons, and I wanted to bring them too. And my grandma said, no, you bring your seed, not somebody else's seed. But what kind of man would I be if I split them up, if I went and picked up my son, but I didn't want to take the other 2 boys? You can't go. When I was with her before we had a son.
I'm listening, y'all. Give me a few minutes. I'll be right back, but I'm still listening.
And so, I don't mean to rant or anything, but there's a dilemma with Black people. There's a issue, and we're so quick to jump in and chop each other down and cut each other down, and you gay, and maybe this or maybe that, or you a single mama, so we throw each other away.
Nah, God amongst men. I don't mean to cut you off, but I think I disagree with that. I think we have to go to battle, my brother. We have to.
With each other. We have to go to battle with each other.
Yes, because some of us have become no good to each other. Some of us have gotten to the point where they decided to turn on us. So
that's not all. So that's not all.
No, I'm not saying no. I'm talking about the ones that are doing it. You know what I'm saying? They need to be repelled. We can't continue. Listen, we're already hurting as Black people. We can't continue to let these people hurt us in deep like that. Guys who are knee deep into the Black society, and then all of a sudden turn around and just start cutting us from the inside out. We can't continue to let that happen.
Right.
We got to start pushing back.
And what about the women that do it to other women and to men also? What about them? You shun them too? So you shun 3/4 of an entire community of people to save a handful? The information.
How do you get rid of cancer?
The cancer is a disease. It's a bug. It's not information.
Exactly. Well, do you worry about how much you got to take out to get rid of it, or do you worry about getting rid of it?
What are you striving for? Perfection? You're striving for perfect people?
Not perfection. Not perfection. We're looking for a different mentality. We're looking to reestablish a different mentality.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And what
We're
is
not
that?
gonna we're not gonna continue to allow people to hurt us from the inside out like that. It's
Mhm.
bad enough we already got the dominant society against us, and they got the cards stacked. We'll never have a chance if we continue to let guys like Kevin Samuels and Red Pill Supreme and all these guys hurt us from within. How are we ever going to reconcile anything with our women?
Mhm.
Now, a lot of y'all have grievances with black women, right? But how can we even come together and have any kind of conversation when this shit is continuing to go on?
Mhm.
We can't even come to the table and talk about nothing because they're under fire all the damn time. We can't
But
even get them to come to the table
won't.
and say, okay, hey, listen, black women, this is what's going on. We're tired of it. Let's talk about it. We can't even get them to do anything because they're under fire all the time.
Right, but when you had Monique come out and say, "My beautiful black sisters, dress appropriately when you out," and they threw stones at her for that, for even saying anything. What then?
Well, when you have, right, I understand that, right? But you have to understand the environments that these women grow up in. There's no black male leadership in none of these environments. A lot of these environments are corrupted. A lot of these women come out of those corrupted environments.
So then,
There's no law.
the people in those environments are corrupted, you just throw them away because they come from corrupted environments?
It depends. If they're savable, then no. But if they can't be saved, then we got to get them away from us. We can't let them continue to infect us. It's like having garbage in your house, right? You got more than one garbage can, but there's one garbage can filled with garbage that's smelling up your whole house. You got to get rid of it. You don't need to get rid of all of the garbage cans, but you got to get rid of that one, or at least empty it or something.
All right, can I say
Great analogy.
Can I say something to God among men? So I noticed when you come up here, you share your stories, right? And I just wanted to point out to Lucy in the chat. Lucy says, "Stop deflecting to women," and I just because the stories you brought up and you talked about the kids and getting them together, and you listening to your mom. A part of me is thinking like, do you listen to yourself? Do you listen to your inner voice that tell you you should get those boys together?
Well, I mean, I would take my boys. I would just take them anyway. I'm just saying.
Okay, so I would say
I'm gonna make my own decision. I'm gonna make my own decision. But if a woman is telling you not to do certain things, if I got a dark-skinned woman telling me not to trust dark-skinned women, there's a problem with her specifically. I understand. I understand that.
Okay, that's good. That's all that we need.
No. Yeah, but see, that's where we get. That's why this conversation is important, because we get lost in communication. Now, maybe some other black men don't understand that, but there are black men who do understand. Oh man, I come from a broken place. Now, maybe Black Knight, and I'm not trying to be funny, but maybe you came from a utopia of black men catered to black women, and those black women catered to black men. But a lot of us, the rest of us, a lot of us came from broken places, and we had to piece ourselves back together. And now, and your my football coaches, my basketball coaches, the people I served under in the military, I'm around men constantly who bits and pieces. No, man, you need more discipline. No, man, you need more work. No, man, the people that came before us worked harder than we did. And they didn't get all of this. They didn't go get the trips to Miami and the trips to Mexico. They busted their ass. A lot of it. And then we want to floss and ball and not do the work and not make any sacrifices. But not just the men, the women don't either. We got a whole culture of social media and that's what Kevin Samuels' show was. The women weren't calling in saying that they just wanted to find somebody and fall in love and live a happy life. They didn't care how much money they made. When 90% of the men that I talk to and that I work around just work 9 to 5s and work.
I don't know any men. I don't know any men that even talk like that, bro.
That talk
I don't
like
even know what y'all talking about.
No.
Hold on,
that talk the way he talk. What?
The women that called the show?
No, I don't even know anybody. I think some of them those shows were staged.
That could be true, but
I ain't never heard no black woman talk about she want a 6-figure deal. I never heard no shit like that. And I'm 55 years old.
right.
Yeah.
And I've been
either.
around a
Me
lot
either.
of black. I love black. I stay around black women. I ain't never heard no shit like. I heard a black woman say, "Well, she want a man that's striving, 35, 40,000 and stuff." I ain't never heard no black woman talking about, "Oh, I want me a 6-figure dude. He got to be." I ain't never heard no shit like that.
Never. Me, I'm right along with you. Never heard that.
Man. So I'm thinking some of them shows were staged. I think he paid those women to say provocative shit so he can have a certain narrative
So
to
if it's
put
so,
out. Some more shock jock type shit.
if it's so many women that's willing and able to be in relationships with men according to you, and there's men out here, black men specifically, that are working, that are single, that are eligible, that aren't gay, got strong work ethic. Because I know y'all know some. I know y'all know some that are truck drivers, that work in warehouse, that work in management, that
Diesel mechanics.
that exactly that work in construction, all of it. And where's the disconnect? Because there is
The disconnect is that the man is out there not pursuing. The man is supposed to pursue the woman, brother.
Exactly.
Women don't go out here. Women, this is not a fox hunt. Women don't pursue men. That's not the natural order of things. Women are hypergamous. They choose the best man. The man is the one that pursues the woman and must present himself to the woman. That is the natural order of things. That is the way real men understand how things go.
right.
That's why I always said, brother, marriage isn't for weak men. Only strong men should get married.
Right.
That's why a lot of you guys are falling by the wayside and you're absentee fathers because you're too weak to sustain a family and you're not fit to be a father. Nor are you fit to be a husband. You're too weak. You're weak in the mind. You're weak in the heart. You're physically weak.
And
Many
while
of you, man, when I listen to you guys talk, I'm gonna be honest with you. I come from a hard motherfucking time, bro. When I grew up, we shot fair ones in the street. I ran with hard hit niggas that will knock you the fuck out and break your ribs with shots. You know how hard you got to hit to break somebody's ribs? I ran with real Negroes. A lot of you dudes sound to me like you can't take a punch. Y'all sound weak.
you like to use y'all.
Hey, I'm talking about this generation.
Right. But that
This
generation,
generation of millennials and y'all sound weak. And then y'all effeminate. Y'all wearing women's apparel.
but
Y'all wearing all these, but y'all don't even do nothing to even try to remotely make yourselves look masculine.
Okay, but listen, there's no solution oriented in this conversation, and in any of the
Sure it is.
There's got to be solution.
I can give you a bunch of solutions right now.
When you keep saying y'all weak, y'all trash, y'all black men have heard that their whole lives. That your daddy.
No, they haven't.
That you didn't. You didn't. You can speak for you. You can't speak for the other thousands and millions.
I'm not the only black man that hasn't heard that.
Right. I know you're not. But there's a multitude.
Black women wasn't talking about that when I was growing up.
Right. But they have been for the last 50.
I didn't hear black women running around here talking about black men ain't shit and we don't want to have their babies.
No.
I ain't never heard no shit like that.
Oh, but I've heard those. I've heard the ones that said
I never heard nothing like that. I'm starting to hear that now.
From men.
I grew up in black love. We loved our women. Our women didn't hate us. See, we loved our women. Y'all women in y'all generation, y'all women hate y'all.
And why is that? Who did they get that from?
Because y'all suckers, man. Y'all weak.
Okay. And where was those fathers at? Where was they at to teach those?
Ask those fathers.
Huh?
Ask those fathers. Don't blame it on the mother.
So so when we keep talking past tense, the only way to turn that around is to create another group of strong black men.
No. The way to turn it around is to start. You can start right now, turn it around. Start protecting your women. Start being responsible. Start taking care of your seeds.
Yeah, and you also got to tell the
those three things you can do right now.
When the last time you saw a black man that was failing and you
I
told
don't
him
know about the last time. I'm telling you what can happen this time.
No, but I'm
giving you three things you can do right now to start turning this thing.
I do it every day.
I'm talking in general. Ain't nobody talking about you. I don't even know you personally. We're having a conversation. If it's getting too hot for you, let me know.
I'm fine, brother. I enjoy y'all.
All right, okay, brother. Okay, brother. Then keep your bearings together. You talking to a man. Okay, so I gave you three solutions that you can start right now. I'm talking about black men in general, not you. Okay? We can start this right now. You can start turning this thing about right now. Start protecting your women. Start taking care of your seeds. Okay? That's two things you can do right now. Take care of your women, protect your women, and start taking care of your children. Those are two biggest things you can do right now. And sustain resources, employment, businesses. Those are three things you can do right now to start turning this thing around. We ain't got to create no new nothing. Y'all can change this thing right now. Start changing this thing right now. Start protecting your women. Start taking care of your children, and start getting your resources together. Whether it be jobs or long-term employment.
It's that simple. But sometimes the simplest things in life, they just too hard for some people. And I don't have an answer as to why. I mean, now I had a situation, stepson, right?
Sound like an excuse to me.
No, hold on. Can I finish, brother? Now I don't do the step thing.
It sound like an excuse.
No, can I finish? Now I don't do the step thing, right? My children are my children. I don't do the step thing, right? So, in this particular situation, the relationship between the mother and I, it ended, but I was going to be there for my son, right? She was so in her emotions that she kept the boy away from me, right? Now, she always knew where I've been. So now it's 25 years later. I get hit up on Facebook. We need to talk, blah, blah, blah. I'll call her up. She tells me what the deal is. I'm like, okay, give me his phone number. First I text. I'm like, this is Leonard, your pops. I'm about to call you. So I called him up and he gave me his spiel of how he felt. And I was like, okay. And I mean, he was very angry. And I said, okay. I said, look, son, before we go any further, what you're going to have to do is talk to your mother. I didn't abandon you. Okay. I know it's been 25 years since you've seen me. Your mother always knew where I was at. She was upset because I was getting married to someone else. I never abandoned you. You need to talk to your mom. So he talked to her. She fessed up on the deal. Then she called me. And I never realized. I'm like, you seriously hurt him.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. Who am I speaking with?
You're speaking with Leonard. Now.
Okay, well, check this out. What does that has to do with the topic?
What that has to do with the topic is manhood.
Right, you tell us about some personal stuff that you went through with a woman and she felt one way and you felt the other way. What does that got to do with the topic?
What it's got to do with is the child that felt left behind. He's a man, a young man that felt left behind. See? Now what happened?
Wait a minute. A child felt left behind.
Yes, he felt abandoned.
I don't understand what you mean.
Okay, well, try. I'm not trying to be flip on you. Just listen.
I am listening, brother. I'm not following what you're saying.
You can't be. Okay, I think everyone on the panel understands that.
Well, I don't. I'm not concerned with what everybody else on the panel. I'm understanding.
Okay.
I'm telling you, I don't understand
doing more talking than listening. You're doing more talking than listening.
I am listening, and I'm telling you,
no,
I
you're
don't
not.
understand you.
You can't listen and talk to me at the same time. Nor can I you.
Do. I am listening to you, and I'm telling you, I don't understand you.
And I'm about to try to explain it to you. But if you keep talking, you're not going to be able to understand what I'm saying.
Okay.
Now, everyone else that heard me understands. I was involved with a woman.
I'm not concerned with that, but I don't understand.
Oh, see, there you go. Well, I might as well not even tell the story. You just run the whole panel yourself since you don't want to listen to nobody. You Mr. Know-it-all, high mighty man. Whoop, 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 whoop. You do realize I'm older than you, right? With life experience is life's greatest teacher. Let's just put that out there right now. So if you are so much more wise than I am, why do you have a problem listening? And why do you have a problem listening,
brother?
You're talking. You can't talk and listen at the same time. We can sing together,
yes, you can.
But we can't. I know we can sing together. See, that shows your mentality.
No,
You're
I
not
said
even
you can talk and listen at the same time.
No, you can't talk and listen at the same time.
Yes, you can. Speak for yourself.
Well, that's the reason you're the only person on this panel that is lost with what I was saying.
You keep talking about the only person, but brother, I'm talking to you, not the panel.
I know. Nobody was saying nothing.
Everybody about what the panel is doing.
The panel was listening to me just the same as I was listening to you, giving you that respect.
You're talking to
giving
me.
you the respect of not saying anything. Giving you the respect of listening to you and not interrupting you. You can't do the same.
I'm not gonna.
You can't.
Look, man, I'm not gonna do this shit.
You can't.
Okay.
Can I?
I'm tired of getting into these childish ass arguments with grown ass men.
It's not a childish argument. You are being rude.
It is a childish argument, brother.
Interrupting me.
I was very frank with you. I was very frank with you, right?
Yeah, you're being rude
I'm
and you're
listening to you.
me.
No, you're filibustering me.
I'm not filibustering you.
Yes, you are.
Said if you would listen to me,
you would understand. I was listening to you. What you did
I
not
didn't get
hear
5
was
minutes
the
in
fact
the
that
panel, but you've been doggone telling a whole novel.
I don't care about how long you've been up here.
Can I interject?
That ain't got nothing to do with nothing.
Yes, sister. I'm listening.
No. Stay out of this, please.
Okay.
Please stay out of this. This is between me and him.
Is it your panel?
You've been up here on the panel. Yes.
Is it your panel?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
well,
it's
goodbye.
my show. Peace. Thank you. You saved me the trouble of kicking him off.
Well,
Sick of this shit, man. Guys can't come up here and express themselves. I'm telling him, I'm listening to him and don't understand him.
Yeah, he was trying to explain that his personal situation and how it pertains to what we was talking about.
Yeah, but it didn't pertain to that. That's why I was confused, because he threw me off. I'm like, okay, how does this pertain to the topic? Because you got me off here. You telling me about some relationship you with a woman and how she felt and how you felt and all that. Okay, what does that got to do with Kevin Samuels?
He has long-winded stories. So.
Because and to be honest with you, Black Knight, and I don't want to, I'm trying to be careful not to disrespect you on your platform, because this is your platform, and I appreciate you guys. It comes across to the black men who come in and speak like you minimize issues with black men and their issues, anything related to black men. We all weak, we all soft, we all trash from your perspective. But all the women,
not all of us, not all of us. I respect.
But what about the black boys? What about the broken boys?
Listen,
what about the broken women? What about the women who are broken? You said, oh, if you broken, you weak, you trash, throw them out. If you broke, weak, and trash, throw them out. But you supposed to come out the womb strong, ready to go.
I think he dropped off. He should be back.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, but our panel is to bring everybody together, and we're just highlighting, the hypocrisy and the craziness within the spaces and in today's life.
Yeah, and I mean the Black YouTube is important because these conversations are important to have, and we just honestly, we all Black people. Nobody's perfect. We're not a monolith. Everybody you gotta have the tough conversations, and some people need it sugar coated, told to them. And some of the people who don't like it sugar coated gonna get mad and like, nah, we gotta tell them how it is. We gotta keep it real. You out here hoeing, you gotta stop having hot girl summer and stop hoeing. Or we gotta keep it real. You dusty and you need to get your lazy ass up and get off the PlayStation and go get a job and take your ass to work so you can provide. But some people want it sugar coated and don't want to be talked to like that. And that's what a lot of Kevin Samuels and a few other platforms like that. I don't want to name drop, but
I don't. But see, here's my deal, right? I don't blame Black women for anything. And the reason why I don't do that is because the man is the leader in society, in Black society. The women follow his leadership. If your leadership is poor, then the people who are following you are going to fall by the wayside and they're going to become corrupted. And that's your fault.
Right. But for 1 or 2 generations, Black men were absent. And that was their fault. My fathers failed. My uncles failed. They failed. They were absent. And now men are trying to step back in the frame. Some of them are trying to step back in the frame, but women were in control and they don't want to let it go. Whether if they pay bills and it's their house, or if they don't pay bills, or whatever the perception of a man is.
Right,
they don't want to let go.
Right, but you don't sit up here and launch some kind of hate campaign against them and think that that's going to get you the community back or get you reestablished as the leader in the community. That's not going to work.
Right, but it takes brothers like you to pass that message on without beating them down. Or if you need to beat them down, yeah, you know what type of brothers you're talking to when you're talking to them. And some brothers need to beat down to be told. They need to be checked. And other brothers you can just drop a seed and go, nah, bro, that ain't how you do that.
I'm not coddling no dude, bro. I'm strong, bro.
I understand that.
I'm saying I'm not. If you're not, you say man's essential nature. A man's essential nature is strength.
Right, and when
all this coddling shit. Well,
your message
talk softly. I'm not doing that.
Depending on who you're talking to, your message is gonna fall on deaf ears. And then
that's on them, because you know what? Who life that messes up? That messes up their life, not mine. If you don't want to improve yourself because you don't like the person delivering you the message, that's on you. You're not hurting me. I got mine.
The problem with that is my kids and my nieces and my nephews run across your kids and your nieces and your nephews and the people from your community. And
you'll learn something.
And if you run into my son and he got his pants around his ass for some reason, he ain't doing what he's supposed to be doing. If he work at the company where you work at and he ain't doing what he's supposed to be doing.
I'll say to your son. Out of respect, this is what I'll say to your son. I'll say, young man, listen to me. Come here for 1 second. I'll introduce myself. Okay? I'll ask him about his father. Okay? And then I'll say, look, young man. Okay. As a young man, you want to present yourself a certain way. Okay? Okay, the way you have yourself presented right now is not the way a young man should have himself presented. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to pull your pants up. I want you to stand up straight. I want you to straighten out your tie, whatever, right? I want you to look like, okay, you're ready to take on the world, okay? Because this is the way a young man should look. You should look strong and proud at all times, okay? That includes having your attire together, making sure the clothes up on you straight, so when you walk around and people see this, the first thing they think is that your mind is together, okay? They see your pants hanging down and things slagging on you, they're going to think that there's something wrong with your mind. And they're going to think that they can attack your mind. They're going to think that you're not aware. So we want to get rid of that assumption by pulling our pants up, straightening our clothes out, standing up straight, getting good posture, and having a look on our face like like we're ready to kick some butt and take names. That's the way I would talk to your son. I wouldn't snatch him and say, "Yo, look, you young nigga." I wouldn't do that.
Right, and that's exactly pretty much how that conversation would go.
Mhm.
I want the ladies on the panel. When you run across a woman that's a young lady around, uh, your age, and she not presenting herself in the same, would y'all say something in the working environment? Would y'all say, "Hey, young lady, let me talk to you"? What kind of conversation would y'all have?
Um, I would pull her to the side and I would just
Right
tell
back
her
up.
about her self-image and, she doesn't want to portray, a certain message. And yeah, and I would just tell her, I mean, it's like you could wear whatever you want, just make sure you cover up. I mean, you can still show off your body, just make sure you don't show too much cleavage. Make sure your skirt is longer, not so short. And I would say stuff like that. And, depending on what job we're doing, make sure your hair is up, in a bun, or make sure your hair doesn't look all wild and crazy. And if you need to put makeup on, yeah, I would. Yeah, I would. I don't see any problem with that.
Right, and some of that conversation from Kevin Samuels was similar to that. You had men coming on the live streams looking all dusty. One dude came on a live stream with a roach on the wall. Like just ridiculous stuff going on. It's like, but you worried about relationships with women, you need to be worried about being productive, and as a man and as an individual, you want to pull yourself together first. Why are you worried about a relationship when you don't have your finances in order? You don't own anything. You don't even have a car, or you just got one job and you barely making ends meet, but you want the women to respect you. And so, but a lot of boys didn't have those men around to tell them that, and if they did, then and then we got grown men out here, being you know uh emotionally abused by the women in the homes that they, nobody appreciates them, and men want to be appreciated, but they're in marriages and they feel like they stuck or trapped or whatever. And then, but because there's some radical ass dudes online talking greasy and saying different crazy shit about black women or dark skinned women, if a lot of that stuff, if it don't apply to you, okay, you can keep scrolling, but nobody, but for men and women both, there's a contingent of us that get pissed and mad and frustrated, and oh, the black women hate black men, and oh, the black men hate black women. That's not what's going on out here in the streets. What's going on online, I don't see that shit going on out in the streets. It's not going on out here. But what I do see is a whole bunch of people feeling like nobody appreciates them and nobody loves them and nobody cares about them, or they by themselves. A lot of women by themselves and a lot of dudes by themselves, and a lot of people socially awkward. Don't know how to talk to nobody. You got grown ass men in their 20s, 30s, and 40s don't know how to approach women, or the hygiene is lacking, or don't wear cologne. I've met so many men who don't own any type of cologne at all, any type of smell good. Don't send their clothes to the cleaners. But then there's women who don't go and get their toes done, and get their hair done, and get their nails done. Or some of them do wear makeup, some of them don't wear makeup, but they don't know how to do it, or they don't know how to act in or how to carry themselves in social environments. Men and women both, but they want
Okay,
relationships.
I'll say this to that. At some point, we as, we as people or individuals, or you can say, we have to take accountability and responsibility for the life that we want to live. I mean, if you're not satisfied in the life that you're living, you can make strides to make it better. And the best way to do that is to take away the blame, take away the victim trope, take away all of that, and just accept responsibility for where you at and what got you here. is take responsibility and know that you got yourself to this point and you can get yourself out. And I think we give away our power every single day. Like you said, the people who are in marriages and they don't feel appreciated. Well, step one, why don't you talk to your spouse? Step two, explain to them how you feel. I mean, explain to them what are your love languages. How can they make you feel appreciated? I feel like we give people too much of our power, right? And we don't understand that we, as people, we can make a change. And and also, you got to think about what you're listening to online. If somebody's not living the lifestyle that you want, why would you listen to them? And especially if they're lying, like, come on. I'm just saying, like, if I was to speak to somebody, or if I wanted to follow or listen to someone, I would want to hear what they're saying, and I want to see that they get results. I mean, are they happy? I mean, what fruit are they bearing? That's just me. And we in a new era now where there's a whole bunch of information online. You can Google things. You can go and do like, I mean, there's so much you can do. If you're dealing with stuff that happened to you in the past, there's YouTube videos right now about shadow work. There's affirmations you can do. You can sleep and you can listen to certain binaural beats. There's so much you can do out here. You can go about it every different way. You can go about it through fitness. You can go about it through spirituality. You can go about it by doing affirmations and mind work. There's so much things that we can do it and go about it. Like this is the era of information. And if we want to be stuck, listening to this music, eating this food, and staying where we at, and we're in this low vibrational state, and you constantly stay in that state, guess what? That's gonna be your future 10 years from now. I don't understand. I sometimes it like baffles me sometimes because we are in the era of information. We got Google, we got YouTube at our fingertips. And yet every day some I wouldn't say you, but some people get on this panel on other panels and they talk like they don't got power. They talk like they seen all of this in their community. They talk like they hate black women. Like all right, if that's in your community, why don't you change your mind and your affirmations and talk about the good things that you want to see? And maybe you'll see it. I mean the mind is gonna attract what you're thinking and what you're talking about. So that I challenge, these guys who on here are talking about they hate black women, they hate their community, and they can't find anybody. I challenge you to switch that around. Say affirmations, go work out, maybe take a break off of social media, listen to something different, turn off that music. And I challenge you to listen to the things that you're putting inside your mind and you put inside your body. Because at
Well,
some point,
some of that stuff that's being said, that's not the majority of black men. A lot of men are not, men and women are not online, and a lot of them are not on YouTube. A lot of people get stuck in their own box, where whatever they're doing, their own 9 to 5 Monday through Friday stuff and weekend stuff, and so what we see online is just a small window in the a group of people. It's not what's going on in the majority in the streets. So when we see a black man online talking about somehow he don't mess with black women because of this and this, oh, real black men, real brothers know, okay, bro, whatever, go talk that shit over. You ain't even really got to say nothing. Why is you even saying anything? And if
man,
y'all come for him and y'all roast him and he get destroyed online, that's his fault. He was playing with fire to begin with. Nobody,
yeah,
but that's not the narrative. you know most black people and black men particularly are with black women and black men. We with each other,
yeah,
but the
I would agree.
disconnect is we don't give each other any grace. We kind of throw each other away. We just like, oh well, if the relationship ain't working, oh well, fuck it then, fuck it. Girl, leave him. You ain't got no kids with him. Girl, leave them. You know, boy, man, what you doing with her? And woo woo and blah blah blah. And this like we throw each other. We quick to throw each other away. Whereas family or friends or whatever, we don't try to stick together. We don't value each other beyond what we can do for each other. What you can do for me, whether if it's cooking or cleaning or something sexual, or what I can do for you if it's paying your bills and taking care of you financially so you can go on trips or whatever so you can post on Instagram. Outside of that, and that's what it looks like. But and that's just the years, depending on how old you are. If it's a young couple, then yeah, maybe that's what they care about. Versus a older couple in their 30s and 40s, they want to buy a house and own some property and save some money up, and you know. But you know, Kevin Samuels and a lot of the content on social media, you gotta pick and choose what you're listening to and what you're not listening to, and you gotta be able to think for yourself. Some stuff gonna be right, and other stuff gonna be wrong.
You're right. I remember when I first came on here, I used to get triggered when I hear men talking about they're gonna go date this or they hate black women and all of this. And now it doesn't bother me anymore because because I know it's self-hatred and I really don't care. I got to a point where I don't care, it don't bother me. You do what you want. I feel like they're just saying that so that they can get a reaction out of you. Like you're supposed to care or do something.
Yeah, I
Uh,
felt like that the first time I heard Cynthia G. Cynthia G had a whole run where she was like, if a black woman is pregnant with a black baby boy, she needs to abort it. And all black men was pissed. Everybody was pissed. And I was like, well, why is y'all even listening to Cynthia G in the first place when y'all know what her platform is about? But they wanted the black women to be mad. But only the black women who were mad at black men was listening to Cynthia G in the first place. So why are y'all, if y'all know, you know, she had black women who would listen and go, oh no, I can't go that far. But then I also heard Cynthia G say, well, in the 1960s, when black men were marching on Washington for the rights for interracial marriage, right? So all the people who wanted to interracial marry marched on Washington to get the rights to be able to marry interracially. Why didn't black men in mass march on Washington for the civil rights movement, for the rights of black people? And she was right. Why didn't we? So some people can have content and be right on certain things and be like, damn, what the fuck was y'all doing? Where was y'all at? Why wasn't black men doing what they were supposed to be doing? But then at the same time, it's like, well, no, man, I can't co-sign that. And that's how I felt about Kevin Samuels. Some stuff you can say, oh yeah, I understand that. And then other stuff I'm like, nah, I can't rock with you on this, Kev. I can't roll with this. You know, you're going too far, you're doing too much.
You know, my problem with the whole Kevin Samuels thing is, why is he famous to begin with? A guy like that would never be famous in my day. See, this is why I don't have much respect for this generation.
But it's a social media generation.
Y'all can't even tell the difference between a positive black man and a negative one.
It's a social media generation. You know, it's everybody online. It's a shock. It's a shock.
But at some point you have to have your own personal discernment. Like, you don't have any morals, you don't have any integrity, you don't have any compassion. Just my regular self with no social media added tells me that Kevin Samuels is a negative black man. How is somebody like that in your time famous? That's a lot
of what you have women go on Kevin Samuels' show and say, well, I never had a father figure. I never had a man to tell me this. We go with
the women again. You see, here's another thing too, right?
Well, because the women was going on the show.
Hold on 1 second, brother. We're not going to do the filibustering thing. You see, I keep telling y'all, when y'all come on this panel, if y'all can't handle it, man, don't come up here. I'm not going to sugarcoat nothing. I'm not going to coddle anybody. I'm a grown ass man, and I'm hard as fuck. If you can't handle it, don't come up here.
I'm not. I don't get in my feelings, brother. I did. I did military.
Let's stop filibustering. Right. Let's stop filibustering. Let's talk like men. Okay, I go, I go. You pass it to me, I pass it back to you. Okay. All right. Here's the thing. Here's another reason why I don't have no respect for the men's generation, and I call y'all weak because every time your foot is put to the fire about something you should be responsible for, the first thing you do is start blaming the women.
How'd I blame
Now
the
I'm sitting
women
up
by
here.
saying,
Now I'm sitting up here. I'm almost done, and then I'll pass it to you. I'm sitting up here telling you that this is a negative black man. How is he famous in your generation? The first thing you went and started talking about was black women, rather than addressing what I actually said to you about Kevin Samuels. I pass it to you.
okay, but you do know, like I said, it's shock value the way the culture is set up. That's just how it is. People that's famous right now shouldn't be famous or famous. That's just how it is. Y'all like it. Y'all go and watch the shows. That's how Love and Hip Hop blew up. That's how Kim Kardashian blew up. Yo, this whole generation, and when you keep saying y'all, some of the people in your age bracket, brother, you 55, Monty Jones is 57. My mama 57. She watching the shit that's on TV. That the stuff that she shouldn't be watching. Because it's cool to be young right now. You 55, you probably look 30. You understand what I'm saying? You got people that want to be young. It's cool to be young. It's cool to be hip. It's cool to be online. It's cool to listen to rap music. You got old dudes riding around that's 50 in Corvettes listening to Future. What are you talking about? Like you the whole culture is just, there's no age limit right now. It don't, so to say, oh, but for Kevin to say, because relationships still matter, because there's still people out here who want to get married and be in relationships. The men weren't doing what they were supposed to be doing. Kevin addressed that shit for 5 years to men. Get your shit together. Go wash your ass. Go get a job. Go get 2 jobs. What are you doing? Go to the military. Take your ass to the military. Do what you're supposed to be doing. Work on your own cars. There's tons of videos, but y'all want to talk about, oh, well, he said don't date single mothers. All the women I was around told us not to date single mothers. We did it anyway, but they told us not to do it. Oh, well, you need to be in the kitchen and cook. You ain't got no cookbook. Both of my grannies had cookbooks, but hardly any of the women that we run into out here while we dating got cookbooks and know how to cook. I had to tell women to make my plate. Can you make my plate and bring me my plate? Because if I went to work and then I came home, everybody else ate and I didn't. So I said, hey, you got to make my plate first. Put my plate in the oven. So when I get here, my food is already made. Oh, I didn't know I needed to do that. Yeah, you got to do that. Why? Because it's lacking in our community what everybody's role is. I might not do everything I'm supposed to do. Somebody might have to tell me, yeah, I got to, okay, yeah, I got to do that. Cool.
Well, brother, it's not
somebody
got to
tell them.
I disagree. I get sick and tired of hearing about how roles are lacking in the black community, this and that. I have white male friends who bitch about the same thing that these black men are bitching about on these damn platforms, how white women are submissive, how white women don't play. Look, I would just sit here and say this. Look, you guys just going to have to accept this, man. And this is what pissed me off about a lot of you black manosphere dudes, and this is what pissed me off about Kevin. We are not going back to the 1970s and 80s, man. Get the hell over it. These women are different. They're not going to do that. These women are empowered. These women are independent. They have their own money. Y'all have to get over it. You guys are still trying to navigate this shit like it's 1965. It's not fucking 1965. You guys got to get over that shit. Black women aren't going to do that.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with the we got to go back to 1960s and women.
Well, that's the way. No disrespect, brother. That's how you guys be talking. Oh, she needs to bring me my plate. Oh, she needs to cook for me. If you got a sister,
well, like I said, there's radicalism.
Let me finish. If you got yourself a sister who's a nurse, who's working in corporate America from 7 in the morning to 7 p.m. at night, and you're a construction worker, a truck driver, or whatever the hell you're doing, she's not gonna have time to cook for your ass like that, man.
Right, and I agree with that.
It pisses me off. I always hear
but there's also
other talking about these gender roles and going back to when we was this and when we was that. We don't even live in that world anymore. You guys gonna have to adjust. The women are gonna have to adjust, and the men are gonna have to adjust. It's not that damn hard. God damn it.
Yeah, but okay, but you getting frustrated. What I'm saying is I understand that. There are also men who understand that. The problem is the disconnect was that a lot of the women were saying, "Oh, well, I got, I want this and I want that and I want this and I want that." And the men, even when the men told other men, "Hey, you need to step it up. If your old lady making $75,000 a year and you making 40, you need to step it up. What are you doing? You need to go get
Well,
two
that's a
jobs so she
problem
shouldn't
in
have to work
itself
that
too,
hard."
because well, that's a problem in itself because let's just call it what it is. And I do get this logic when you talk about I want a man who's making six figures. Well, only what is it? 5% of men in the entire United States, 5 to 10% make six figures. And if a woman is making $75,000 to $100,000 a year, she's taking those roles from men. So I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree that these unrealistic expectations need to be fucking checked. I do agree with that. So, but all this bullshit about this person needs to make 75,000, 100,000 because they spouse making it. Look, that's not the way this society is set up. We will never live in a society where everybody makes that amount of money. There's going to be an imbalance in society. That's why true egalitarianism is rejected by philosophers. That shit will never happen. But people like us, what men are going to have to, what women are going to have to accept is that, hey, they're taking a lot of these positions away from men. So, yeah, they are going to have to take care and make more than a lot of these men because these men are not going to be able to compete in some of these industries. And what men are going to have to accept is that, hey, we're not going to go back to the 70s, 60s, and 80s where women were these submissive housewives and all this bullshit. If y'all can't sit here and accept that, man, just stick to what I do. Just become a trick. Just become a full-time trick and call it a day.
But see, you had the
you know what? When you talk about cooking, I mean, y'all got to forget all that, dog. I
yeah,
mean,
but
my
see,
wife's old school. We both can cook. Matter of fact, I like
right,
cooking more than her.
yeah, I like that too. I like to cook too. But
Yeah, I
you
mean,
have
so yeah,
what happens is what Brother Prophet was saying, that you got, man, I lost my train of thought, but you got too many people that's out here that's going in a multitude of different directions, is being pulled in different directions. You had radicalism on both sides. You had divestors. You have a whole divestor community of people who said, you know what, black men who said, you know what, I'm not going to date sisters no more, and black women who said, I'm not going to date brothers no more. And they online posting this, and that's pissing off the people who don't even feel like that. Damn, the brothers don't even love us. Everybody feel like everybody is talking to them. And some of these people didn't even ask these questions. Some of these black women didn't ask black men, why y'all not dating the sisters. The ignorant ass black men just came out and said, you know what, this is why I love my white wife. And pissed off all of black social media. And then, and then the sisters are mad, and then that shouldn't be mad. That you should, just like a Black Knight was saying, brother, just like you were saying earlier, some people you got to throw them in the trash. Some of those black people, when you start talking about divesting and just saying, you know what, I'm gonna get rid of, I ain't messing with none of y'all black folks. I'm gonna date outside my race and marry outside my race, and I ain't messing with y'all. Okay, then cool, y'all trash, y'all going on somewhere. But the people who there's a lack of communication, those people, we can get to those people. We can communicate with those people. You just gotta, who gonna give a right message? They didn't listen to Steve Harvey. They don't want to listen to Monique. They don't want to listen to Kevin Samuels. Who you gonna listen to then? Who you gonna listen to? You don't want to listen to the prophets. You don't want to listen to Elijah Muhammad and join the Nation of Islam. But you don't want to listen to the Christians. You don't want to listen to T.D. Jakes and go to church, go to Christian church. So who we gonna listen to? Where's the structure? Don't nobody want to be under no type of structure.
But I mean, but once again, man, it just comes back to I get your logic and I get where you're coming from. But what I'm saying is this: looking at the statistics across the board, where you talk about men across all races struggling in dating, women across all races having troubles getting married, all this shit. We don't live in that world, man, where it's about marriage and all that bullshit like that anymore. That's what I'm saying. A lot of you guys are just gonna have to accept the fact that, hey, a lot of you guys are gonna be by yourselves, not because of your own doing, just because of the way society is set up, because of social media. We don't live in that Huckleberry Huxtable world where you sitting at dinner with the family, eating fried chicken, collard greens, and all that shit. That shit's gone now. And to be honest with you, ever since I came to Black YouTube, this shit has really opened my eyes. Because when I talk to a lot of my Black friends, females and men, they don't even talk about this shit. When I sit here and talk about the gender war between Black men and Black women, they be looking at me like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's what I'm saying. The vast majority of Black people, like I said, I don't know how many Black friends you guys have, but the vast majority of Black people I talk to don't even give a damn about this shit that's going on.
Well, don't even know anything about it.
Yeah, they'll sit there. You sit here, you talk to the average Black person, what corporate America, blue collar, I don't give a damn. Wendy's, they'll look at you like you stupid when you talk about what do you think about Black single motherhood or Black men and Black women divested. They'll look at your ass and be like, what the hell are you talking about?
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. This shit is new to me. Ever since I got in this space, I didn't know brothers were suffering this bad when it came to dating until I got to this space. To be honest with you, I didn't know that sisters. I didn't know that sisters were struggling. Single mothers. I know single mothers right now who are dating, having a really good time. People saying, "Don't nobody want those single mothers." I know single mothers who are finessing the hell out these dudes. This shit shocked me. This shit shocked the hell out of me.
Yeah. And these niggas online, they can't get girls. I know pot belly niggas out here winning.
Right.
You got beer belly niggas out here winning, bro. So how you niggas can't get no girls?
I mean, let's put this in perspective. I know a guy, man, who doesn't even have a car, who would sometimes catches the bus to work. He got girls that'll let him borrow his car to get to work if he has to. This is that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe. Well, okay. Here's the thing. Maybe Kevin Samuels. I'm just going to sit here and say this. Maybe we should give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he didn't really mean some of the stuff that he was saying. Maybe he just said this shit just to make money. Have we ever thought that? Because if you look at the Kevin Samuels for 5-6 years ago, he used to talk about image, clothing, cologne, and all that type of shit. Maybe Kevin sat back and said, well, hold on. You got a bunch of angry ass men online and all this type of shit. Maybe I could sit here and make a couple $1,000s a week off of it. And that's what he did. Who knows?
I agree.
I mean, who knows? We may have to start giving this guy, a lot of these guys, not just in the Black manosphere, but in the white manosphere, they know there's a lot of angry, bitter ass men out there that they could make money off of. So they probably said, fuck it.
You didn't want to charge you $2,500 to so-called remake your image over?
Yeah, because the theory is that your time can't be free. So Black Knight, if your content blew up, you guys' content blew up, and you guys had millions of followers and live streams and money coming in, and people say, you know what, I need a consultation. Can you sit down and do a consultation with me? And you say yeah, and at first you might charge a couple $100 because your time can't be free, and the next thing you know, you're charging $1,000 and $800, because your time can't be free, or people want to fly in to come see you. Because you got people that are socially awkward. You got people that make money but don't know how to talk to women, or women that don't know how to talk to men, or don't know how to dress, and so they're gonna come to you just to become a man, just to be a man. I don't even know how to be a man, Black Knight, but you a man. You look like a man to me. Can you school me? Can I fly out there where you at, and you can school me? Teach me how to change a tire. Teach me how to, what am I doing wrong? They're gonna do that, and you might see an opportunity and go, damn, you know what I am? I'm a man's man. I can teach them, but I'm not gonna do it for free. And that's what Kevin did. That's what a lot of the Black YouTube men do, and the women. The women doing the same thing.
Well, I salute Kevin on this point. I did agree with him on this. I will say this: your image does matter. I will say this: you should walk out nicely dressed, that's everything ironed.
Yeah, but that's common knowledge. That's not anything that's groundbreaking. That's common knowledge.
Well, no, I understand it, but whether you believe this or not, there's a lot of, even in my personal circle, there's a lot of people that don't even know. A lot of dudes, if you're going to an interview, why are you going into an interview wearing blue jeans and Timberland boots? You'll be surprised. A lot of these guys, man, they've never been taught that, hey, man, when you go into an interview, you should wear a polo. You should have it tucked in. You should wear some nice black dress shoes. Make sure you're well groomed. Make sure your hair's cut. Oh, you'll be surprised. Like, there's a lot of people that weren't taught this shit, man. I know it maybe it seemed common to you because you was probably raised with those principles. But when it comes to that shit, a lot of these brothers, man, they weren't raised with those principles, man. Sadly. And I'm 28 years old. I'm a younger millennial. I see this shit every day.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to Bro Rob on the panel. What's up, Bro Rob? What's going on, Chi-Town?
Yo, couldn't.
Chime in.
Yeah, I was just trying to unmute my mic, man. Peace, good brother Max, man. How you feeling, man?
All right.
All right, and I want to say happy Mother's Day to all of the
Yeah,
mothers who
man.
are listening or might listen back on the playback. Right, so you know, I hear what the brother was saying, and I was listening, but then I was over here editing up some film, and so I had to mute it for a second. So I popped back in, and I see that we had got back on the topic, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is what I say. Number one, you know, in life, when Kevin was living, we disagreed. You know, we knew Kevin before he blew up.
Mm-hmm. Sure did.
And how I'm gonna remember Kevin Samuels is every time he came on the panel, you know, and I mean, it's funny now that I'm sitting here thinking about it. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Because he would repeat it 10 times, 12 times, 20 times. You know what I'm saying? If he was alive, he would definitely verify it. And you know, I used to chop it up with him over on Taz panel, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it is a African tradition. You know, it's a black folks tradition that we don't speak ill of the dead. You know what I'm saying? But because of social media and the shield that it gives people to bring up taboo topics and, you know, make it very inflammatory, make it very provocative, all for money, right? Is there is no accountability in that. We got to be very honest about that. It's no accountability. Some of the conversations that we have on here, I'm not trying to make it seem like I'm a tough guy or nothing, right? But some of the stuff that guys say on these panels, you know good and well, if we in front of each other, bro, there's no way you're going to be able to say it's no way you're gonna be able to say some of that reckless.
That's why I told him, I'm not trying to go through that. I can't put my hands on you, so I'm not going to engage in that kind of conversation with you.
Yeah, and I think because of the shield that social media provides, it gives a lot of people a platform to put out very toxic messages. The brother just said something key. This is what he said. He said, your image is important. What image? You got to think about your legacy on social media. What image are people gonna have of you when you dead and gone? See, all of us gonna have to, you know, pass away from this realm at one point.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what is your legacy gonna be? What if it is true that Kevin Samuels did not believe all of the things that he was saying on his panel, on his show, on his platform? What if he didn't believe it? Right? He don't have a chance at this moment, right? To correct it. So again, be very careful about your legacy, and you must be accountable for the things that come out of your mouth on here. We really gotta, when people say taboo, it's a reason why our grandma and granddaddy didn't talk about it, because it wasn't supposed to be talked about. Oh man, we gotta have uncomfortable conversations. Uncomfortable, yeah. That's a cloak, fam. That's what that is. That's a cloak for bringing up a taboo topic so that you can get some clicks and views for the reckless rhetoric that we have out here, man. Positivity, right? It almost seemed stupid to sound positive, to bring up a solution. You know what normally happen on YouTube, on Black YouTube? Everybody gonna tell you 10,000 reasons why it won't work. You bring up a solution. You see? We got to be very, very conscious, very cognizant of the fact that we are speaking against ourselves before we get started. It's real, man. It's real. And to say that somebody in a detrimental fashion,
Shout out to Big J Triple X.
man, y'all can still hear me? My bad.
Yeah.
All right. I was trying to make sure that I wasn't Borging or nothing, but man, threw me what I was trying to say was, again, man, we got to be careful, man, about what we saying on here. I feel like I done been long-winded. That's probably why I forgot the point I was about to try to make. You know what I'm saying? But rest in peace to the brother. And we need to be mindful, right, of, what can we do now? You know what I'm saying? The rhetoric is out there. People feel justified in saying some of the stuff that they be saying. They feel justified in it. Man, I every man have a right to say what he feel, but then I'm gonna shut up on this, right? It's some wisdom for you. You see, it is better that a man remain silent and be considered wise than open his mouth and remove all doubt. It's better sometimes to just not say anything and listen. You might learn something, But that's Brother Rob Sequility on Sunday this afternoon, man. All right, I'm gonna shut up for a second, man. My bad, Darren.
Now you are, Brother Rob, are the shortest long-winded person we have. Trust me, you ain't long-winded compared to me and a few others. Yeah. I just let whatever they want to say, they say, because I've also been at funerals where all the dirt come out. All the dirt, all the stuff that you talked about come out.
Yeah, it's impossible to stop. When a person passes away, there's no way you can stop them from being talked about. Mm-hmm. Now, some people are going to sound greasy when they talk about certain people, because you can't get away from your actions even when you die. When you do something to people and you leave it unresolved, it's going to run its course with or without you. So if you left a bunch of people behind that you did bad things to or whatever, well, when you die, they're going to bark on you. That's the way it works. That's karma. They're going to bark on you. And if you live your life a certain way, people are going to talk about you. As long as they're not lying on you, okay, it's not disrespectful. To me, it becomes disrespectful when people start lying on you. Okay, when they start saying, now, if somebody came up here and said Kevin Samuels, broke into banks for a living, that would be wrong. I wouldn't allow that kind of slander up here, because that's slandering the man. That's an outright lie. Yes, come on in. Thank you.
Yeah, and then I would say that this is black media now. Whether we look at it as CNN and ABC or, NBC or not, this is black media. So I agree, Max. People who get on here and they tell the truth, or they reveal some stuff, and that's not doxing if it's the truth.
Exactly. Right. If it's true, if you're saying that, see, we can say that Kevin Samuels said disrespectful things to women on his show. That's true, because we got evidence of that. Okay. But if we say Kevin Samuels said that he was going to kill women on his show, whatever, that's not true. We don't have it. Now, when you start doing that, that's wrong. That's slander. Yeah. So we're not going to come up here.
Just to take it a little further, mm-hmm. At some point, Kevin did have smoke for men too. You know what mm-hmm. I'm saying? I ain't taking up for him. Those are the facts. He did have smoke for black men as well. Right.
I'm not going to be here too long, so I'll go ahead and let y'all speak right quick, because I do want to say something.
I was just going to end. You can go ahead. I was going to end on this, We have to
Go ahead,
we
sir.
have to be we have to be we can't be disingenuous, right? He came from a Kevin Samuels, I'm talking about now, came from a judgmental standpoint on his platform. And those who judge will be judged. That's what it is. You have a choice to make when you out here in the world. You can be famous or you can be infamous. You got a choice to make.
Well, that's
I hear
that's
you.
that's true. But here's what I do want to put out there, though, and what's not being discussed is the fact that black men are dying rapidly from heart disease. And I think a lot of that has nothing to do with how we eat or how we exercise. A lot of that has to do with stress. We are overstressed in a system that we're mainly trying to survive under. Whether those persons are standing on top of us or not, we are dying because of stress. I personally have lost one of my cousins lost his father to cardiac arrest at the age of 59. This is serious business for a lot of black males. And due to the fact that we are in a system of white supremacy where the majority of the people who have victimized us classify themselves as white, do you feel comfortable going to your regular checkups, not knowing that this white person, or knowing that this white person doesn't take your pain seriously or believes that you're strong because you're black, or the perceived things that they have taken from your so-called black leadership class or black spokesmanship class, as I call them, as us being strong and determined people when we are in pain, we are sick, we are stressed out. And I think that needs to be put on the table more. As far as what Mr. Samuels is concerned, Mr. Samuels is just a victim of this system. And he tried his best to compensate by making himself to be a high value man that in reality he could never be. Nice try, but you can never be a man at the same time you are stressed out, you're overworked, you're tired. You are more likely to die from stress than die from fast food. And then you add all those factors in, it was only a matter of time. So my constructive suggestion to all of us is take care of yourself and relax. Do not let this society stress you out. Meditate, do the best you can to eat correctly, sleep, get accurate sleep. Do not drink sugar, do not drink anything that will make your heart elevate. Take care of your heart. That's the greatest muscle in the body. Take care of it. And I'll leave on that note. I'll stay on the panel, but I'll leave on that note.
Yeah, good brother. Obviously, you are correct. We definitely need to talk about black men's health more. Max, I remember. I think you did a I think you did a show on black men's health not too long, maybe some months ago.
Yep,
You
I
know
did.
what I'm saying?
Yeah, I did. Uh-huh.
But those are topics that we discuss. You
Mm-hmm.
know, but I'll be honest. Over the past, I say, since the pandemic broke and it brought more people to YouTube and social media in general, right? This is what gave rise to these platforms. And that is what we need to also keep in mind. You know what I'm saying? Stress. Yes, it's the silent killer. I agree. Fast food deserts, all of those things need to be discussed. And how we get to the solution. You see, Max, I think I speak for you. We on some black power stuff. You know what I'm saying? We on that black stuff. You
That's
see?
right.
And so we have a group of men who say the community, right? And they belittling it with the way that they even pronounce it. They not on that black stuff. They say forget them kids. I ain't gonna use the euphemism they use, but they say forget them kids. The community is dead. Black women are the reason why the community is dead. These are things that were said. Yes. And so because we don't agree with the rhetoric and we have a whole different way of approaching it, right? That's where we, it's apples and oranges at that point. We can't conflate right now just because someone passed away. You know what I'm saying? Like I said earlier, I'm not trying to belittle his death. Rest in peace to the brother. Every man has a right to state his opinion. That don't make your opinion right or helpful. Just because you have a right to state it, don't make it right or helpful.
Well, it seems like we validate uh, radicalism when somebody is saying some radical shit, some radical ass statement like, there is no community and it's black women's fault. Black women did this and black women did that, or vice versa. Like, we give that just as much credibility just because somebody said that. Like, just because some knucklehead somewhere is upset and angry because of their anecdotal personal situation, they blame an entire gender, or they blame the community as a whole, or they want to then, we give them, we let them put a battery in our back and be like, well, no, it ain't. And then it's like the whole community is at war. And it's not the whole community. Just like what you were saying earlier, Black Knight. It's not this stuff that's going on social media and on YouTube specifically. It's not going on in the real world. And so, we got to be mindful of that. But what I do, you know, like to see is when we out and about, that we do speak to each other in positive light. We do, the people who are slacking on what they should be doing. I have personal conversations with people all the time about their personal relationships. People love to talk about what's going on in their personal life. They love to talk about, oh yeah, my wife did this, my husband did that, my kids are doing this. And sometimes they're not even looking for advice. They just need somebody to vent to, on top of having to work all the hours and all the days that they work. They just want to get it off their chest. But they're not going to church. They don't have any. They don't have any structure. They don't have anything to go to get this stuff off. But social media, but TikTok, but all these platforms. That's what they're going to. And we getting validation with other people who feel the same way. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You know what it is, the black women. You know what? Yeah, because my mama did this and my sister. Yeah, my daddy wasn't there and blah blah blah. Like you can always find somebody to co-sign how you feel.
Man, bro, look right. Ever since it started, and this is a platform that been against it from the beginning. As soon as Obsidian got big, we were speaking against it from the beginning.
Right.
When Tommy got big, before Tommy got big, we were speaking against it from the beginning.
That's right.
Kevin Samuels, before his platform got big, he know good and well how we feel about it. You see what I'm saying? He knew how we feel about it before he got on this platform. It is easy to say that the rhetoric, the talking points that were used on that platform came directly from a couple of people, fam. You know what I'm saying? I can say their names. You know what I'm saying? It's easy, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, it's noted. It's noted how we disagree out loud on here. You know what I'm saying? If you go and listen to the streams from like 2017, 2018, you would hear me screaming and hollering. Well, I just don't do that no more. Right?
Ain't nobody afraid to mention Obsidian.
Yeah, Obsidian, BGS, right?
BGS.
Edward Anderson. We all disagree. It's clearly noted. It's highly noted. Everybody noted. Angry Man. We all disagree. Everybody know that. You know what I'm saying? And everybody in that camp, we continue to disagree because they have a perception of the world that differs from ours. What
That's
is
right.
our perception? Our perception is, there's no way that black folks gonna work together if we have a negative perception of black folks. It's logical, right? It's logical. If you believe that half of the movement is no good, we fucked up. Pardon my language, but that's where we at. If you believe half of the movement can't help us because they're the gynocracy, this crazy we dead, G. It's over. Do you see what I'm saying?
Some shit that don't even exist.
Yeah. We making up enemies as we go. We clearly know who our enemy is. They the person that look at where your address at. You live in a black neighborhood, your resume go in the garbage. You're not considered. That's our enemy. You see? The person that
I think they you know what I think they call the gynocracy, Rob?
Mm-hmm.
I think they call them when they was young and they was being raised by their single mother and there was no father around and they had to do what their mother tell them. I think that's what they mean by the gynocracy. That's the only I can think of.
Yeah. And I mean, and these man, true believers, they absolutely positively believe it. Look, it's a book. It's called The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Very good book. I suggest, man, it's a very good read. Anybody read, man, for your personal development, you should read it. It's called The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Name of the author, his name is Stephen Covey. He got a quote. He says, we tend to believe that we see reality for what it is. The truth is, we see reality how we are. That's the man. Listen, you read that book, you gonna understand what I just told you even deeper. Man, G, it's you see that trauma bonding that my man's was talking about earlier, because your girl broke up with you and his girl broke up with him. Oh man, all black women in the world ain't no good. Them sweeping generalizations we've been speaking about against the beginning, since the beginning, G. Since the beginning. When CNG was black power. I'm talking about since the beginning, G. We've been speaking against it. You hear me? That's what it is. And them crazy Joe, I would say they drove her crazy. They drove her to talking the way that she talked. Like, man, it ain't no way all these niggas attacking me and it's still good black men in the world. I remember when CNG was black power, bro.
Yup, talking about white folks, calling them evil albinoids.
Man,
I remember that too.
That was her entire platform. Do you see? Yep. I would love to go back to that CNG.
I mean, she was going in on them too, calling them evil album. They was they was mad as hell at her.
Man, listen, Joe. They was trying to get her channel taken off of YouTube.
Yeah, they was calling her the female Hitler.
Man, listen, right? Then a bunch of weak ass black men started attacking her, talking about she wearing a weave and man, Joe, the shit went. I mean, look at all that lipstick you wear, and I'm like, you look like a man.
Started talking about her edges and all of that, and
man, Joe, I'm telling y'all that I would say, again, image is everything, right?
Oh.
Hey, when the white folks was attacking her, she was empowered. When the black folks started attacking her, she had to change her platform. Do y'all see that?
Yeah.
Man, them are facts that Brother Rob is spitting to you.
It wasn't the fact that it wasn't the fact that white people made her stop talking. Niggas caused her to change. It was the niggas that made her change.
Mm-hmm. Look, right, and then because it is just tradition in the black community for you to take sides and then dig in. That's where we at, y'all. That's where we at. We are trying.
And then you had like this This is why I don't have no respect for this generation, man. How you gonna let some guys come out on a big media platform with a big social bullhorn and just start saying bad things about your women? Like 4 out of 5 of them are overweight. They're the least desired. Their lives don't matter. You think you can do that in China? You think you can do that in Mexico? You
Man,
think you can do
listen,
that anywhere else in this world except in America?
listen here. Number one, right? I live in the real world. You know what I'm saying? So what I say on social media platforms and all of that is my real life, Joe. Y'all hear me? It's my real life, Joe. I'm gonna tell you out loud. I'm a married man. I love my wife. My wife is beautiful. Happy Mother's Day if she happened to hear me talking out here. Right? I'm uploading the video, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, uh uh the black women in Chicago, where I'm from, shit. Hey, black women winning. I don't know what y'all talking about with all this, Becky love that y'all got, Esmeralda love y'all got. Man, y'all need to open y'all eyes. Cause the black women here, oh man, they women. You know what I'm saying? They are winning, winning, winning. That's
They
what it
winning
is.
over here too, Virginia. They winning over here too.
And hey, I have visited Virginia Beach. I tend to agree with you, Max.
They winning. They winning over here too.
Man,
Straight
listen here.
winning.
I'm planning on visiting DC. Me and my wife planning on coming to DC this summer. So if you ain't on the road somewhere, man, Joe, we can break some bread. Max, I'm a show be near you.
I hear you, man.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? We'll see. But anyway, man, I love black women. I love everything about them. I love their sassiness. I love their hair. Oh, I love them legs. I love, man. Hey, I love all y'all voluptuosity. Oh, hey, man. I love black women. I don't know what these cats looking at, G. Hey, y'all got
I
my
don't either.
full attention. Shit.
And then and then the way they talk about them, right? How can you not sound suspect the way these dudes talk about women? They talk about it with so much jealousy and this. How could you be a man and talk like that about a woman? How could you sound? How could you be a heterosexual male and you sound like you jealous of a woman?
But those are men that were raised by women. Like we talk about men that are raised by women that have they don't have strong work ethic because they wasn't around men with strong work ethic, but they can argue like women. They can argue like a woman would. They can gossip and pillow talk like women do. You when you're around women so much 24/7, 365 growing up, you don't play sports. Your mama kept you from being in any kind of sports. You socially awkward, and then you get out here in the working world and you're an awkward dude. You see a dude with his hand on his hip or got little mannerisms like women. You like, what's you doing? Like, what's going on? Where you can tell, like, you can always tell, like, oh man, you can just tell, and they talking points be the same that the women got. So I mean, those men exist, and those be the same men. They still heterosexual men. They want to date women, but they gonna blame the women, and they mamas and they women go co-sign with them and say, oh well, girl, he, you know,
Sorry, GAM, Borgen.
say it again.
Oh, you Borgen. I couldn't pick out what you were saying. You Borgen.
Oh, my bad.
Mm-hmm.
My bad. No, I was just saying that it's men out here that were completely absent of had no male figures, no male figures, no stand up men to model themselves after. Because young boys and young girls have to have examples of the men that y'all want to see. They have to have examples of that. If they don't have it, they're gonna be all over the place. You're gonna get effeminate men, or you're gonna get masculine girls and women if they don't have examples. And so if y'all don't have kids, if y'all just got nieces and nephews, that's why it's important for y'all to go be around them, go see them, be good uncles and be good aunties, and go around them and talk to them. Come on, let's go get let's take you out, let's go get some ice cream, let me talk to you, let me pick your brain. You gotta, if they don't have fathers, that's why the communities were important. But we got farther and farther away from that. Everybody tell everybody to mind their business. Don't say nothing to my son, don't say nothing to my nephew. I need brother Rob. I need brother Rob. If he bump into my son, if my son is out of line, I need him to talk to him and tell him. But as a black man in the black community, look out, youngster. Let me talk to you real quick. Hey, what you doing? No, you out of pocket. You out of line. If your pops knew what you was out here doing,
Boy,
it'd be a problem.
look
We
here.
we need the community for that.
Look here. Hey, if you lived around me, G, and your son, I seen that man doing something he ain't got no business doing, right? The first thing I'm gonna tell him what to do. See, if for people who actually want to get out here and do the work, right? That's the key. You can't tell kids nowadays what not to do. You tell them what not to do, hey, guaranteed that's exactly what they about to do. You got to tell them what not, you got to tell them what to do, right? So I see your son he out here rolling dice, right? I ain't gonna say stop rolling dice. I'm gonna say, you know what you need to do, kid? You need to find a way to make legitimate money. And you need to take that money and invest it somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Find a need and serve the community with the need, and you will make the money. See what I'm saying? You gotta put something in their mind as a option. You can't tell they could y'all, our mamas and daddies could tell us what not to do, and then we wouldn't do it. Not these kids, G. Trust me, I work with them. You know what I'm saying? I work in the school system, been working in it for 15 years. You know what I'm saying? I left corporate America to work in the school system. You know what I'm saying? And so I kind of feel validated in saying that you got to give kids something nowadays. All that oh man, don't do it talk and all that, man, that ain't gonna reach them, Joe. You got to reach them with some options. That's what they want to hear, you know.
Exactly. But it ain't even just them, and a lot of times it's not just the kids. Because a lot of times I'm running into guys that's 21 or 25 with no kids, but with a job, and him and his old lady live together. Him and his girl live together, but they beefing 24/7, and he can't get no sleep, and he can't and they fighting. They not physical abuse, but they arguing, and she breaking the laptop, and he sleeping in his car just so he can get to work, and he don't know he don't know what to do. He don't know what to do, and I'm like, you know, brother, you really need to focus on the money, and if y'all relationship is that toxic and that where y'all fighting like that, you need to move. Leave her the apartment. You move. You figure it out. You start over. And maybe y'all figure, y'all talk, but you got to get out of there. But you still got to go to work. So now you living in this high stress environment where they fighting and arguing and beefing, but he still got to work. He only getting 3-4 hours of sleep, and he can't even focus on his job. But you're a young dude, 21 to 25, anywhere in that age range. You got young brothers that's weak, that's go out of control. Emotionally out of control. And so and he got to get
And
control of his emotions. And the brothers, well, go ahead.
yeah, yeah. What would be what you would say is the reason why they're emotionally out of control during those ages in their 20s?
I I mean me,
Okay.
I like to weigh in if that's cool, bro.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother.
All
Rock.
right, all right. I would say, you know, the emotional maturity of kids is based on. I mean, 20 years olds are based on, you know, the tutelage that they get between third grade and eighth grade. You know what I'm saying? Because
That's right.
if you don't have it by then, when you get into high school, because of all of the social conditions in high school, you are if you're not emotionally mature at that point, you're gonna become reclusive. You're gonna be by yourself. You're not gonna have a lot of friends, right? Or you're gonna be the opposite. You're gonna know everybody and you're gonna do anything and everything. You know what I'm saying? So that's
That's right.
you know what I'm saying? That's the spectrum.
Yeah. It appears from experience.
Yes. And
A child, right? A child. We're talking about someone that is about maybe 9 years and younger, right? Those are the formative years. If you don't construct what it is they need to understand as to how to navigate through life, they are going to succumb to peer pressure. And oftentimes they're going to be attracted to the moist, the moistness of it all, right? And when I say moistness, I'm not talking gay shit. What I'm saying is something that they find nourishing, okay? Emotionally nourishing. And that's what's sad about missing fathers. Missing fathers are not informing their boys. They're not there to inform their boys how to navigate their emotions. And so they grow up being attracted to the wrong side of the fence. You know, they just they think I'll give an example. There's this instance where this guy saw, people in high school that were glorified. You know, they had this pseudo fraternity situation, and there was this party at the school. They walked in, and everybody just cleared the room and just glorified them. And that boy who felt awkward, he looked at them and said, "If I can't be that, I don't want no parts of nothing." That's what he told me. He said to himself. And what he did was succumb to all the initiation rituals that it took to be a part of that group, because he didn't know where else to be, because he didn't have a father to attend to him, right?
um
He didn't have a father to attend to
I
him, to say, you don't need peer pressure to make you a man. You just need the instructions I give you. And when fathers are gone, those boys are without instruction. And that's why they lead lives of destruction, because they don't have the instruction from their fathers. And it's sad. Can you explain to me why men think that their sons are expendable to the point where they abandon them?
Well, I think those men, that's a generational curse. That's a generational. It's not just all men. There's a dynamic between.
I didn't say all.
Well, yeah, yeah, no, I understand, but there's a dynamic between a series of years, of decades, between the dynamic between men and women was changing with the introduction of feminism, and and there's an incentive. You were incentivized as a woman not to. You don't need a man there. You
See,
know, to,
this is
well,
what I have to
all
say
of that
about
stuff. And so if men, if you say men, so I don't want to go into the whole thing. I mean you can, but I don't want to rant. But if it boils down to, if a woman can say, I don't need you here. I can do everything. I can be superwoman. Do women really think that it's okay? Why do women think it's okay to be the provider financially and also to raise some? You can't be everything. You can't give the masculinity and all of the male information that a boy would need and be everything that a daughter would need that if her father was there. And so, and they're going to make mistakes, or alcoholism and drug abuse and all this other stuff. So, men and women both are going to make mistakes. But when those men were making mistakes, a lot of black men got pushed out of jobs because of Jim Crow and all the stuff that was going on with, and they didn't fight for that stuff. They didn't go to the government and fight and say, hey, you guys are pushing us out. And the government gave us bits and pieces. And so and some men abandoned. You had some men that abandoned, and you had some men that were ashamed, that were just ashamed that they couldn't provide because religion. A lot of us came from religious backgrounds and religious homes, and if you couldn't provide as a man, if I couldn't provide as a man for my family, my father would have shamed me and shunned me and said, "Don't you bring your ass back here. If you can't keep your wife and your family well roof over their head and this and that and this and that." So those men went to drug addiction and alcoholism because they couldn't provide. So there's so
And
many different factors in that.
yeah, and one of
Go
the
ahead, sister.
factors
I'm sorry.
is, yeah, not a problem. One of the factors to be considered is that eventually there became a dependency. Like, because I heard you mention, as I actually logged in, I heard you mention that the aunts, the uncles, the extended family, and was to be relied upon as a source to guide the children. And this is where I find it questionable as to whether or not men actually want to look into how boys are being dropped by the wayside, and it's not the mother's so-called fault. Because I think there is a mindset that, oh, somebody else will take it over. And I think, there's too many excuses. Like, I can't get along with his mama. I can't get along with his mama. And it's just all types of excuses as to why they abandoned their sons. And it's just deplorable. There's really no excuse for a man to abandon his son. And then later on, decades later, with all types of other excuses in the atmosphere, to say, well, black women are the reason. That's not the case. The case is that black men abandoned their sons. And those
Well,
sons who would be leaders have no choice but to succumb to all the propaganda of negativity that was put in their face. So this is what we
right.
have. We have abandoned sons, stuck with stressed out mothers that have developed into monsters.
Right. But it's deeper than
That's what we
just
have.
abandoned sons. You're right. And I agree with that, but it goes deeper than just abandoned sons, and because then it turns into it's the men's fault. And so that's where the men get vilified, when that's where marriage was important. Once we got away from marriage, the institution of marriage, then, and because then you had men and women who were having babies and they weren't married. They were just fooling around, and then boom, you're a baby mama, and I'm a baby daddy, and we really didn't intend on being together, and there's some drug addiction and some substance abuse involved there, and you need money, but you still want to run the streets and I don't, and we never intended on being together in the first place, and you go get Section 8, and the state puts me on child support, and we beefing over when I can come pick my son up, and I do get married, and you mad at me because there's so many different variables and things. It's never just the men abandon the sons. There are men who abandon their kids.
Okay.
but there's so many variables that then there were problematic mothers.
I'm going to tell you something, right? I'm going to tell you something. Either you're a leader, or you're not. So I'm not trying to hear whose fault is it. Are you a leader?
But that's what you're saying. But that's what you're saying.
No, because men want to claim leadership, and then they want to make excuses for why they falter.
You can't claim leadership if there's substance abuse and problems, and people don't do what they're supposed to do. People make mistakes. People make mistakes, and then because they make the mistakes and they had kids when they shouldn't have, and they shouldn't have been in those relationships in the first place. You're talking from a pedestalized position. You're talking like, oh, you should have been on point from Jump Street. You should have came out of a.
I didn't say should have, did I?
Right, but that's what you're saying. That's what you're implying. You're implying that everybody should come. Everybody's coming from the same starting point.
I didn't say should have. I did not say that. And
I'm saying you're implying.
No,
you're implying that.
I did not.
Okay.
I did not.
Go ahead, sister. Go ahead, sister.
What I was.
Go ahead, Mella. I'll wait till you're done.
What I am saying is that men assert themselves to be leaders, and when they falter, they want to find excuses for why they're not adequate. That's what I'm saying.
Right. But how many of those do you think that some of those are legitimate reasons as to why they're not adequate? Whether it's substance abuse or alcoholism, or if they just behind the eight ball, if they come from abusive homes.
No. Either you're a
so
leader.
None of that. No, there's. And what responsibility do women have in any of those scenarios?
Now we get into the what about women conversation.
Because I want to know that.
Yeah,
I want to know that.
You're an excuse man. You're an excuse.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you because that's realistic. That's not realistic
for you.
That's not realistic.
Excuses for you. I can't
so make excuses for you. There aren't irresponsible. There's only irresponsible men. That's what you're telling me.
Nobody said that. All right, I wanted to talk with So
yes,
God among men, right? So you said that you was in a relationship. The lady had the baby, and then she went on Section 8, and she got free stamps for the government, and the man went ahead and married somebody else, but he still got to pay.
No, that wasn't me. I was just saying. I was just using that as an example.
So I was gonna say, well, the man should know that he has to take care of the child, right? And if he doesn't want to be placed on government assistance, it would be cool of him to have a good relationship with the mom, whether they broke up or they ended at a bad note. He still has to go back in there and kind of repair it and make her understand that he's there for the child, Like he has to be smart and strategic.
I got somebody at my door. My family's coming in. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. A lot of men don't want to do that. Like you gotta be strategic. Like if you knock somebody up, and you gotta be for real. You gotta be open about the conversation and about the solution. I mean, if she doesn't have money, she has to go on government assistance. What else do you want her to do? I mean, are you gonna take care of her?
I'm not disputing any of the government assistance side of it. Their personal relationship gets in the way. Their personal feelings about each other get in the way of the growth and the protection and how that child needs to be raised. So they can't even be around each other because they weren't even in a mature, healthy relationship before they even had the kid. Okay. And then now they got a kid. And that's a lack of the immaturity, specifically for the man. But if he's in his 20s and he's running around here, loose with his seed, they drinking, they partying, they doing this and they doing that, and then boom, she get pregnant. Oh, okay. Well, now I'm gonna get on child support. She gonna go get on, whatever government assistance, whatever. Mm-hmm. Cool. Let me go pick my son up. Well, no, you can't take my son. Now their personal feelings about each other is gonna get in the way. Now we gotta go to court. Now we gotta fight back and forward. Now the child suffers. The child is always gonna suffer because of that. Because in because we don't value each other, because we throw each other away. Because the moms, some moms, not all, but some are gonna say, well, I don't want my son with you because of X, Y, and Z. Some are gonna say, yeah, go with your daddy, baby. That's your daddy. You need to be around your daddy. But some are gonna say, no, I don't. You're not taking my baby. That's my son. That's my baby. It's not our baby. That's mine. Some women are gonna say that.
Okay, so I'm just saying, this is why I'm. Don't take this personally. Don't be like, oh my God. But like, who? I'm gonna just say this. Who said it had to be easy, right? Sometimes it's gonna be hard, but you gotta foster that relationship. If you guys can get together, that's when you ask his sister or her sister. You ask family to intervene and have them talk to the other parent, because obviously the two parents are butting heads and nothing seems to flow right. That's when you get other family members involved. And I'm
No,
pretty
that's
sure,
when it. We. I'm sorry, sister. Go ahead.
yeah, I'm pretty sure that it'll work that way if you get other family members involved.
Well, that's when it turns into the Tyler Perry style situations where the whole family is fighting with the mom and the dad about the kids. That's when it turns into the dad is going to jail for even showing up over there. They get in arguments and fights about BS, just random BS. Or
Mhm.
if the dad comes to pick his son up or his daughter up, and he's got his new wife with him, or whatever. Or it's so many different scenarios that happen that cause, if the mom is still got feelings for the dad, but they can't get along to be in a relationship. So then but then you still got to come pick your kids up, and then you use outside. It's so many different things, and then I've heard men say, well, you know what, if you can't go. I've heard men tell other men, well, you know what, you'd have been to jail every time you go over there. Just stop going. Just pay the child support. Just shut up. You know what? Just wait until your kid turn 18, and then try to rekindle a relationship with them. That's all you can do, because every time you go over there, y'all gonna fight. Every time you go over there, y'all gonna argue. We not going over there because we don't like her. So it is what it is.
So
And the
why?
kids are
So
gonna
he
and the
couldn't
kids are
find
gonna
a go
suffer.
I
between.
feel like I feel like
That
you
you
guys.
no, because you can't find a go between, because the mother of the father, the baby's father, his mom can't his granny, the granny, she can't deal with, she not they not finna, it's too many people that's got to be involved, and they got their own situations. If I ask my brother, hey, can you go over there and pick my son up, he got his own life, he got his own thing. And then she give him the run around, and he went over there. Man, you know what, man, bro? Don't ask me to go over there no more, bro. 'Cause she crazy. She throw it off. I can't do it. Okay, like it's so many. You know what? It's so many different variables. Or if I'm a disciplinarian with my son, but then with his mama, he get his way, and he tell his mama, I don't want to go back to daddy house. Well, his mama gonna tell me, he don't want to come to your house this weekend. Now we gotta go to court, and I gotta take her back to court because she violating the child support order. And because we're in court, because we keep these white people in our business, we can't we can't even meet eye to eye. Because now you want to listen to your son, and you want to coddle him, and you want to tell him, well, baby, you ain't got to go to your daddy house this weekend if you don't want to. Or if I whoop him for doing something here, if I chastise him and then he tells you, daddy whoop me, well, you ain't got to go over there. Why you whooping my son? Because that's your son. That's your son. It's not our son. It's your son. And that's not for every scenario, but these are the
Mhm.
scenarios that black men are hearing. And it's easier for men to say, well, you know what? If you already incentivized, you getting money, you getting $800 to $1,500 a month in child support, you getting Section 8 and government housing, you getting food stamps. There is no incentive for you. There's just financial incentive for you to keep the child with you, but there is no incentive for you to say, well, you know what, your daddy just don't want to come see you, or we don't need your daddy, or oh well, You know, if he come, he come. If he don't, he don't. The money trumps the financial support that you get from everything trumps the relationship that that child could potentially have with his father, and that's gonna take precedent, but not in every situation, but in a lot of.
That
And that's
I
how the
find
and
it
that's
hard to believe because a lot of men don't even pay child support. So I really find that hard to believe.
it varies from state to state, and a lot of states, a child, as soon as you get a job, your child support is getting garnished from your check, and they gonna get it.
Yeah, and
But
that's because you didn't pay it on time. The government
no,
give
no,
you
no, that's
time
no,
to
that's in
pay.
no, that's in
No,
general.
no,
That's in
no,
general.
that's just a automatic
Oh, that's
instant. Yes.
because I would say that's because the lady she got on government assistance. But more
Mm-mm.
but more times than not, the government give you time to pay the child support. A lot of men don't want to do
But it's not.
nothing.
But it's not about the child support. A lot of men don't really. You know, if you're making good money, you don't care about the child support. But it's just the pushback you're gonna get from, hey, I want to come pick up my son this weekend, or if I got other kids and I want to come pick up my son with you, but I got other kids too. Well, who gonna be there? Where we going? Where you taking them? Where you going? What are you doing? You know, well, don't be whooping my baby. Don't have my baby around your wife because I don't know her. And it's like, well, you can meet her. Well, I don't want to meet her. Like it's you get so much pushback as an individual person that then
Well,
it turns into, and then when you get advice from other people, and it's like, well, you know what, you might have to just sit back and just let them grow up because your mom, you gonna go to jail every time you go over there. You gonna, she gonna have her new old man trying to fight you or acting crazy. It's drama, and a lot of that is because we choose wrong as men and women. We are bad judges of character when we choose to date, who we choose to date, who we choose to have
I
kids
was
with,
gonna say
who
that.
we are a bad judge of character. We pick the wrong people to try to settle down with. And we're
Yeah.
a lot of times we're not even trying to settle down. We just out here having free range relationships and just messing around and just being careless. And then boom, a kid comes. And then now it's like, oh, it's serious now. And oh, well, you want to get together and get married? Well, no, I really don't feel like that about you. Oh, okay, well then boom, child support and visitation for you. Oh well, okay. Well, let me come get my son this weekend. No, you can't do that because blah blah blah. I don't want him at your house. I don't like your lifestyle. I don't want this. I don't want that. And so then we got to go to court. Now we always in court, and then but court is expensive, and if I can afford it, now I got to get another job. Now I'm not making enough money. Now boom. Now I got another kid. Now I'm married, but I'm paying child support over here still. So now my finances are split in half. So now I can't even be a full parent. I can't even be a full father to the house where I live at because I'm at work 7 days a week. But this is what I did to myself. I did this to myself because I was a bad judge of character in the relationships that I was choosing to be with. And she's a prisoner to that too, whether she knows it or not, because she getting the housing and the Section 8 and the food stamps and the food stamps. But when all of that stuff stops, now you gotta pay out of your own pocket, and a lot of times the women aren't ready for that either. And so it's a double-edged sword. But our children suffer because they're not getting what they need from having men in the home. The men aren't there, but the men aren't there because we were choosing wrong.
Mhm.
And some
And
men,
it's
I was
I'm
gonna say,
sorry.
that's true. We was choosing wrong, and I think some men learn from they're growing up. Some of them feel like they don't need to do anything. They don't have to do anything. Like you will be lucky if they did anything. And I don't even know what to say about that. But like we have different scenarios and different situations, and
Mhm.
the best thing we gotta do is know how to vet the people that we date. I think that's very important.
Well, we gotta shut down we gotta shut down we get in these boxes and these chambers. Everybody want to sympathize with everybody. we get in these victim Olympic conversations where, yeah, girl, he did this, so it's me. Yeah, my old lady did this. Oh yeah, my old lady did this too, bro. Oh yeah, all these girls, yeah, you know. And then I've talked to the one brother who's like, oh yeah, well, you know, black women is just gold diggers and this and this and this. Well, in our conversations, we have to check that. We have to check you know, stuff that's not true. But you can't vilify a whole gender. So if I hear a brother say, "Oh yeah, these black women are just gold diggers. That's why I don't date." No, the black women you date are gold diggers. The black
Facts.
women that you mess with are gold diggers. You are choosing wrong. But when I hear my sisters say, "Oh well, you know, it ain't no good black men out here," and I'm like, "No, I know you personally. The last three black men that you was with seriously was all drug dealers and dope boys, and they was in the streets. Why you won't go and date the square dudes that's got the money? Oh well, you know I don't like square dudes. Oh, okay, well you can't. Well, you can't get with somebody and then change them into a relationship type of person. Like Rob just said, you just don't be in a relationship. All of us aren't meant to be in meaningful relationships or be married. Some of us are just meant to just float through life and just have boyfriends and girlfriends and just whatever and just have little buddies. But you know, but we gotta check the negatives. I'm not going. I have black women in my life. I love black women, and I'm not gonna let no black man or black woman disparage all black women. It's the people that y'all deal with specifically that act like this. But I do understand that there are sorry ass, lazy ass black men out here, and there are sorry ass, lazy ass black women out here. But black women gotta check that. Now that's the one thing I didn't like about Kevin Samuels is I want check black women to check black women. When we used to go to church, I used to go to church growing up, and they had Bible study and early in the mornings before service, and the black men would get together at Bible study church service early. So the black men would be together, and then the black women would be in a separate part of the church, and then the kids would be in Sunday service. The kids, everybody separate because there are certain conversations that black men need to have with black men, and there are certain conversations that black women need to be have with black women about what they're supposed to be doing, where how they need to be operating. But if a man is telling a woman that, it's a conflict of interest there. You can't do that. And the same thing with black women. There's a conflict of interest for a black woman to tell a black man. I can't tell a woman how to be. You need to be a real woman. I can't do that as a man. It don't even make sense. I don't know what the trials and the ups and downs of being a woman is. But I
Yeah,
can tell you, you need to go talk to the women. Oh, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
it's usually when somebody say, "Well, this is what a real man or a real woman should do." It's usually on the basis what is beneficial to them. It's not really going to be the beneficial of the person they talking to. That's what I've always seen. Well, you should be the leader. Well, it's usually some people who don't want to do stuff, or they want that person to take the hits while they sneak around and do their own fuckery, and then don't want to take accountability for their own fuckery. That's what I usually see with that conversation. And I agree with you. No woman should be telling me what a real man should be. You can only tell me from what it would benefit you. And same with a man. You can't tell a woman how to be a real woman. It's only going to be what benefits you. Only men can tell men how to be a man, and women can tell a woman how to be a woman. That's the only way it should be, and that's the only thing. But unfortunately, we all get mixed up in these conversations when really there's certain conversations should be separate. The women shouldn't be when men are talking about certain issues, the women shouldn't be involved. If women are talking about certain issues with them, the men shouldn't be involved. But we got people who want to end the mix, and then feelings get hurt. Then it then it comes into a blame game. But the men did this and the women did that, and then nothing gets accomplished. That's why I'm like I do agree with some separation. Or if you're gonna have people who can do it, you have to have people who can be as neutral as possible. You can have your bias. I have my biases. I know the women here have their own biases, but you have to be at neutral enough to be able to listen to both sides without playing the blame game. But a lot of us on YouTube, unfortunately, can't do that
Yeah,
because
social media provided a space where everybody feel like they can chime in. And
Mhm.
if if I feel a way, if I feel a certain type of way about how I was treated by my mama or my ex or something, I can, these y'all do need to get in line instead of me just chilling and just keeping my opinion to myself or getting my feelings and my emotions in check. Uh, I wanna shout and I wanna jump in and tell my side of the how I was abused or how I was treated or what my experience was, so somebody can say, "Oh, poor you," and play the violins. Nobody, no, it when really I just need to do better. Me as an
Right.
individual person needs to do better,
We
and
got a
so
lot more
there's
people. I
you
think
know
we
go
got a
ahead.
lot more people who are sympathetic, but that when they should be empathetic. You can understand, like I said, I understand like some of these dudes' gripes because I'm a man. I went through some of these gripes with women, but when it turns into when you get sympathetic, then it kind of affects your view of the other gender. And same with the women. I think it's okay to be empathetic. You can understand where they're coming from. But when you start getting sympathetic, that's when you start going on you kind of get on their side and but not understanding their role and to play in a lot of these situations. Nobody is like innocent in all these stuff. Some people have their part to play in how these relationships turn bad and why this dude left, why this woman went left. They have their own part to play, but they're not going to tell you that. They're just going to put it on one side or the other. And then and you have people who are sympathetic. They'll champion them, but they won't talk about their fuckery. And then when they do some fuckery, they'll try to explain it away, and instead of just like, no, you own some fuckery. You probably was on fuckery then. You own fuckery now, and and check them. But nobody wants to do that because they don't want to lose friendships and subscribers and all that.
Well, I think it has to do with us being afraid, as especially as melanated people, melanated brothers and sisters. We are afraid to have tough conversations, especially our men nowadays. That's why you can't blame a lot of females for feeling the way that they're feeling in terms of a lot of our men being emasculated because a lot of guys don't want to come to grips of how they feel. Like for instance, Brother Speak was just talking about fuckery and us being the fault of our own fuckery. Well, that's the truth. And what Big Dog was saying, I like what he touched on in terms of God among men. What he said, a lot of that stuff about the child support and all of that stuff, that's a real situation. But also at the same token, we also got to look at it from where our sisters are coming from too, and what we put our situation ourselves into. Like if she's been loyal to you, she's up there cooking, cleaning, taking care of the kids and stuff like that. But you out there cheating and you having another baby with somebody else, and then she divorces you, and then next thing you know, you cause turmoil. Well, guess what? Now she's feeling the way that you're feeling because of all the damage that you've done. And what is that called? That's called collateral damage, and you can't blame her for feeling that way. And also from a mental perspective, it's going to take her some time to heal, and that's what we always find ourselves doing. We're always healing one wound after another, and it never gets any better, especially as a community. That's why we can't come together. And then my final point too, what brothers Speak was saying, we never want to put anything out on the table. All we want to do is keep everything. That's what he was talking about on his live. We want to bring a U-Haul into every other relationship. where you got all these bags of problems and you wondering why, man, why she going off on me like that? Well, it's because of all that bottled up anger that she carried on from the other relationship to the next and taking it out on the man. When the man who's seen as a square, he just wants to come home and be diligent and be consistent and try to do it what's best necessary to be the leader of that family like he's supposed to.
Okay, well, yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Okay, I might be a little bit too harsh with this because I'm coming at it, uh, as a child of a father whose father wasn't there and stuff like that. And I know that is a lot of drama and a lot of unnecessary things and stuff like that. And there are some women that be on the keep the man away from the child, or they get into issues that have nothing to do with the child or stuff like that, arguing with the father. And I'm thinking he took the easy way out just to give up on me, not come. Even if he ain't able to take me away, the fact that he came and he went through all that crap to try to get me would have made a big difference. Yes, yeah, I'm gonna eventually see my mama if she's on that crap, see that. But when you don't come, you stop coming, then it hurts. It hurts horribly and stuff like that. Or you just disappear, Yeah, yeah. Even though it's horrible to try, the child probably be crying too. But the fact that he came, he still tried. He kept coming every time that he was meant to come. He said he was coming. Even if even if I have to see him get hauled away by the police, I see that he came. I was more important to him than him going to jail. I was important to him. I was loved by him enough that he went through all that hell to try to get me. And that meant something. That meant something. So so I kind of understand what Mello was talking about, that you're the leader. You're saying the woman didn't let you or keep your child, but that don't mean you stop making the effort. Okay. And I know, as I said, I'm thinking I'm being a little too harsh because I'm seeing it from the child aspect as the child. Because my father, even he wasn't in my life. He was minuscule, and then that minuscule just disappeared. And I guess that's my baggage. So that's the way I see. Even though I know there's some women are like that. I've heard about it. I've seen it, but I've also seen the women that ain't about that neither, and the guy's just not there. He's not showing up. He's not making an effort. You know, so so I think that's why she jumped so hard on the you're the leader, and you're the father. Even though you're going through hell, it means a lot to the child to know that they are important to you, that you will go through hell for them. So when you say, I will go to hell for my child, you walked it, live it, and the child sees it. Hmm. And I know that's just emotionally too much for some guys. And yeah, it's easy to say no, 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 but
No, I understand exactly what you're saying, sister.
mhm.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, So when these
Yeah.
guys are yeah, I can hear you. I can hear.
Oh,
So when
yes,
these
ma'am.
guys say uh they just gave up, they just gonna wait till the child is older. In the meantime, the child's going through all kind of hurt. I think the child, even though it would frighten them, or it would kind of upset them, and they probably would think, no, maybe go until the child tells you, Daddy, I know you love me, but this is too much even for me. I know you love me. You don't have to come. We're gonna find another way. You know. But until they get to that understanding, the fact that you keep trying, even if you're not successful all the time, even if you attempted and then you had to give up, or you was taken away, or whatever, that effort is important to child.
Nah,
Well,
Dame spitting facts. Oh, my bad, bro. Speak. Go ahead, bro. My bad, bro.
oh no, that's no, that you right. But we those generations of men, um, a lot of them came from broken homes and domestic violence and substance abuse, and they could be strong men and work ethic, but and not be aware of what kind of emotional damage they could cause by not being there. We just now seeing the effects with the last two generations, with those of us from the '80s babies and '90s. Um,
Yeah, I kind of understand. I saw that with one of my exes. But the issue wasn't his baby mama, because they had their kids when they were really young, so her parents had the kids. His it was his kid's grandfather that was giving them heck, and he would get angry and a little bitty stuff, and he would get angry, and then he'd be like F it and stuff like that. And then one of the times I couldn't take him talking about this and this and that. I said, okay, look, I love you, but this is how I'm seeing it. And I told him, I said, look, you don't. So you got to get control of yourself emotionally. You don't. If you want to see it as don't let him win, then see this. Don't let him win. This is a father. You had a child with his daughter. He don't see you in a good light. And every time you lose your temper and be epic, you're not changing his mind about that you're not good enough. So he's trying to protect his grandson and stuff like that. I say you got to come at it another way. I said even if the only time they let you see your children is when you cut their hair, because he's a barber, or you are a barber. You can control how long it takes you to cut the hair. Take that opportunity to spend the time with your children, even if it's that. And you don't let him get you angry or upset. Think about it is he wins. You lose your temper and you go storming off.
but that's
I
why it's important.
that's why men. Oh well, men. Sorry, bro, but I gotta say this though. Like we, as men, I think one of the things that Dame touched on that was a key point. Man, part of being a man is keeping your emotions under control. And him wilding out and everything that doesn't display leadership. And pretty much God among men and Brother Speak and Charlene and Dane, er, all women want to see is effort. Look, let's just keep it 100. Like what Dame was saying, things ain't gonna work out. Like what God among men was saying, things ain't gonna work out. But like I think where God among men was coming from, and I meant to touch on this earlier. He touched on the fact about a whole nother dynamic that you don't opened up in terms of the child support issue, and then it coming into spilling over into another marriage. All of that could be resolved by two strong-minded individuals coming together that have the same aspirations in terms of the child to resolve the greater good. But we don't never sit down and lay all those things out civilized as a people. All it takes is one person being sensitive, not gaining control of their emotions, and guess what? That person wilding out, and then like God among men had mentioned, okay, well she wants to have a sense of control because she got the child support, she got the majority sole custody and everything. So she gonna try to dictate, okay, where he going, where what you doing, and all this other stuff. When really it should be much different than that. And then that's where you had the anger coming in. That's where you had the animosity coming in. Oh well, if she gonna be there, oh I can't be there. Whether it's at a graduation, whether it's at a prom, whether it's anything when the child get older.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen situations where, um, people were dating, black people was dating and they was messing around, and then and everybody was irresponsible, drugs, alcohol, and just out and about, running the street, and then boom, she get pregnant. Well, then she stops all of that. She matures. She gets a job. She gets on her feet financially. She does everything that she's supposed to do as a mother. But the man specifically is still living that life. He didn't give it up because he became a father. He didn't mature and change because he became a parent. But one parent does mature and change, but the other one doesn't. And then that other parent, the mature one, holds the immature one accountable and says, hey, you need to get it together. I'm not going to send my baby with you and you out in the streets partying and drinking. Get it together. And this is what I mean by character. We have to be around people with character. Character matters. All of that stuff matters. We're going to be having relationships and being, but we get in these situations and then we with the wrong people. It's not always marriage. It's not always marriage that falls apart. Sometimes we just choose wrong. And then when you choose wrong, the consequences are that the kids suffer. The kids suffer but then the parents come back. The parents come back in their 50s and 60s and go, well, your mama kept me away from you. My dad did that. My dad said, oh, well, your mama kept me away from you. No, she didn't. We was right around the corner. You knew exactly where we were. You was being selfish and inconsiderate, and you was doing what you wanted to do. But that's fine. You can be a
I,
part of
I
my life. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
I was gonna say I have a question. Do you guys think I'm not saying all, but some men they marry like they probably on the path, but they're not fully like getting there, or they're working, but their work ethic is not, is not there, right? Do you think that they marry like women that they see that have like great potential, and she's putting in work, and they marry her? Do you think they do that to ensure that they are okay to put up an image while they still go out and do dumb shit like cheat, or like like be in the gangs, hang out with they dudes outside? Do y'all think that? Hello?
Okay, all right. So they are not where they need to be, but they married a woman to keep images.
Yes, to keep the image, saying that that's what they are, but in turn they're not living what they, yeah.
Well, that goes into peer pressure. Because I think a lot of dudes got married because, family pushed them, or this is something they have to do. Otherwise, people go look at you strange. If you just staying single, being a bachelor, they look at you, oh, you're a weirdo, or you may be on the down low. Because I've heard that before. So they get married because they feel like that's something they have to do. That's what they were taught. You get married, you have children, but they were never taught it should be of your own choice. It should
Yeah.
be something that you want to do. If you
Mm-hmm.
want to be a family man, that's something you should want to do. Because if you're doing something because you have to, there's a lot of resentment that comes to that. And yeah, people will play that image. I think some women do the same thing. They think because that's something they had to do. They had to be a mother. They had to be a wife. And then when they get in there, they find like that this is not something they truly wanted to be. Then that's where it's a obligation instead of something that you want to do. That's when the resentment comes in. That's when people start cheating. That's when the arguments and cheating and all this stuff go into it, because they truly wouldn't want it to be where they wanted to be. And
Mm-hmm.
now it's easier to get out of it, but look at the path of destruction you leave along the way. You leave a lot of bitter people behind you. And then now you got children, so now it's a bitter fight for children that you probably didn't even want to be in, but now you want to hold some kind of control over the other person. Now you're fighting in court, and people taking sides because that's what family do, instead of at the very least, getting these people on common ground. And if you can't get them on common ground, yeah, let somebody come get the child and take them over there and do stuff like that. Because in the end of the day, they do need both their parents. Even if you find out, if that child find out later that their parent wasn't worth anything, it should be left up to the child to find that out. You don't make that decision. You let the child make that decision. Because a lot of times I see it's like you want to try to keep this person from this other person, and then say they ain't whatever. But then the child sees something different because you keep telling them. But then the person come in and tell them, no, they kept me away, and the child sees that. Then this is what's going to. Then that's why there's a lot of resentment. There's a lot of anger. But yeah, it goes back to, yeah, people are doing stuff because they feel they have to instead of something they want to, and they'll play the image, and then yeah, like I said, people will do all kinds of stuff because that's not where they want it to be.
So, okay. Hey, what's up, everyone?
Hey, BMT, what's up?
What's
Hey,
up, man?
BMT.
Hey. So, all right. I've dated. I've dated women with children, and I'm gonna tell you. Uh, I have my pros and cons. One, I because sometimes it's no secret. Some men, they do want to get with the woman, and then they're like, "Shit, this is more than when I bit off I could chew." I agreed with some of the stuff what Dane was saying, because yeah, I know what it's like, because some men and women, they separate, and yeah, you still, how hard do you fight? And I ain't tell that to some men, but even I brought it up. How hard do you fight? And I felt that energy from you, Dane. That, what I'm saying, because you know, like, damn, nigga, did you fight for me? Did you at least fight for me? You know, and I can tell you right now, I only speak for myself. It's not easy. It's easy to say it when you was talking not as just as a woman. You was talking from that as a child at that time when you were saying what you're saying. Is that correct? I felt like you were speaking like, yeah, like, nigga, did you really put forth the effort? And so it does sometimes ripple and stay with you. Like, you revert back to that child, because then you're gonna be like, well, damn, nigga, like, you could at least buy me a McDonald's ice cream, or fuck what she had to say. And that's the thing about it. Like, this is why it's like some people did the best they could, and then some people are like, yo, I can't afford court. I can't afford these fees. Like, that shit adds up. I can't afford this legal fee. Now things have changed now. The laws have changed, but I'm also looking at it as the laws are definitely biased when it comes to that.
Look at it, sir. I'm sorry to
I'm
cut
not
you off here because you're making very interesting points here.
did I wait, excuse me, hold on. First of
Yes,
all,
sir. Yes, sir.
okay.
Hold on a minute. Let him
Yes,
finish his
Thank
point.
you so much.
yes, sir.
So it's easy to say until you start actually trying to retain and handle legal fees, and you have only but so much to wiggle room. Some people can move on with their life and say, you know what, I'll do what I can. Other people are like, yo, like, shit, I'm gonna just send the money. You can't substitute time with money. I got plenty of churn. So I'm just telling you, I'm telling y'all that I done did this, and I done been through that. And so if y'all gonna talk to me on the situation, make sure you a parent that did fight that fight. I don't want to hear speculation from Monday night quarterbacking, because it's not easy when you want to buy your kids some shoes, but yet the money's not being properly allocated like it can, because you can't control what happens in that house. You can't control who comes in and out of the house. Same thing for some people. Like, you don't. It's different when you actually have a living human being in the home, and you have no say so from what shoes are going on their feet to what clothes and all the assortment of stuff. It's not easy. Now I understand some people, they care costs money. Some men don't know better. Again, They don't know better because they weren't raised in a home on how much about daycare, XYZ. See, a lot of people are talking from that of an era where guess what? Hey, just send it over to Mrs. Charlene's house. She'll watch the kids for $50. Ain't nobody doing daycare for $50. I'm sorry, nobody's doing that. Nobody. It costs money to feed children. Those little mom and pop daycare centers are gone. They're held by that of the state, where if you get caught with so many churn, they can come at you for that. And ain't nobody risking some of their liabilities for that. I know these things. We done seen these things happen. So I'm not gonna talk out the side of my neck. So if you want somebody to say, hey, watch your kid, and a lot of these women and have not they either they pass their kids off to mama from the 80s babies, which I am, or some of the women to the 90s. So some people never really had that adulting like some of us in raising their children. They had mama or granny, but mama and granny are dead and gone. So they're like, shit, I don't know how to make Sunday dinner. I don't know how to do certain family tangible things that actually kept the balance, you know. So you got young men that were mamaed up and they got a bitch wrong, but they're like, yo, like you're not like my mama. So you comparing your girl to your mama. I've seen it happen a lot, and I'm sure some of these girls from Charlene and them have heard
Dr.
these boys
Francis
say that.
Cresswell's made that mention.
Huh?
She made Dr. Francis Cresswell's made that exact same analogy about
I don't even know who that is. I don't know
black
who Doctor.
black men calling their women mama, their intimate companion partners mama. She made mention of that in her essay called "The Origins of the Original Motherfucker."
Now, question.
Yes,
What do
ma'am.
you,
Yes,
so
sir.
so
Yes, sir.
okay, so if that is that case, then I would have to ask the rebuttal of the young girls who get with the older men and call them daddy. Because I know
Same
a
thing.
lot of girls when
Same
I was
thing.
hold on.
Same thing. You're right. You're
So,
right.
That's it.
and I know a lot of girls, and this is why you're seeing now on social media, Facebook, and y'all can't shame these young gals. Because they're gonna be like, why would I get with these young boys? And literally, I'm playing the game like y'all did. So I get with a dude who's 35, 40 years old. He got an apartment. He got a car. He works. He got a nice job. You want me to go to strugglation and build up with this man? Mind, this is what we hear a lot of people saying, hey, you need to build. Let's build together. Let's build together. Nah, I'm not going through the struggle. I don't watch my mama go through the struggles. Why do that when I can get with an older man? I know you might hear Charlene or Dame or some woman say, hey, don't do that, sis. You too young. You only like 19 or 21 or 22. But shit, she gonna be like, nah, bump that. I'm going back to I'm gonna take that chance. But he has everything. You done seen these girls do who's the girl, older girl who got with the dude in Florida? I know a lot of girls who do that now. And you're not gonna be able to shame them, say, hey, well, you need to get with a man and build. Now I'm gonna get with that older guy who has some stability now. Because
Now,
that's
sir.
what. So
Now, sir.
we can have the conversation. We can have it.
Yes, sir. Everything you're saying right now, I'm in 100% agreement. But let's look at it from this context. Most of those young ladies of this time era, in this time period, and within our system culture, are doing that for survival. You just mentioned a few seconds ago, and it just brought me back to a documentary I watched about a year or so ago about black men traveling to Brazil. And one of the persons made this statement about how, and you said it, and it sent me back in that time period where black women feel like they got to get it now or they're never going to get it. They got to get, because if they see, yep, that's right. Black men have seen their mothers struggle. So what they equate struggle, they equate blackness with struggle. So this is why in some cases, black males are not picking black women. They're picking non-black women because it's not in a resemblance of struggle. The same way with these young black female girls are doing. These young female girls are doing is they're picking older men because these men are established. I can tell you personally, I was seeing a young lady that I didn't even know was married to a man who's in the U.S. military, who had retired from the military, but was old enough to be my grandfather. And this woman is a year younger than me. And when I asked her the question, I said, well, why are you married to this man then? She looked at me and she said, I don't really love him, Linwood. I just like him because, he can give me stability. He's providing this. So whose apartment is this? Oh, it's his. So wait a minute. Let me get this straight. You're making $725 working at a nursery, managing children, daycare, that is. And you're dating a man who's retired from the U.S. military. And this man, all this stuff is in the man's name, not even this vehicle that we're sitting in. No, I don't own none of it. He does. So why are you with this man? Because I need stability, Linwood. I don't have a job that is stable. So I need stability. So I want the nice things in life. So that's why I got with him. It's just sort of using a person.
What's wrong with that?
It is what it is, Linwood. I was angry about it because, it's like, well, damn, there's no compassion. There's no love. If the man dropped dead there tomorrow, she gets all of this. But she doesn't care about this man. She does not feel any affection for him. He is just a sugar daddy.
That's what men are promoting now. That's what Kevin Samuels promote. That's what everyone's promoting.
Yeah, they're
So-
promoting sugar daddy dancing.
So now let me ask a question about that. Okay, about the take like that. So she knew what she walked into the contract of, hey, I'm taking care of you. You hold me down. I want access to you. You get taken care of. If she agreed to that, I'm not gonna be mad at her, but she understand, hey, it is for what it is. I'm not gonna be mad at her. Y'all can't, and this is what I'm saying. Y'all can say, hey, that's what's promoted, but that's what's being done. I hear nothing. I can't really say I get mad or I want to hear about these fairy tales of love when holistically this has been talked about and been practiced for years. Now all of a sudden it's like I can't believe these young girls are doing that. Like, so what are y'all gonna tell them now? Because you can't say 1 minute we out here winning, but then a girl chooses to say, you know what? I'm not about to go through that shit y'all went through. Listen, it took you umpteen years to get that house. I got a man who has the house. How is that? What did I do wrong? I went straight to
it's a principle thing, sir.
What's the principle?
It's a principle thing, but I think at the same time, this is me being a 39-year-old man. The hell with principle. It's about survival. Survive by any means. Don't care if it's hook or you got to survive. The principle is that the woman these black females are sacrificing things that matter, like being able to be mothers, to be legitimate wives, to be parents. All that she gave up just to survive.
So wait, okay. Now, I mean, so do you don't think that man is not sacrificing anything, or it's just a woman? Because I'm hearing one statement saying that black men are
pretty much the epitome of a carcass.
Hold on. I'm hearing one thing that black men aren't marrying black women. That's not true. Black men and black women predominantly marry each other for the most part. I don't know why we keep hearing this nonsense, and that's not towards anybody. That black men don't marry black women. That's a lie. You marry within majority of people marry within proximity. Most black people marry within proximity. So when I hear people say, "Well, black men don't marry black women; they marry other women," that doesn't really holistically happen.
They're pushing the minority. They're trying to push the minority into relevance. So if it's, let's say, hell, let's just go with it. If 1% of non-black women who are classified themselves as white married 1% of black men, that's a hell of a disparity.
I'm listening to you.
That's a hell of a disparity.
I'm trying to. I'm listening to everything you're saying. I'm listening to, but like when I hear people say, "Well, what better plan or option do you have to give them?" But
Give
I always ask people talk about the principle, but I'm saying, show me the tangibles of this. We're not doing the Saint Family Matters, the good old days. We here now.
no,
So
you're right. You're right.
so whenever I hear people say these things, I always just ask them, just like fair. You want my daughter to be willing to be on Let's Do Good Times with James. You need to tell me what is the pluses of her going through strugglation. But I'm not gonna ever tell my child that. I'm like, what's his credit score? What does he have going for him? Y'all can say
And
that's a gold
see,
digger, but no.
that's what's going on now. And that's why I believe what I'm seeing is due to the fact that we are, as Black people, under a system of subjugation, we are compensating for a lot of things that are inaccurate. So if we can't get an adequate paying job, we have to get somebody that does have one. If we cannot get the things of like our basic needs met, somebody else has to provide it for us, not our own blood, sweat, and tears. And so now what you're starting to see is they're taking the easy way out because that's the only option they have. Now, as far as Black males are concerned, Black males are just like myself, are just trying to figure out what the hell is going on here. You know, do I have to mainly buy? Do I have to buy Black women like they're basically slaves on the auction block? Hey, you're worth 1,500. Here we go. 17,000 sold.
Now, why did you use that correlation?
I disagree with
Yeah,
that.
yeah, but why did you use that correlation of the slave bar? And I'm trying to now. I'm just trying to put it all together because I'm trying to figure out like y'all can't have it both ways where we're winning. But I how y'all subjugating y'all wearing Jordans? I never understood that when people were subjugated, they wearing Jordans, Michael Kors bags. They going out there living their best life. I need to know where's this subjugation of slavery coming in.
Sir, let me be very honest with you. That is all fake and make believe.
That's fake. What?
Let me explain further.
Go ahead. Please explain to me.
385 means I'm not gonna get nothing.
You Borgin.
Am I okay?
Linwood, stop. You Borgin.
You Borgin very heavily.
What's going on?
I'm trying to say, but I'm trying to figure out because I just saw like today, I just saw a lot of Black people out there at some nice restaurants with their mamas doing nice things. Now, either the white man being too generous and letting them sneak in on the front door, or I need to know like you can't say 1 minute because then if you're subjugated, then you would have a valid reason to say I can't proficiently take care of my woman and my children.
Okay.
Now, if you want to give them that card, then
am I not Borging? I'm make sure I'm not Borging. Can y'all hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I'll let the gentleman continue.
No, okay, because when I hear people saying this is where it kills me, but the people saying that they're being subjugated, then I'm like, so is that what wall is keeping you from proficiently being able to take care of your child? Your child can go to school. What your child can go? You can go take your child to the library. You can go feed your children at the grocery store. I'm asking people that because see, when people start using those kind of clauses, then I'm gonna be like, so is that the reason why you failing as a parent? Like, I need to know why it was. Then explain how other groups can come over here and they thrive with their family and they look just like you, but you can't as a Black American man.
They were picked.
They were picked.
They were picked.
By who?
See, let me tell you something.
Who picked? They picked.
He's going
I'll
with
explain.
the slave analogy.
Let me address one point at a time. The other word about the Michael Kors and the Jordans, that's called compensation. When I went to school at a community college, there was a thing on the board It says, what will make an unemployed black male buy his infant son a $40 pair of Jordans? Question mark. And I looked at that question and I said, you know what it is? I kept staring at that question and I kept playing that question over and over and over in my mind. And then I came to the solution: compensation. Compensating for the fact that he cannot fully function as a man in society. So to function as a man, he has to dress up and look like a man, even though he cannot function as one. So yes, I will go out there and buy me $40,000. I'll buy me, $200 sneakers. But who am I really showing off for? I'm showing off for other black people to say, aha, look at me, I got it. You dig what I'm saying? This is what you have. We're mainly consuming things to show off to other people, mainly black people. The people that we're showing off to are not impressed. And those we're showing off to won't even care.
Now, why do you keep saying only black men are trying to compensate? And then I would ask you the next question. If you never had nice things, is it wrong to say, I want to put my child in nice things? Or I'm doing it wrong? Because if I didn't have those things, why would I not want to put nice shoes on my child's feet? If I never had them.
As Mr. Umar Johnson said one day, and it's a very interesting statement he made, we're breeding nigglets.
Wow, Umar Johnson said that he has yet one child yet. Like
we're breeding fashionable nigglets. When we send these children to school, they're looking like rappers on a rap video.
Now that's a horrible stereotype.
That right there, big dog. That's perception, though.
Yeah,
That's just perception. I mean, we can't just generalize a person by their attire.
Here's the thing. If you really sit back and look at the behavioral system that we're under, if you go to any school in this country, pay attention to what the non-white kids are wearing, and then pay attention to what the white kids are wearing. You'll notice the dichotomy.
They're wearing the same shit.
They're wearing the same thing black kids be wearing.
And wearing the same shit.
I don't send my daughter to school.
We ain't gonna do this. But I just saw some Indian kids wearing Yeezys. Like, we ain't gonna do this.
That's just a generalization.
Y'all call us rappers, boy. Y'all generalizing us.
That white person is looked at as, oh, he's hip, he's cool, he gets it. If a non-white kid who's classified as black wearing it, he's ghetto and it's ratchet.
Okay.
But that's a stereotype.
What's the point of that?
Black people.
That goes back to stereotyping.
Y'all stereotyping your own people.
I'm trying to explain it further because it goes to a broader issue. And the broader issue is this. The reason why we're spending money in the here and now is because we're not looking forward to living tomorrow.
But who are you pointing that in reference to, though?
We're looking into the fact of the late Kevin Samuels. We're not looking for tomorrow. We're looking for right now. That's why if you notice what Dr. Bell said, black people's accomplishments are mainly short and forgotten the moment they happen.
So what would you call a doctor? What would you call a doctor? Would their accomplishment be short if I say, well, you're just a doctor, but I don't recognize you as anything else than that? Because I'm looking at it as somebody that is going over about children, but they have yet produced any children, but they're critiquing parents on children. But he's done a lot of interviews with rappers, celebrities, X, Y, and Z. But he's doing. I'm like, hold up, bro. You saying a lot of things about our people, but I know you like sitting with them same people, but you stereotyping your own people. Like nobody judged him when he married 2 women, but now I'm like, hey, something don't look right here. Do we get a book on that one?
I just took that to what he said about our children are dressing up in a fashion show. Like they're not coming to school to learn anything on how to counter the system of white supremacy. We're just sending them out there as a fashion show. We're not showing up at the SAT scores. We're showing up at the sports games. We're showing up anywhere else other than where it counts the most. Now, when I heard that statement from Mr. Johnson, I only can relate it to what I saw when I was coming up in the late 90s, early 2000s, and here in the South. I don't know what that's going on now, but let's really be honest with you. The same mentality with our children still stands.
I think y'all like us looking like bums. I think some of y'all
going back to that question, we will make an unemployed black male buy his infant son $40 worth of a $40 pair of Jordans.
Because I want to be his hero. I want my son to be proud that, hey, you know what, son? I saved my money and I went to your mama Dame and I said, Dame, listen, I get it. He got school coming up. I bought him some Jordans. Now, I'm going to ask the women. Did you fault that man who don't got no job to save his money and put some shoes on that boy's feet?
How can an unemployed black male take his last $40 and buy his infant son a pair of Jordans? An unemployed black man.
Because that's my son.
That's my
son. That's my son.
The answer that I had after sitting back, reading that question over and over again is compensation.
So what do you? Okay, so if you're gonna say that,
just being a good dad, doing your best.
Because Jordans are known for quality,
if you're gonna
right?
say that, Linwood, then I'm gonna say this to you.
Yes,
How
sir.
can an unemployed black woman get her nails and her feet done and go out there and shop?
Compensation.
Okay, so you're gonna have to start throwing that. You have to start throwing that boomerang back and forth because don't just do one side.
The compensation is the fact that you are under a system of mistreatment and you're not able to function as a man or a woman.
Or you just don't want to.
What is this?
What is this? You just don't want to.
Let me explain, guys. And I'll let you have the floor and I'll shut my mouth.
No, you did.
Speaking like RBR, but good.
The compensation for the fact that we cannot function as men and women under a system of mistreatment. So as black people, historically, we've always had to compensate for things. If we can't go inside the restaurant because it's colored, it's whites only, okay, we'll go make a restaurant. If we cannot get the job attainable to be able to move up economically so we can pass down generational wealth to our young ones, then we'll just look like we're wealthy. We'll appear to be wealthy even though we're not.
That's not true. Make your own business so you can do it.
That's not true. Make a business. Start an LLC or sell a product or service.
May I say something?
What job are Negroes not getting now?
This is that whole thing about white supremacy thing that I get irritated with.
Now you don't believe
again with the whole thing.
If you don't buy in that, if you yourself doesn't buy into that, then
no, what I don't buy is using that as an excuse for you to be a failure. That's what I don't buy. If you're saying that's you, keep that to your damn self. I don't feel subjugated.
Okay.
And if you feel subjugated in this country, that's your own damn fault for being a weak ass person, period. So stop with the weak talk and be strong.
Thank you for the
conversation. You want to
conversation.
talk about subjugation? I don't give a fuck about subjugation. That's why I told you in my video. I don't care about white supremacy. You got to get power to defeat it.
Thank you, sir.
That's it.
Thank you.
And if you're not trying to do that, you're a weak ass person. You don't need to be bothered.
Thank you for playing.
Take your weak ass home.
About the strong black.
I don't give a fuck about white supremacy or racism. I'm going to do what I have to do for myself and the people around me. And I'm going to do whatever I got to do that. I am not going to sit here and worry about white supremacy. I'm not going to sit here and worry about racism. I'm not going to sit here and worry about what them white folks going to do. I'm going to do what I'm going to do for me, period, in the discussion. And that means if I want to buy my son a pair of Jordans, even if I'm broke, I'm going to do that because Jordans are known for quality.
And
Sometimes,
Jordans are known
yes,
for
some
being
people do it
rather
for fashion,
expensive
but others do it
without
because
actually
Jordan is
putting
known
money
for
on the book
quality,
to
and
get
they buy
jobs,
those pair of Jordans
to get
because it's
jobs, or to
quality
get any
shoes.
equity whatsoever.
So
You have
But Lin,
people
crying
who
about
but
compensation, maybe
Linwood,
that's
let me
you want to cry for
Linwood, let me
compensation.
ask you something.
Can I
black
say one thing?
community thrive
Hey,
because
hey.
of
Hold on. I just
non-white
Hey,
making
hold on, y'all.
decisions.
Hold
Coming
on.
to
And
the
it's
last
going
10 minutes, y'all.
hold on. I wanted to say like these Jordans and other sneakers, they're on the same place. Like I don't think y'all understand. Payless just went out of business. So whether you buy a New Balance sneaker or something, the price difference is $10 to $15. So if you buy your child Jordans, that's good on you. It just I feel like it's the same cost if you was to buy any other sneaker. So for you to come up in here with that lame excuse, that goes to show where you're at.
It goes back. It goes back to what the young sister was saying earlier about her dad at least attempting, just trying to
Mm-hmm.
do something. If he did what not working and he come through with a $40 pair of Jordans and that's all he got, he's trying. But
Yeah.
he
Yeah,
failed.
making an effort, whether it's Jordans, whether it's Payless or
Right.
whatever. At least he
Right.
bought them something.
That father's
Now,
trying.
what I was
Right.
trying to equate here, because I'm still reading a book by a young lady named Mickey Kendall, and she brought up she has a book out called Hood Feminism about how black women are having to live up to the standards of whiteness, and I strongly agree with that 100%.
Lord have
Because
mercy. Save
as
us.
black
Save us,
No,
Jesus.
wait,
That's
let's
another generalization.
hear it. Go
Save
ahead.
us,
Go ahead.
Jesus. Save us, Jesus.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Linwood.
Okay.
Think
All
about
right.
it. Let's sit
I
back and
blame
think about it.
Charlene for this.
Let's sit back and think about it for a moment. And as
Okay,
I was reading the
Linwood.
book, it made all the sense in the world. We're the only people who
Wait. Linwood.
yes,
If you
ma'am.
can't
Yes,
back
ma'am.
up the book with experience, going out into those environments and seeing these things, you're not going by factual things. And is this a fiction or a nonfiction book?
No, it's actually an actual book about
No. There's a difference. Fiction or nonfiction?
it's nonfiction, ma'am.
All right.
Save
Okay.
us.
Now,
Save us,
I
Jesus.
don't read fictional books. I don't get into fantasy. I get into facts.
some of them so-called factual books can be fantasy land
I mean, but this woman,
because they going on a bias.
well, for her, she was calling out respectability politics, in which us as black persons have had to sort of use to navigate a system that doesn't well, let me stop. Let me stop saying
But
a system.
how you getting
It's
black?
all based
Okay,
on
okay.
survival and code switching.
Hey,
But not,
people.
right.
It's the whole plethora that we're the non-white people overall have to, and particularly in what is called the United States, code switch. We have to, make sure our
Everybody code switches.
wars, but white people don't code switch, sir.
Oh, yes, they do.
Oh,
Oh,
yes, they
yes,
do.
They
they
don't
do.
have to.
Oh, they
Oh,
do.
yes, they do.
Those are the masters of code switching.
Man,
Those are the
who you
masters.
telling?
Yeah.
Have you ever listened to the show Code Switching on NPR?
No. Listen.
Do you know white people in real life?
White people
Because I
code
do.
switch like
Yes,
goddamn.
I do know white people in real life.
You
But
got
Right.
a dude
And
named
I know
Jack
they code
Harlow.
switch all the time. With me, they may act one way. With their friends, they act another way.
Yeah.
I seen that in real time.
They do that shit all the time.
They even do it
Please
among
tell me they
themselves.
don't code switch. Yes, they
The
code switch.
poor whites and the middle class and rich whites.
Yeah.
They're the
there's no such
master
thing
of code switch.
there is no such thing as
I
middle
I
class
need to
or
know how to
upper
code
class.
switch.
There's two classes of people in the known universe: powerless and powerful. And all non-white people are in a powerless position, whether we think it or not. We're in a powerless position to be able to determine our own destiny. Yes, we can try as individual persons to do something of constructive value, but it's only the individual person. It is not the collective. We don't have
Well, we can't worry
economics.
about the collective.
We don't have control. What I mean by this is we don't have control of the economics. That's the money. We don't have to control the education on what's being taught to our children. We're
Yes, you
not in
do.
control of
Yes,
the
you do.
You can
entertainment.
control that.
We don't have in control the labor, which means
You
who
can
gets
control
hired, who
that.
gets fired. We don't control the law, means we don't have judges. We don't have an enforcement agency
Who
that
stopped me from being a judge?
You
No,
just got
I
a black
said
woman as a
control.
judge.
I said control of all of it. I'm not talking about
that's where we
I'm
have
not
the
talking
issue.
about a face, sir. I'm talking about actual control, actual domain.
Okay, now I got
about
a question.
Yes, sir.
How do you control something if you don't go apply for the job? How do you do that? Like
that's just working for the person. I'm talking about control, sir.
No. But you just missed what I said. Just hear what I said.
Yes, sir.
If how do you control something if you don't go apply for the job? Now in Texas, they just had a whole slew of black female judges all win and get into seats as judges.
I'm familiar with that story. I am.
Now, and then you had it in Georgia where a bunch of black people ran for judicial seats and won all of them. Now, you can't say that was by chance. The white man said, listen, y'all Negroes get into these positions. That way, when white people come, you'll be over the ticket and whether they go to court or not. Why would the white man put them black Negroes in power?
Sir, are you familiar with racial showcasing confusion?
Lord have mercy. There's no winning with some of this. Like you, at some
just a
like,
second, BMT.
no way.
It's good, BMT, because these type of people,
sir, I'm not
white
joking.
supremacy will let you.
I'm not being
They
joking.
will scare these people to death. Oh my God, white supremacy. Who cares about white supremacy?
I'm not kidding. I'm being serious. I'm
No,
being very
now, limit. If I want to ask you this. Now,
I know that's the sad part. You serious?
Now, limit. Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Now, if a black man told his baby mama, I can't take care of my child because of white supremacy, you think she gonna look at that as that makes sense or that an excuse?
Well, she gonna look at it as an excuse on one end, but he is actually telling her the truth. No, I
oh my,
and he should explain why.
Seriously.
But once again, this is why we need a code, and no non-white person should be producing offspring until they can do these three things: adequately feed them and clothe them with no help, adequately provide shelter for them with no help, and they are able to explain what white supremacy racism is and how it works in a language where that young person can understand.
Lord have mercy. Now,
I will explain what is racial showcase and confusion.
Yes, please educate me, please. Educate me.
I don't want to educate you because you know I'm not talking down to you. I'm talking to you.
No. Educate. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine.
I'd rather talk to people and not talk at them.
No.
Racial showcase and confusion is when the smartest and most powerful white people pick certain numbers of non-whites who are non-threatening to the system of white supremacy. They put them in positions of management so they can manage the affairs of maintenance, expansion, and refinement of that system. Start paying attention here in the next few years. You're going to start noticing it. As the white population starts to go down, the smartest and most powerful white people who are in the midst of that collective are going to start putting more non-whites in positions and being the face of it. So mainly you're going to be looking at them as, well, y'all got all this power. How come y'all ain't solved these problems yet? Congressional Black Caucus. Well, you as a black governor, we got 4 black governors in a row. How come y'all ain't been able to solve this problem? The reason why, they're not there for you. They're there for them. The smartest and most powerful white people who own the Fortune 500 companies, who own Facebook, and yes, this platform in which we speak on currently.
Now, I'm asking you this. So, in saying that, right?
Yeah.
Because I learned this thing as a parent. I can't foresee the future. I might be with in this hypothetical. I might be with Charlene today, and we fall out of it tomorrow. Can I blame white supremacy on why me and Charlene are not together?
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
And I will tell you why. I will tell you why. Let me explain why, sir. Let me explain why. Sir, let me explain why. Let me explain why. Because non-white people cannot get along to hold water together. Because we have been affected by a system of mistreatment, we have had what is called that poison. So we're mainly angry with each other. But let a white person come between myself and you, and we ready to get into it. That'll shut down real quickly because we know that white person put a hurting on us because they got somebody to back it up. We have no power to back up our defense. So that's why we're going at each other. So until we're able to have this is what we should do. This is what I suggest Black people should do. Black males and Black females in particular. One, engage in constructive conversations. Every conversation you have needs to be constructive. Engage in constructive work.
That's impossible.
Good luck with that.
Whatever is impossible is possible. Okay, so I never say because what can be built up can be taken down. So nothing is impossible.
But you just said that because of white supremacy, that's why me and Charlene didn't work. So anytime I fail and any baby mama come at her baby daddy, I just need to say white supremacy. That's why I could not be little two.
First of all, you should not be out there producing kids recklessly.
Wait, white supremacy.
We shouldn't be producing kids recklessly.
White supremacy kept him from Charlene.
Well, let me explain further. We shouldn't be producing kids, period, unless we're able to manage to take care of them. I agree with Dr. Wells.
What if the condom broke?
This is why I agree with Dr. Wells. That
white supremacy, Frankie.
White supremacy. Black females should not consider marriage or childbearing before the age of 30.
Damn.
And Black males should not consider childbearing before the age
of 35.
You said they should not?
Yeah, should not. We are not allowed to touch each other, Charlene. So you can't come at me for child support until 30. So please stop calling. Please stop calling.
No,
we can't have sex until the 30, Charlene. No sexual intercourse until you're 30, Charlene. That's it.
Charlene, until she and you are both at least 30.
I cannot talk to her. I'm following the rules. I can't have sex with a Black woman until I am 30. That had nothing to do with the other races. But
I'll read this.
I have a question. Can we sleep with the white woman though?
Wait a minute. Does that also apply to Charlene? Does that mean Charlene can sleep with a white man?
I'll respond to that. I mean, whoever you decide to engage in a relationship with is your choice. But if you're going to be in that situation as the non-white person who is in a powerless position, or you need to have a conversation with that person and let that person know that under the system of white supremacy, you're in a powerful position.
What the hell? I'm going to tell them that they're in power?
I mean, but let's be honest here. I mean, but seriously, I mean, really, I'm not, all jokes aside, I'm being very serious about this.
I know, that's why I'm laughing, because you really are serious about this.
In these situations where a non-white male produces offspring with a white female, you notice that the non-white male is a docile, clueless puppet. He just got his head down like a simp. He does not stand for nothing. He does not educate nothing. She runs the show. He plays the role of the bitch. So before you ever get into that whole arrangement, you need to have a conversation with her about, hey, what are we going to teach these kids about the system we're under? And if she don't answer the correct questions, it's time for you to put her to the. No, it's time for her to go. The bottom line is we have to be realistic with our offspring. We have to tell them the truth. Now we're not taking their childhood away or anything like that, but just being very honest with them about the system culture that we're under. And as the white woman, she needs to let that child know how other white people mistreat non-white people and how do they do it. That is her job. And your job as the parent is supposed to educate your youngster about that. And the mother needs to inform the young person, how do white people do this behavior and what to look for. So our children can be well aware, because these are our children, regardless they came out of our sexual parts or not. These are our babies. And we got to make sure our babies are mentally, physically, and emotionally prepared to go out there and on the planet to counter this behavior, step by step, one by one.
Okay, well, what if Becky don't believe that white people been mistreating black people?
Becky doesn't have to, because Becky is a part of the system. So if Becky recognizes that, that's a plus, because Becky can tell us exactly what the hell is going on when non-white people are not in the room.
Well, if Becky don't believe that there is racism or racist system or anything, how's she gonna point it out to us? We can probably point it out better than she could.
Well,
We'd be like, no, you exaggerate. It's not like that.
This
I mean,
the police shot him by accident. He was doing something wrong.
Well,
He
ma'am.
had a gun in the car, and the
Well,
police
ma'am.
thought he was reaching for it. When
Ma'am?
all he was doing, no.
Yes,
There's too
ma'am.
many judges out there that
Ma'am,
don't
I get you
see it.
I get what you're saying, though, but now, according to the code, no non-white person should be engaged in that relationship. Period. But I only say this because the reality is that does happen. And there are young black males in these arrangements. So I try to give the most constructive suggestion to those who are in those arrangements by saying, hey, before you do this, y'all need to have a serious discussion, because her parents may not approve of you because of the color of your skin. So y'all need to have those conversations prior and really, really have a heart to heart and really discuss things, because a lot of times when these relationships, the first thing we have is the I don't know. I didn't know you had graffiti on your body. I didn't know you, had multiple kids or multiple women or men or whatever the case may be. I didn't know you didn't have a job. I didn't know. You should know everything about that person, and that person should know everything about you. And if that white person really wants to be with you as you, the person, they should take that into consideration. That you are in a powerless position, and by her being in a powerful position, she has a responsibility to inform your offspring as well as you do. Parenting is about teaching. Parenting, yes, you got providing, you got, provide the things that the basic needs for children. The main thing about parenting is the ability to teach. And if you're not teaching your offspring anything, you're leading them to the slaughter.
Well, you do have to. I agree with you that you need to inform. You need to inform kids and people around you that white supremacy exists and all this other stuff. But do not give men specifically the battery to use. Oh, well, the white man holding me back. The white supremacy is holding me back. Like no. I've seen lazy, underperforming all groups of men, all of them, no matter
Now,
what
I'll tell you how to
group,
combat
no
that.
matter what group they are.
I'll tell you how to combat that.
Yeah,
But with black men
white
specifically,
people are saying that they being subjected because of their privileges and that they're being ruined. What was that guy that?
This more coward talk. Jesus Christ. This is coward talk.
As individual
Listen,
black persons,
let's put it in terms of let me try to
because I
help
was going to respond to the gentleman on
how about the young man be a strong young man, and whoever they date, they understand who he is and how he gonna raise his child, and they be on that program, whether they black or non-black.
Okay,
that's what you should be doing. Not this coward talk. You gonna really if I go to Charlene and say, you know what, Charlene, I can't pay my child support today because the white man hold me back. You think Charlene gonna care about that dumb shit?
Well,
she gonna be looking at me like I'm fucking retarded.
Let me respond to that, sir.
I mean, no. You had your time to talk. I'm speaking. No, okay, I'm speaking.
Because I really want to put the context
I'm
in there.
speaking.
You can have immediate power.
I'm speaking. You rambled on about all this white supremacy, being powerless, all this kind of stuff. Let's get to it. If you want to be in the coward position, you want to be scary, you go right ahead. If you want to make excuses for black men being weak and pathetic,
you go right ahead. I'm not doing that.
That's not the
I'm not giving that. I ain't giving nobody that much power over me. I
That's
don't give
exactly
a
what it
damn what
sounds like.
power position they fucking have.
What I
I'm
was
still
going
gonna
to
be
respond,
me, and
what I was
the
going to
woman
respond
that
to is
gonna be with me is gonna follow me regardless, and she's
well,
gonna understand what I want her to learn, what my
well,
child to learn, and if she
that's
don't agree with it, she gets cut
that's
off.
well,
But
that's
what
the
I'm not gonna
patriarchal
do
attitude
is
that
be
has
on
been
some
passed on
scary
to
ass
us for a
shit
very long
and be
time.
worried about what the parents think and all that shit. You should be knowing this woman, and she should be respecting you from the jump. If she don't,
Actually,
she
no,
will be get rid of. But if
she
you
doesn't have.
still,
Well, first and
but
foremost,
you
she
talking
doesn't
about
have to
dudes
respect you. You have
who
to
are
earn it.
cowardly and
You
weak
must
and
see
let
that
these
you earn
women run
yours.
on them. That can happen if they black or they white, Asian, whatever. There are
So
dudes out here will
when's the last
let
time you
women
been with
run
an
all
Asian
over
woman?
them
When's the last time
because they
you know,
weak and pathetic. And then you want to use the excuse of white supremacy. No, they just weak ass
well,
dudes.
sir,
They
that's
weak
not,
All
and
right.
that
pathetic.
sounds
And
like
just
All right.
somebody
and
that's
you
the
want these
issue
dudes to
is
use
that
these excuses for
the
being weak and pathetic,
he is the
then you can
he's
go
the
right
endangered
ahead. But I'm not gonna do it. And I'm
part.
gonna teach these dudes every time I teach.
All right, sorry, gentlemen, but it's getting kind of late, and we need to wrap it up. We've been up for 5 hours. I was
Child
supposed to
support.
stop us 12 minutes ago.
I was going to respond to that. The first thing you need to do is have individual willpower to be able to communicate with your person constructively. That's why I said all conversation should be constructive. That's why I said that's one step.
Okay, that's it. End it right there. Okay, bro, speak. Say what you gotta say. We're going down the line. Let everybody speak, and then I'm shutting it down.
Okay, quick, easy. Stop being weak ass dudes. Stop being weak women. The
All right.
person you be with, you
What does
should
that
be
mean?
respect.
What does
You
that mean?
respect them. They respect you. They
How is
respect the
being
people.
weak?
They admire you and respect you, and it will work out. If it don't work out, at least y'all can go away so that these children will have parents that at least show that they care of each other. If you're not doing that, yes, you're gonna have all this drama, all this strife. The kids are gonna be effed up, and that's what we have right now. That's it.
Oh,
And this
all
weak
right.
ass excuse about white supremacy, dead that. That's just another excuse for people to be scary and don't want to succeed. Stop it. I'm done.
All right. Thanks, bro. Speak. Thanks, Linwood. All right.
No
BMT, you're
problem.
next.
Yes, love. Yes, love. I love you guys. I love you guys. You know what I'm saying? Good. I watched a lot of conversations. Y'all see, I got David and all of them to come over for Mother's Day to be nice with you girls. So they came over to see Charlene on the porch. I definitely will tell people, listen, y'all, take care of your churn. Even if it don't work out with you and the mama, that's still your churn. You know, and I know it's hard. I know what it's like. You know what I'm saying? Like I know what it's like, but they start to notice that. Now, if it's a really bad environment, sometimes that parent need to go on protective mode and say, you know what? I know you want to see your daddy, but your daddy or your mom was not in a safe environment. And sometimes we like to force that, say, well, we got to because that's putting them in harm's way. And this is where we hear the horror stories of things that happen to children. Well, still need a daddy in life, but daddy hangs around a bad crowd. Now the child gets touched or harmed. Or the mama, she's doing reckless behavior. And sometimes you got to do the best needs of the child. You know what I'm saying? We just got to have these. We got to keep pushing with these conversations. I want to thank Dame and Charlene and Black Knight. Y'all keep doing what y'all doing. I enjoy y'all because y'all are pushing hard conversations, and they're uncomfortable, but it's good to have them. You know what I'm saying? So y'all keep on doing. Y'all steps.
But
Huh?
BMT, before you shut down, I just tell your boy Hood Conservative, he tried to come up here. He got blocked from the channel. But
He got
I don't know.
blocked. How'd
Yeah,
y'all block him?
so if you do a stream and he comes up there, then I would debate him and talk to him. But
Okay.
yeah, he too He's too vulgar with his language. He doesn't care.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that
he
definitely.
just says what he want to say. But yeah.
No. It's fine. Listen. You gotta go when you go. You gotta respect the chat or with the women that are running the show. And you told them the rules on my show. Like, hey, we don't say the B word to women, stuff like that. I try to. Y'all see when I come by, right, Frankie? I say, hey, y'all
Mhm.
chill out, man. Like, we can't ruin a good thing when we, you know what I'm saying. But when it's gone, it's gone.
Yeah.
And this is why we lose a lot of good shows or a lot of good content creators that do try to have these conversations. You know what I'm saying? Because people bring a lot of their vitriol to those panels when they say, "Hey, I get it, but let's have the conversation." I get it. The man or the daddy or the mama, they weren't this, but we can have it. You know what I'm saying? I spoke for and I want y'all to know I got y'all back, man. I do. I do. I enjoy y'all. And other people they will see y'all. Y'all keep growing slowly. You know, you got people rooting for y'all. Don't stop doing what you're doing. Black Knight, if you hear me, bro, you know I got your back battle. You know what I'm saying? So y'all don't stop. Okay? Y'all did a good 5-hour show. Happy Mother's Day. I love y'all women. Y'all do a good job. And y'all women who haven't had children but have raised children, you know what, keep going. Brothers who are trying, y'all keep y'all head up and try, man. That's all we can do is try and keep pushing forward. No more excuses. Let's make things work. Okay? All right. Much love to y'all. Peace.
Peace. All right. Thank you, BMT. Okay, God among men. You next.
I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much. Y'all did a Mother's Day live stream. Uh, man, I love y'all platform. You know, these conversations are important. Um, and I just want to say it all started with the Kevin Samuels drama that's going on, and his platform specifically started a lot of these conversations, and they ugly, and some of the stuff that he said nobody liked, and some of the stuff he got followers, but you guys specifically gotta, what it all boils down to is men gotta, we gotta check the radical stuff, the radical conversations when they get ugly, when it's men bashing women. You gotta, hey, no, don't do that to our sisters. And the women gotta protect the boys and the men also, because it is good men out here and it's good women out here. We got to protect each other. We got to protect the whole community, and we can't blame white supremacy for the failures. You got to make people step up. You got to make the people that's lagging at least try to empower them to step up, even if it's just a good word, even if it's just planting a good seed. But I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate everything y'all doing. I'm subscribed. I'm locked in, and I'm hoping you guys, expand and start going into other platforms. I'm gonna rock with y'all to the end.
All right. Thank you, JM. All right. Okay. So Charlene dropped off. So it's Truth. Well, it's good to see you, Truth is. Yeah, I figured you was spending Mother Days with your family, but glad you could peek in. Okay. Charlene, you're back. You're up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. My phone died, so now I'm back. So, um, all I just wanted to say is please don't use white supremacy or racism as a trope. If you're a man, just go out there and get it. I mean, have a mission, have a goal, have what you have in mind. I mean, work out, get your mind right, and you can achieve anything. I mean, stop listening to naysayers and just do it. There's a whole bunch of opportunities out there for you. Just keep saying that to yourself, and one of them will find you. And yeah, that's what. Please, I hate when people say white supremacy and they use that as a crutch. I don't like that. I think you could do better as a man, and especially as a father. The little things matter. If you try, the child could see that. If you don't do anything, the child could also see that. But at least do something, because the child remembers when he was younger, and basically from the ages from 0 to like 9 or 11, that's what shapes what his life is going to be like in the future, and the way he thinks. So yeah, so that's what I have to say.
All right. All right. All right. Thanks for Charlene for spending your Mother's Day with us. uh, As a okay, and thanks for everybody who spent their Mother's Day with us. Um, yes, we I guess you can say we're never boring, but our topics, yes, it'll go in every direction, and you'll find some things that irritate you, some things you agree with, some things you disagree with. Sometimes you're like our panelists, and sometimes you won't. But hey, you never could say you went to sleep on us. All right. So peace, power, and unity. Be on the lookout for relationship talk with Charlene on Tuesday. Let me see. Let me make sure I'm thinking the time right, because I think we have it down for 7 o'clock. I just want to be absolutely positive, because sometimes we get hit with topics that we want to do. All right, 9 o'clock Tuesday. That's the next relationship talk with Charlene. What are some challenges? Okay, hold on. What are some challenges of building a relationship? And can a man stay focused? All right. All right. So, no, I don't have time to give y'all a bedtime story tonight. I'm gonna make what I'm gonna say as short as is possible for me. All right. So yes. Okay. I know. I'm kind of knowing it's hard, but my perception is from the child. Seeing the father not there, and stuff like that. The effort you make is very important. Even though they see, there's issue. The thing is, you don't give up. You try other means, like the father. Hey, sometimes it's gonna be more work on your part, but don't just give up. Even if you have to send message through the mail, use email, use text messaging, use whatever means to communicate. Take whatever means is possible. It might be something as small as a haircut. Yeah. And there was so much we was talking about. Oh yeah, the white supremacy thing. Never come in saying that you're from a weakened position. I don't care if it is true. You don't go, especially to a non-black person. Shoot, to anybody that we're in a weakened position. No, that is revealing a weakness for somebody to stab you with. That's like any kind of sport or military. You don't show no weakness. You know, you might stay with the problem is, but don't say that I'm from a weakened position. I don't care if it's true. You don't say it. As for, let me see, Kevin Samuels. Yeah, well, his thing is, to me, he could have said some of the things he said in a different way and still get the point. As a person that I've talked frankly with people, I have a way of getting to them and getting their attention, raw, true, hard, true, without demeaning them, degrading them, or putting their efforts or whatever is they felt is important down. You know, yeah. So and I don't get it why you're so, those who follow him, y'all. Well, they're so hating. Some of y'all are so hating that you don't see that when he does that, he's not just insulting that particular woman. He's insulting every woman, including those that you love and stuff like that. But hey, he's your father figure, your mentor. Maybe y'all just little boys and y'all can't say, hey dad, that was wrong. You shouldn't have talked to her like that. Or hey, Kevin, no, there was another way you could have said that. You're wrong for that. And yes, I do agree that in some that cases, women gotta check women, men gotta check men, because we all know our perspective sex better. Yeah, like somebody had mentioned something about a woman had put beads in her son's hair. I've dealt with a friend who braided her baby son's hair. Well, not braided, plaited up like a little girl. And I thought she had one of her nieces or one of her cousin's babies and stuff like that. And I had to tell her she was wrong. And I had to remind her how she would feel if that child come up to her and told her he was gay. She's telling me I was wrong, but hey, she didn't put his hair. She didn't put his hair or their hair in any female hairstyles no more. And I know sometimes sometimes it's not going to change a thing, because I've seen teachers talk to parents about they having their sons in feminine type hairstyle. Sometimes the child themselves have to put their foot down. I seen one boy, he had long, beautiful plaits. She didn't put no click clacks and bobos in his head, but it took him coming to his mother and saying, "Mom, I don't want to go to school because they keep thinking I'm a girl. I want my hair cut or I'm not going to school." And since the next year I almost didn't recognize him, but his hair was cut and he looked like a boy and he was happier. So anyway, okay, so I just told y'all a bedtime story. All right, y'all, peace, power, and unity. We're gonna have a good night and leave out with some music.
Yo, check your mic. Let's test these levels.
Check.
Okay, word. We got the sound. Let me know when the break's coming in.
Nah, there's no break. I'm just gonna go straight through.
I kick that shit.
Heaven sent, I can prove this. Any crowd, turn me up loud. KR will move this. Long before Eazy-E, this MC, he was ruthless. Kicking rhyme, spitting rhyme, written rhyme, freestyle. I do's this. Who's this? You don't know me, homie. I'm the one and only. I turn your tool into a toll. Tell you owe me. You ain't gotta go to the past to know me, homie. I'm KRS-One. My power is now. Eckhart Tolle. These rappers are bony and lonely. I'll catch them coming out of Shoney's. I don't Oscar or admire, they baloney. No phony. I spit for the time from the mind. So when I spit off the head, of course I'm ahead of my time. Yes, I'm better with rhyme, and it's evident I'm the lyrically benevolent kind. This you never gonna find. I'm spitting plenty medleys. This is work, not a job. Rappers are crying like a boss in reverse. They solve. That's when they get robbed and disappointed. They not anointed, get them set up like an appointment. I spit the same heat you like to joint with. Fire, spit the truth, no liar. Heaven sent, this is higher. The mic cooks, I write books. The heavyweight champion. The song becomes a knockout with the right hook. I'm raw, meaning not cooked. These fake rappers heads are down, cause in the face of KRS, they do not look. 40 cal style, rap-a-pum like big drums. When I heat up the club to 420, it's done. Light up the cheech with the chunk. I teach when I come. Knowledge reign is supreme. What these rappers speaking is dumb. It's a treat when I come. I'm not what you used to. I'm the return of Khufu all over these tracks like choo-choo. I'm the guru. So when my teaching premieres, it's Gangsta. Hitting you and your man in the same car. These whack rappers, fuck who they are. KRS is like a hooligan. Hitting them all with the same bars. Hooligans hitting them with the same bars. Your whack style just ain't ours. Venus to Mars. I'm teaching with bars. Spitting these bars. But youngins under 21 can't even get into these bars. So I don't blame them if they not seeing these bars. Cause when I hit them with my universe, all they seeing is stars. Speaking of bars, when I spit one, you can see it's all about impact over an income. The big one, multi-directional and exceptional. 10 of my first 20 albums are all collectibles. You feel the heat when I'm next to you, truly legendary. Underground, undetectable, and revolutionary. Most of what's going on today, you know we knew already. I tried to teach our people about poverty, it took too many. It shook too many. We can see what a curse is. So I re-emerge to show these youngins who the first is. The minister, frying rat chickens like churches. And the worst is seeing your temperature taken by nurses. IV bags, your family picking out hearses. It's like you at the Barclays Center, you won't survive these verses. Sprite means spirit, so I obey what my thirst is. The whole planet, so-called Earth, is what my turf is.
Hold up. Yo, I got this. Yo, this is about to be fire. Levels is on point. You sound good out here.